Everyone, Saranai, my dear Dhamma friends. Today also, as usual, we have gathered this way to listen another episode of Buddothpado sermons, which reveals the pure truth into the world. At the very outset, I would like to pay my humble gratitude towards our noble friend Buddothpadaran Vasi, as he got the lead of this activity, where there has not been a word of truth. Lord Buddha came and announced this never heard before Dhamma. By that period, in that particular period, there were a lot of different beliefs, rituals, practices in the society. So it is somewhat similar to modern day as well. So even in the modern era, you can see there are a lot of certain things are done thinking that they are Buddhists. But what they practice, so if you see what they practice, even if you have a little bit of inquisitive mind, you can see they are not very logical. They are not very justifiable. So just because all things what they are practicing is lie on certain kind of a belief, is lying on certain kind of a belief. So the most of the people, especially Buddhists, so-called Buddhists, do believe a birth or reincarnation. So they think after this birth they will be having another birth. So they think the soul that they have right now will be migrating to the next birth and from there to the following births. But actually speaking, is that the message that was given by Lord Buddha? No, Lord Buddha didn't talk about such that kind of a soul that is moving, that is migrating from one soul, one life to another. Buddha talked about a non-soul Dhamma. So that's why it is known as Sabbe Dhamma Anatta. This entire Dhamma is all about a non-soul Dhamma. So at any point, Buddha didn't entertain the soul. What Lord Buddha wanted to highlight is the fact that there is no so-called a soul here. So you will not be able to find a soul here. But nowadays, what so-called Buddhists believe is some sort of a soul that goes one birth to another. So don't you feel that as Buddhists that you are moving in a wrong direction? So you have to be awakened. You have to open your eyes and see whether you are hearing the absolute uh, message which was delivered by Lord Buddha, or what you are believing is the exactly the opposite thing what Lord Buddha said. So if you look at the today's practices, what they do as Buddhists is so it should be discouraged. Those things should be discouraged because they think after doing good things they will correct more merits into their souls, and these merits will give them good results as a feedback, maybe during this lifetime or maybe in the subsequent births. Hidden within that concept, you can find the the rebirth and reincarnation thing. That is the reason why the so-called Buddhists, almost 99.9% of the Buddhists, do believe rebirth. It is actually a belief. So no one knows the mechanism of which it happens. Some um, some do not believe. Some have totally opposite kind of belief that they believe what they believe is there is no mm, birth will happen after uh, this birth. So it is another kind of extreme. But the most of the Buddhists believe there will be subsequent births after this birth. So in order to have that subsequent births, there should be certain thing called soul, which needs to be migrated from this life to the subsequent births. So it is totally mm, mm, wrong. It is totally wrong. It is it is against what Buddha said. So Buddha said there is no such a soul. You will not be able to find so-called soul within you, and also you don't have so-called birth as well as a death. But what, as the Buddhists, we tend to believe all these things. So we have a birth, after the death, the soul kind of a thing uh, goes from here to give another birth, maybe as a form of another animal or god or or preta or any other state. So these all the things are believed, but this thinking pattern. So we should not allow this thinking pattern to move forward because it is not the Buddhism. And also, the most pathetic thing here is believing as such, they tend to do certain, they tend to practice certain um, mm, certain things as rituals. So what they do is they give alms. So the most of the people tend to give whatever they have to the others, thinking that these these actions would collect more merits on it, on its soul, on their souls. It is also thinking. Anyone doesn't know whether it is true or not. So you are thinking giving alms would carry more merits, and if the merits are there, and when it coupled with the soul, so you will get a good get good results in the future births. So these are totally um, so we can say they are these things are myths. We can consider them as myths. As some people in the previous in the early ages, they believe they can wash out whatever the sins they have in their life by having bath in cold water. Then they tend to bath in the cold water 3-4 times per day, thinking that these activities will wash away their sins. So same thing happens today as well, but in a different pattern. People, so-called Buddhists, tend to give alms, thinking that these activities would collect more merits on their souls. So it will give good returns. But Lord Buddha didn't tell any kind of things are correct practices. So what you have to do, so the only way out of these things is only by understanding the pure truth or the message from exact message that was delivered by Lord Buddha. So we discussed these things in the previous discussions as well. But this is the most important point that we should understand. Unless you understand this truth, you would never be able to uh, stay away from those kind of practices. Because as most of the people in the world do not know this exact message, they tend to perform what they believed it as to be true. So they are thinking, and some uh, and certain and all the monks or all the reverend theros are telling that what telling them people to collect more merits during their lifetime. So as the people who do not know anything, they just do what they asked to do. So they believe what these reverend theros say. But both these parties are so innocent. So they have missed this message. Or otherwise, they have no, they haven't heard this proper message yet. But in contrast with them, you are so fortunate. You are hearing this Dhamma right now through these Buddothpado sermons. You are hearing, you are now hearing this Dhamma, the exact message that was delivered by Lord Buddha. What was the exact message? What was the message? None other than that there is no so-called soul within you. That is the message. So, in the absence of a soul within you, would there be a certain person, so-called you? So you can't find a person within you as well. And in the absence of a person, would there be a birth for that particular person? No. So, in the absence of the birth, would there be a death for that particular person? No. In the absence of a person, there won't be a birth or a death. Then who are you? You are no one. You are no one. But unfortunately, you have been feeling that there is a person within you. There is a soul kind of a thing within you. There is a living kind of a feeling within you. But how you could overcome this particular feeling? That is the challenge we have. Even though Lord Buddha says there is no soul within you, no living being within you, there is no death or birth for you, then you get a question. Then who are you? Who am I? It becomes a challenging question for you. So, how you could define yourself? Can you define yourself as nothing? No one? How come? Because you have been feeling certain feelings, which is similar to the other animals as well. So, when something you feel happy, or in some instances you feel happy. At the same time, you feel sad, as well as you feel angry, and you also feel mm, mad as well. So these feelings are there. So how can I say that I'm no one? It is impossible. But Lord Buddha said, even you feel those things, you would not be able to find a self within you. How could Lord Buddha say so? That is the challenge. That's that. In order to understand that thing, you have to understand the truth first. Lord Buddha was able to logically demonstrate that there is no absolute kind of self here. He understood on his own that there is no such a living being here. But people tend to feel that there is a person here. Then Lord Buddha found out what is the reason for feeling of a self. So, as I said earlier, now we can feel that we are living because we are the one who feel the sorrow when we are in pain. We are the one who feel angry when we are the one who we within we are the one who face these certain incidences which will bring about happiness, sorrow, disappointment, and so on. But Lord Buddha wanted to mm, mm, explain into the world is the mechanism of which these kind of feelings would bring would bring brought about. So the mechanism, how these kind of feelings will get into you. As you think that you are a living being, those kind of feelings would be taken as feelings that happens to me, feelings that comes into my mind. Lord Buddha wanted to show logically there is no such a living person, so called you, as you think. So you are just only think that you are a live living being. If you get away from that particular thought, none of these aforementioned thoughts or aforementioned feeling would be taken as the things that things happens to you, because what Lord Buddha logically uh, tried to show us is that there is no so-called self here. In the absence of the self, of a self, who perceive these kind of feelings? there is no person to feel those feelings. So, how Lord Buddha logically showed that there is no so-called self here? So, to understand this thing, we have to first understand why we feel that we are living, why we think that we are living beings. So, how did this kind of feeling, how come into our um, how, how did this kind of a feeling the come into us? So, in order to do so, in order to understand that thing, we have to go back into our childhood. When just after being born, does this little newborn know that he is a alive or living being? No, he or she doesn't have any kind of idea whether he is alive or not. Even someone try to kill this little child, little newborn, he or she doesn't resist because that that neonate doesn't know that he is or she is a living being. But after some time, as he grows gradually, when he's when he enters to age, when he turns to age 3 or 4, then he learns that he himself a living being. So how does he learn these things? There is only way of learning these things. So the same mechanism that you occupy, that you uh, deploy to learn new thing in today, is very similar to that the mechanism that you uh, deployed those days to learn these things as well. But so through the senses, you started learning about your environment. You started to learn about your environment. So then at first you recognized your own parents, basically your mother, then father, then the surrounding material world, which um, comprise of um, toys, uh, colorful um, pillows, um, bed linen, and so on. So then you recognize, you start to learn. Then this little child begins to learn the worldly objects. So how does he learn? Through his own senses, eye, nose, tongue, skin sensor, and the ear sensor. Only through the perceptions that are received via these sensors collectively uh, develop develop his world, contribute to develop his world. So, but still, he doesn't know who he is. He doesn't have an idea that he is a living being or not. But as he grows older, his mother, his parents, then tries to feed you who he is, the fact that who he is. Now he learns that he himself as a living being. Then he finds the pain, the happiness, the sorrow, all these things are feelings. So these feelings will then get tied up with the notion of the self. From that point onwards, he starts to think this pain is mine. I I am the one who is feeling happy. So I am the one who is feeling this tragedy, this tragic situation. So likewise, the rest of the world, the perceptions that are created within his own senses will bring about certain kind of feelings to him. Uh, then he trains himself and to accept these things as the things that happen to him. So what has been built initially, the notion of the self. So then the rest of the other feelings were concentrated around this notion of the self, got concentrated around the notion of the self. From that particular moment onward, he began to think as himself as a different entity. And began to think that I am such another kind of animal or living being who lives in this particular world. So all these things, see the mechanism, how it gets developed within him. So everything has been fed from outside as thoughts. Initially, he didn't have an idea about himself. He didn't know his name even. Only thing that he did was reacting to whatever the stimuli that is received through his senses. But now he reacts to the same stimuli with the notion of a self. From where this notion of the self uh, came from through a sensor as a form of thought, as a form of a thought. So now it is very important for us to see this, if there is any value in so-called thought. So thought has been created within our own mind. So in other words, the rapidly flow of thought will collectively create your mind. And we can't have a mind without thoughts. The rapidly flow of thoughts is known as, we call it as the mind. So can you say, I have a mind without any thought? No. Thoughts themselves represented as mind. Due to the rapidity that it flows, that thought flow, the thoughts flow, you can't uh, think of an instance where there are no thoughts in your mind. In other words, if you don't have a thought in that particular moment, you can't find your mind as well. So in such situation, we call the mind goes hidden. When there are no thoughts, you can't find your mind even. When there are thoughts, so your mind is visible. Absolutely, we call rain, we name, we call a river, but when we call a river, but absolutely what you find in the river is rapidly flow of water, a fast movement of water is known as river. But if you take water from any point of the river, the same uh, you are getting same water from anywhere from of the river, but the water in your cup will be not named as river. So due to the speed, so you recognize the speed of the water first, then you change the name of this water to a river. So now you, as you once you as you see this rapidly flowing stream of water, you call it as a river. So likewise, the rapidly occurrence of thoughts will give you a certain uh, feel that you are having a permanent kind of mind. But without any thought, you would never be able to find your mind as well. In simpler terms, the rapid flow of thoughts is known as your mind. But so as the water contributes to formation of the river, the thoughts also contribute to form your mind. So then you have to, so in other words, we can say the building block of the mind is the thought. So you can find thoughts everywhere in the mind. In the absence of a thoughts, you would never be able to find a mind. In that instance, we call your mind has gone hidden. So now we have to understand. So as I said earlier, the notion of a I, of the self, will also remain as permanent thing in your mind as a thought, even though you not recall it very frequently. These kind of notions will be there in as thoughts in your mind. So even though you are not recalling that you are a man, so that kind of thought is there within your mind. So you tend to do whatever the things you used to do, thinking that you are a man, but it does not come out as a thought very frequently. But you perform whatever the activity you do, thinking that you are a man. So that notion is there hidden within your mind as a thought. And also the self kind of feeling, the self kind of notion is also there in your mind. And also, as you grow up, when you start to perform certain kind of a job in the society, so you think that as a form of thought, this job is also there in the mind. So you carry out whatever the tasks you do, thinking that you are a doctor, thinking that you are an engineer, like so on. So those things are there as thoughts hidden within your mind throughout your life. So invariably collect these thoughts collectively mold your passion or your outlook. All these things would combine and create a persona for you, a persona for you. So that is the notion of I. So when someone call your name, everything that I mentioned earlier will come at once. So then the reaction that you take after hearing your name will consist all these thoughts. Whatever the reaction you do after listening, after hearing your name, will have this notion of self. So, but now you understood all these things have been fed from outside as the form of thoughts. So, how these thoughts got formed? As I mentioned earlier, through our six senses, through our senses. As human beings, we have no other means of acquiring uh, things, acquiring stimuli. So we only get those external stimuli through these senses. So as human beings, we only have five senses basically. So when these five senses get combined each other, the thought is formed. So when you so as the most common example that we take to explain this is the chair. So if you say the word, when you say that word chair, it is a sound. It is a sound. The sound is the perception of the ear. But once you hear this sound, all of a sudden, a kind of a picture will be formed within your mind. So, how this kind of a picture got appeared in your mind? Because the particular perception had been captured, had got captured in a previous instance through your eye sensor. That is the reason why you got the mental picture of the chair now. And also at the same time, once you hear um, the word chair, you also get its hardness as a mental picture. You know, it is a chair is a solid kind of object. It is not just like a shaky or watery thing. It is a solid kind of a thing. So that kind of a perception can also be found in the same mental picture. Why you got a certain kind of a mental picture once you hear the word chair? Because in an earlier instance, you have felt that particular feeling. So, how you felt that particular feeling in the previous instance? By touching it. After the touching, you have experienced the, you already experienced the hardness or the solid nature of the chair, even at in one instance. So, so now it is not very impossible, not very difficult for you to understand how these different perceptions combined to form this mental picture of chair. So what you hear, so if I recall it again, so you only hear the word of chair in this moment, but that that perception will give rise to certain kind of a mental picture which contains the mm, color or shape as well as the texture of the object. And sometimes, if you recall a, 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 a name of a food may or fruit, so you also may be feeling the taste as well. So all these things are there as perceptions. So actually, what we are dealing with is basically with a perception. Chair is a perception. Chair is a projection which has been created with the help of the other five perceptions. So after combining the name, form, color, taste, smell, all these things would collectively create this particular neural perception of the chair. But you don't feel it as a mental picture. You just feel it as a real kind of object. Why is that? As Lord Buddha explained, gave a nice explanation for that. The mechanism of which makes you to feel these things as real. It is known as sankhara, the volitional formations. At the early stages of your life, if you have been shown with a piece of mm, uh, piece of clay, which is red color, so you don't remember it as uh, you don't remember mm, at very first sight. But if then what your teacher does is, teacher gives the same perception again and again. Then little ones tend to remember it has a piece of clay, red piece of clay, red piece of. So likewise, if the same perception tends to come repeatedly, then it gives a certain feeling of its existence. So it makes sure this particular perception uh, um, repetitively repetitive formation of the same perception would give certain feel about its existence. So this process is known as sankhara. The perception is sanya, known as sanya in Pali. So if the sanya keeps on coming again and again, so that means if it if this sanya got subjected to sankhara, it will make certain feel of its existence that would lead to vinyata. Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. The fifth one is the Vijnana. The Vijnana means the conscious feel, the existence feel. Through the five aggregates, through the explanation of the five aggregates, Lord Buddha also wanted to emphasize the same thing. The name and the form collectively contribute to formation of a perception. This perception, to that perception we call it is a thought. So if this particular perception keeps coming again and again, that is the process of sankhara. That means if it is subjected to sankhara or the volitional formation, it makes us to feel, it makes a certain feeling of its existence. So then, of course, we tend to feel this perception of chair as a real thing. In order to the magic is not that, but the magic goes beyond even that. What is that? After forming something that is really existing, after formation of something that is really existing, there should be a living being to perceive that particular existing feeling of that particular object. Wow, this is so complicated. Why is that? In order to feel the existence of this object, there must be a living being to perceive that particular existence feel. Then, who is that particular living being here? So then comes that early thought of the notion of the self. Then it comes and then that particular notion comes and tie up this with this particular field. So now you get a certain notion that I am the one who is seeing this chair. As this particular initial perception of the chair had been transformed into something that is existing. As a result of that, the existent living being got created. That was you. So, can you imagine if you have been pushed towards a world that is completely empty? Would maybe into the outer space? If if you can't in that particular space, if you would not find anything, if you can't find anything, even light, smell, wind, or whatsoever, would you be feeling as you are living? No, there is no way of feeling yourself as well. Because in the absence of any kind of a particular existing perception, there is no way of creating a self perception as well. That is the most important explanation or endpoint of this explanation of five aggregates. The The initial factor is the factors are the name and the form, but the ultimate result is the formation of a self, feeling, absolutely feeling of the self. So this is well explained in the cause and effect dhamma, or the explanation of skandha, or explanation of aggregates. It is, if I said, if I say it in Pali, it is known as Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vinyata. It is the causative factor for everything. The live feeling had been brought about with a non-living, not living, not alive thing. But you know now, by now you know, this notion of the self is not true. It is just a thought. The thought have been formed with these perceptions. So these perceptions are not true. You know by now. You know these things by now, because perceptions are creations of your own senses. These senses are not really existing. Once it happens to be so, when the initial vibration creates certain perception, so it makes you to feel that perception as a real thing. So when those particular different perceptions combine each other to form another kind of perception, uh, as such, the chair. So the chair perception of the chair inherently has this alive feel as well, the existent feel. So in order to feel this existent feel, there must be a living being to perceive that particular existence feel. So ultimate product is the self. In other words, the soul. So that your soul has been formed from the initial vibration. So there is nothing to be taken as a true thing here. So absolutely you have been feeling something that is not really existing. That is the feel of your soul. Absolutely, there is no such a feeling of soul here. So that is that thing can be only figured out only through only by understanding this dhamma, this mechanism. Iti rupang samudayo. When you understand how this iti rupa, or the existent perception, is brought about, then you would understand there's nothing to be taken as real in there. So then you will understand there is no such a living being or soul within me. I have been feeling a false kind of perceptions for such a long period. There is no such a feeling of soul here. So this can only be realized through the true understanding this Dhamma. So for that particular person, he find himself as a not living being. So if he is not a living being, would that particular person have a birth? No. Does this person have a death? No. Has he born in this world? No. No one has born in this world. No one has ever been born in this world. So now you can, it is not very impossible for you to understand why Lord Buddha said that there is no so-called soul here. Because now you understand why Lord Buddha said like this, like that. So I invite you all to come and have a look and try to understand what the real message of Buddha. And the path is open for you. Doors are open for you. Come and have a look. Try to understand who you are. So we can talk further tomorrow as well. Until then, stay safe. Good night. Take care. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Think that this is me. Then when you think that this is me, then you are only a thought. Now, is a thought a living thing? Upasika. No, honorable person. A thought is not a living thing. Aryan Mahansi. We think that we have a child. Can a child physically be in a thought? No, it is only a thought. Nothing is there in a thought. We think that we have a husband. We think that we have a house. Then all of these are thoughts, aren't they? Upasika. Yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahansi. The book is a thought. This body, which we think is mine, is also a thought. When we don't believe in the book we see, then I cannot exist. When we don't believe in everything we see, then I cannot exist. Now where am I? I am is only a concept. It is a false belief. The false belief is called Dushti. Sakaya Ditti means the false belief that you exist, the illusion of self. The Buddha said that at one time the sun will increase in heat and turn the earth to ashes. Then only the empty universal space will remain. He also said when the clarified butter burns, it completely burns out without leaving any trace of ash or soot. Likewise, all what we think does not exist anywhere. Everything is a lie. What is left is only the empty universal space, nothingness. The Buddha said, Nisato nisjivo shunyo. There is no living being. Nothing is living or alive. There is nothing. Aninitai, shunyai, aprahitai. There is no thing. There is nothing. There is no happiness or sorrow. There are a lot of things to contemplate, isn't it, Upasika? Yes, that is so, Aryan Mahansa. Aryan Mahansa. You feel that you were taken up to the point of nirvana, isn't it, Upasika? Yes, Honorable Sir, it is truly so. R.N. Mahasi. You cannot imagine, can you? There is no point living for eons without listening to the Dhamma or teachings of the Buddha. All this time, we all have lived in a life of thoughts, believing that everything is true and they exist. We have held on to thoughts. Things don't exist. Thoughts don't exist. There is no duality. There isn't an inside which we thought as me, and there is no outside world. Chakkunniccato aniccanto, aniccam bante. In this sermon, when the Buddha says asa or the eye, the Buddha does not mean the physical eye of soft tissue and flesh. The Buddha holds the sense of seeing as the eye, seeing a book, seeing a bed, seeing a table. In the above stanza, the Buddha asked Mahanani or disciples, is the sense of seeing permanent? No, it is not permanent, Swamini. It is impermanent. Mahanani, is seeing a happiness or sorrow? The disciple said, it is a suffering, Swamini. Mahanani, if seeing is impermanent and if it is a suffering, isn't seeing the same as what you see as a book, a table, a bed? Isn't the sense of seeing only a thought? If you see a book, that is forming of the eye, the seeing. If seeing is only a thought, then can there be a book in a thought? There is nothing in a thought. That is why the Buddha said that seeing is not permanent. What you think does not exist anywhere. The Buddha said if seeing is not permanent and does not exist, can we say that there is a life in it? Can we say it is living and it is real thing? The disciples replied, no hetam bhante, no swami. We cannot assign a life to what we see. There we found that there is no life form in us. There is no life in thoughts. Thoughts are all lies. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Therwan Saranai. I pay my homage at Taren Mahase's feet. Therwan Saranai Dhamma friends. Shani Therwan Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි හසුන්කලා.
Uh, yes, I'm sorry I missed the first part you read. Actually, what was the main topic that in the part you read?
It's page 23.
Yes.
It's about the thought that just everything is only a thought.
So how the thought is formed, and is that what you were reading from the book?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we'll start from that point, I think. Basically, what we have to understand is that everywhere, every action, every word, everything basically is a result of a thought. So thought, as we have discussed earlier, is the result of the function or the creations of the sense faculties, and it's a spontaneous sequelae of actions. You cannot give a timing frame. You cannot say that this happened after this and this happened before this, because there is no time frame. This is the basis of the cause and effect teaching by Lord Buddha. When the cause is there, automatically the effect is there. And if the cause isn't there, there won't be an effect. When the cause disappears, the effect automatically disappears. So this is the basis of this cause and effect phenomenon, and that is the basis of the true Buddhism. It's not the karma explanation, which is the basis of most of the other religions. So the thought is also, when you talk about the thought, it's the effect is the thought, and the cause is the function of the sense of faculties. And when you talk about the sense of faculties, actually there is a function in those. The function is described as the sense of faculty or the sensor, which means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So those are the 5 sense faculties described in Buddhism. And the worst part is that creation of these sense faculties is also a creation due to the speed. So there is an illusion, there is something which looks real, but it is not there. Now, the common example that we are talking very often is what was given by Lord Buddha, the fireball and the ring of fires. Now, when you see the ring of the ring of fire, you can't say that there is no ring, because you can obviously see it. But actually, when you analyze it, when you see how it happened, there's no circle. There's no circle, but there is only a ball which is spinning fast. So you cannot go to the 2 ends. You can't say it's not there. You can't say it's there. So when the cause is there, the effect is obvious. When the cause isn't there, when the ball is not spinning, there is no fire circle there. So thought is also like that. Thought is a creation, an instant creation actually, which is not there in the radiant mind, uh, where the small child will have the sense of function, the faculties are functioning, but there is no joining of these functions together to make the thought. But still the child feels that there is a color, uh, or the light. Colors are also identified as a function of the mind sensor. It's a light or a shape. You can say shape is because of the light. You can see a shape, and similarly because of the vibration of the eardrum, there is a creation of a sound. So these are called the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, uh, smell consciousness, taste consciousness, or the skin or the body consciousness. So these five faculties give some feeling that it is there, so that the small baby, even though the baby doesn't have that thought or naming of that, or or a given word to that feeling, the baby feels that there is something. So that is what is described as itta sanya, where the baby feels that there is a light, baby feels that there is a uh, sound, smell, taste, and the skin feeling. But there is no words, no naming, no identification of that. And the feeling as if it is there is due to the current, or the fine level of current or the fine level of power, which we also call sasava or taints. Because of that, the child tend to feel uh, like any animal who has this ability, even with one sense of faculty, feels that it is there. So, in other words, in a very subtle way, child feels that child is there. But this level is not described as defilements, and the formation of the thoughts happens gradually with the growing of the child, and it doesn't just happen overnight, but little by little the thoughts are formed. So the names are attached, the mom or dad, ball, uh, some drink, water, uh, sun, moon, etc. Now also, and uh, even the verbs like walking, sitting. So all those are names actually. They are all thoughts. So this naming occurs with the help of the adults, who will sort of insert the data, like inserting data to a computer. Child will receive this data subsequently. It doesn't actually stop at the childhood, even later on, until the system, the physical body ends up. Every day, there are data accumulated to this system. So, as we have been talking, discussing earlier, the words, new words like tsunami, or the words like this corona infection, all those things were data which were included or inserted subsequently. As adults, we came to know those things. Now, when the word tsunami is heard as a result of the vibration of the eardrum, you get the whole picture in that spark. The mind spark will give rise to the full blown details, the news you heard and the pictures you saw on the TV, papers, what you read on the papers and all sorts of discussions, the science part of it, geography part of it, and if there have been any relatives or friends who got affected or even lost their lives due to tsunami. Now all those information will come as an instant spark right now to the as a function of the mind sensor. So this process is something uh, automatic and not not according to a particular plan, and there's no doer in this process. So that part is what we have to understand very clearly, because this process of forming thought is not under anyone's control. So how can you say then, I thought, this thought is always coming to me and troubling me? So can you tell like that? Like all the other five sensor faculties, because very often the other sensor faculties, this automatic or spontaneous function of these other sensor faculties are not given a weight, but the mind sensor faculty, the function of the mind sensor is the one which is given a much higher much higher weight, because always, even though the eye, ear, nose, tongue, those other sensor faculties, uh, if they are in the functioning capacity, if the physical organ is in the functioning capacity, or if the physical organ is there, now for a person who doesn't have the eyes, there is nothing to talk about seeing light. Similarly, if a person is deaf, uh, having a major problem in his ears, you can't talk about the sound. So the physical organ should be there at the background, and the function of the sensor faculties, uh, we sort of take it for granted. Like if you keep the eyes open, the eye will continue to vibrate, and so many shapes will be created. But when it comes to the mind sensor, this this part is actually forgotten, and many of our participants who are discussing at the Zoom discussions, they come out with the uh, comments saying that I can't control my thoughts, and this particular thought is troubling me all the time. So what we have to understand is that this is a process. This is the normal function of the system. When you do not realize this part, when the system doesn't sort of understand very clearly what is happening, this is yet another sensor only. When you do not realize, you tend to give a big value to that thought, or this happens automatically. That is your defilement. When the thought is given a weight, automatically, that is where the self is created. Sometimes we hear, sometimes in certain discussions, some have this idea that I, I want to get rid of my defilements. I want to get rid of my current. But the fact is that current is yourself. Current is a self. It's not, two separate entities. It's the same. So when this part is realized, when the current which is arising is recognized, and it is recognized as the self, the power of that current automatically will be less, and the system automatically tend to realize that when the same incident happens again and again, uh, that current which was generated becomes less and less powerful. So I think about the thought, I think that this is something that I could sort of mention, Shani? Anything else in the chapter you discussed? Anything, any other parts that I have missed? Teruvan Saranai?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි සකමිකලා තෙරුවන් සරණයි වහන්ස. So I would like to get a clarification about how this you said that it's like a firing, right?
Yes.
So like when we see from our eyes, they are like we can see things. I just want
Yes.
to yeah, can you give me further clarification about that? How it is
Yes.
an illusion
Yes.
created with the senses?
Yeah, you want to now, can you tell me something that is in front of you right now?
So I can see a bird flying.
Good. Okay.
So
So now, sorry?
let's say like I don't know that is a bird, but
Mm.
still I can see something moving in the sky.
That means you can't see it clearly. Is that what you was going to say?
No. Like let's
You
say
can see a bird, but you don't know what bird is. Is that what you want to say?
no, let's say like I don't know that is a bird, but
Hmm?
still we can see something moving. So like
Okay,
yeah,
so that means you can stop at whatever the level that is recognizable. Now, for example, your eye will have a vibration and then catch something. I mean, something is created as a shape, moving shape, isn't it? The
yes.
shape is moving in the sky, right?
So
So now,
there is
yes.
this existent feeling there that there is something out there like that.
Yes, definitely. I mean, you even though you do not recognize now, your mind sensor cannot give a name to that, but you, the mind sensor will give the creation. There is something moving and probably a bird. But you tend to get the feeling that it's there, isn't it? I mean, when you turn the camera towards your system, you know that there is something there. You feel that it is existing, isn't it?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
So that is your self feeling. That is your self perception. That means you have taken it as real. The system feels that there is something real there, flying in the sky. Okay. So
okay.
when that value is automatically given, the other side of the coin is that the self feeling is there. That means the person who is watching is created on this side. Am I clear enough, Shani?
But still it's bit confusing about that how there is this the things I see like
Now that is actually that the feeling that Aryan Vahasi is also there. Unvahasi will correct me. Now that feeling that you get that it's real is a feel that you get, isn't it?
yes,
Yes. So how it is a kind of power within the system. How that power comes is that every vibration has a current. That is the science part of it. Every vibration, that means every wave, has two ends, two opposite ends, and in the center there is a current formed. So when there is fast vibrations of the eye, this current becomes more powerful. And when the sensor faculties get together now, for example, eye, ear, and if there are the sensor faculties which are involved, when they get together, the final result is the thought sensor, mind sensor, isn't it? When it comes to the mind sensor level, that current is more. That current is the one which gives a kind of live feeling. That is why you tend to feel, that is why the system feels that there is something real there.
Oh,
Uh, I think these facts are very clearly explained in much more simpler way by Yaran Wahanse in the previous, the original, the very first discussions that Unase has made. If you go to the Darshane part in the website, uh, those things are very clearly explained. Even this 14-hour sermon, which is given in, I think, 24 or 25 parts, that clearly explains this process. That current is the one which gives the feeling, gives the system a feeling that it's there, it's real. Anything else you like to clarify, ask on around that topic? I can try to explain more.
no.
No. Now, at the beginning, actually, this is a theory part. Actually, this is knowledge. So you have to read about this, how the mind is formed, how you feel that there is exist. It's things are existing. How you feel that the self-existence or self-perception is there. This is the part of the theory where you call it actually Satya Jnana, where you learn it or read it or listen and then gather the knowledge. And then you can sort of revise that in your mind. That is, we call it Savitakka, where you using your thoughts and the mind, you try to revise what you heard and try to remember the sequel, how it happens. Then automatically, when you are you get it applied automatically to the day-to-day activities, and little by little the function of this mind, the creative ability of this mind becomes more and more clearer. If there's anything else that you want to ask around that, I will try to clarify. RN Vahasi is also there. Unhasi will be able to help me. Okay, Therwan Saranai, Mr. Bernard, would you like to join the discussion? Therwan Saranai?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear,
What Shani,
yes.
what Shani asks is she can't understand something moving in the sky, which
Hmm.
she has not data about it. The previous information is not there at the moment, not available. So
Yeah,
the same thing is going on. The same mechanism happens. The known things or unknown things are in material. They are not. It is not a problem really. what what we understand, something unknown is moving. Unknown is again a thing is moving, someone or something is moving, again a nama is there, name is there, unknown thing is moving there.
yes,
Yeah.
correct.
At the same time, if she can't understand that uh, that what you fireball example, just look at the ceiling fan. It is when
Hmm.
it is moving fast, you understand automatically some kind of a circle is appearing. Actually there is no um, circle there, but still you experience because of the rapid speed. In the same manner, the eye and the object, with the help of fusion, you get that spark, then you understand this is what it happens because of the telepathization. Yes, Doctor.
Yes, 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 that's right. Yes. Yeah, as you said, if the data is not there, it will, I mean, identified as something related now. As Mr. Bernard very correctly said, you can now, if I give another example, if you see a tree, but you don't know the name, and initially the creation of the eye and then the creation of the mind will give the conclusion that unknown tree, but knows that it is a tree. Because of the past data, the tree can be identified from the shape, but the name is not there. But subsequently, if somebody shows that this is we'll say a bulu tree, something which is not very common. So if somebody says, this is the bulu tree, so that data will be added right at that point. So thereafter, if you see the tree, if the same person identifies the tree, and then automatically that name will come as a spark. This is a bulu tree. So like that, if you do not have a particular name or a particular name, some form of identification will happen. Now there may be instances where, say for example, if you see a weapon, kind of weapon used by some sort of tribal people who live in the deep jungle. So if you see a kind of wooden weapon, we'll say, I mean, can recognize it as a shape, can recognize it as made up of wood, but there is no name and you do not know the purpose of that. So like that, the different levels of information, different levels of data will get combined at different levels. So Shani, are you sort of clear with that your question?
Yes, Dr. Sakuntala, yes.
Okay. Peruwan Saranay Aryan Wahansa, if Aryan Wahansa likes to make any comments about what I mentioned, Avsarai. Okay, I think we'll continue a bit more. Aryan Wahansa must be busy with work. Okay, so when we were talking about the thought, if you sort of continue about the thoughts, thought formation or the function of the mind sensor alone is a part of the Mr. Bernard Peruwan Saranay.
Yeah, yeah,
Peruwan Saranay, we can't hear you. I think there's a problem with the signal.
yeah, yeah.
Are you going to
Now,
tell something?
yeah, yeah. Signal problem is here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Go ahead. Yes. What is it?
Sorry, I think there is some interruption in what you say. Okay. What I was going to say was that the function of the mind sensor is a part of the system itself. But when the thoughts are given a value, when the thoughts are taken as real, that is where the problem is. That is where you can call it akusal. In Sinhala, it's called akusal. where uh, where you can also label them as defilements, but the function of the mind sensor is normal to even the arhat state, because thoughts are necessary for the function of the day-to-day life. So having thoughts is not a sin. It's not something that shouldn't happen, because thoughts are necessary for the day-to-day activities, day-to-day functions. And there are many occasions where uh, even at Lord Buddha's time, there are certain parts in the Buddhist history we hear that Lord Buddha thought of this. He thought about doing this. Lord Buddha thought of going to visit so and so. And Lord Buddha thought that uh, he will wait until this person comes. So, like that. The thought formation is a part of the system. But when you give a value to the thought, when you take the thoughts as real, that is where the trouble is. That is where the ignorance is. So that value is what is called the fire or the current. Now we are using so many words actually to describe the same thing, but the meaning, basic meaning is the same. So when the value is added or the value is there for the thought, uh, it means it's taken as real. It means that that is a defilement. It means that is the self existence, feeling of self existence. So this is actually, this current is something felt. This is what is described as the feel. And this feel is the one which will lead a system to the correct pathway. Identifying this field or identifying this current is the one which is basically needed, and this is what will be the headlight to move forward in the Dhamma pathway. More you identify this current, more you identify the own defilements. That means that the system is identifying more and more about the own self-feeling. So identification is the only way to clear the pathway. So these are actually now when you realize that the thoughts are not real, when the thoughts are not given the value, that is the second step in the practical pathway, where the initial thought, now the system realizes that thought is just a collection of function of the other five faculties. Now thought is something, if now there are instances where without that immediate function of the other five faculties, sometimes you tend to think. We say now in formally when we are talking, we say I was thinking. What do you mean by that? I was thinking means your mind sensor is functioning and your thoughts. But these thoughts are always pre-prepared spark. Again, that is the function of the other five sense faculties. So thought is always something which was sparked somewhere in the past. It may be during this birth itself, or maybe somewhere in a previous birth, maybe a very, very long time in your samsara journey or your birth cycles. So for a thought to happen right now, there should be something similar happened in the past. That is where you call it actually memory, but there is nothing called memory. There is no place where these informations are stored. It automatically something happens, and it is the result of a spark which happened in the past. So when the thoughts are automatically tagged with this value, that is what you call the defilements. So this is a little bit of a little complex process to understand, because we have been giving a value to the thoughts all this time. So it is like trying to swim upwards against the current in a river. So many things you have to read again and again. Many discussions we have to listen again and again to realize that we have been going just down the river, but now we are trying to swim upwards against the current. I can see Dr. Ravi has joined. Terwa Sarna Ravi, are you in a position to talk to us now? We were talking about the thoughts.
Yes, yes,
We were
yes.
talking about the thoughts, how the thoughts are formed, and then the nature of the mind sensor.
Yes, yes. So, yeah, Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Thiruvan Saranai, and also Thiruvan Saranai, everyone. Yes, actually speaking, when you talk about the thoughts, the thought, coming thoughts into your mind, that is perfectly all right. So what you have to do is just try to understand how this thought is built. This thought is
Terwa Sarna Ravi, we can't hear you.
it is not a, I think we all we always talk these things, but even we talk these things, sometimes people tend to think thoughts are the problematic things, but we have to understand that thoughts are not
Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind it shines like morning light. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpado, 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 awakening, awakening, Buddothpado. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්ස. May I pay homage at your feet? තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dhamma friends. Now we know that it's very important to know the philosophy or the Buddha Darshana that Lord Buddha has preached to the world. We know it is never heard before Dhamma or the dependent origination Dhamma. Actually, we can't be real Buddhist if we don't know the philosophy which Lord Buddha has preached to the world. But in order to understand it, we have to listen to many sermons as possible. Also, we have to associate and discuss it with our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. Because once you are in the path, you encounter lots of difficulties, lot of pitfalls. So a true friend is the one who has already gone through this practical path, the practical path to Nibbana, and understand the philosophy of Lord Buddha. And also, he is the one who has already realized the pure truth. So we were born as human beings. So we have to find out what is the truth in the world. Otherwise, as Aryan Wahanse always emphasized, we are like born blind and will die blind without even knowing at least why we were born, isn't it? So actually this truth we talk about is very beautiful. It's a beautiful truth. Lord Buddha has told about this truth 2600 years ago. But actually it was hidden. Why was this truth was hidden? It was hidden because it couldn't be written in a book. It was felt. But actually it is in the Tripitaka. It was written in the Tripitaka. But there should be someone who could read it, who has to read it with wisdom. So Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse has revealed this hidden truth with wisdom. So this truth was always there. But as I said, it was to be read with wisdom. Though all of us knew that Lord Buddha preached about cause and effect Dhamma, or the dependent origination Dhamma, we used to write it in books. We used to read about it. But there was no one who could explain it properly. We knew that it starts from ignorance and ends up in bhava. If I talk about myself, I used to buy all the books which was written about dependent origination, listen to a lot of sermons. So I knew that it starts from ignorance and ends up with bhava. And also, if you do good merits, you go to heaven. Likewise, if you do bad merits, you will go to hell. So in our childhood, we thought that hell is down somewhere and the heaven is up somewhere in the sky. At that time, we only knew that because when we go to temple, it was highlighted. Don't do bad merits. Don't do bad deeds. So you will end up in hell. So we try to do only good deeds. So especially we tried not to break any of the 5 precepts. Refraining from killing any living being, refrain from stealing, refrain from bad behaviors, refrain from talking lies, refrain from taking liquor. So in a way, actually it was good. So we observed it every day. But while doing that, I felt that there's something missing. So I thought there's something in Abhidhamma. So I went in search of Abhidhamma classes. Wanted to know more about what Lord Buddha has preached. So I learned that Lord Buddha has preached Abhidhamma to gods. So I thought it could be something very special. So I started reading Abhidhamma books. So actually I didn't know that I was gaining more knowledge. Likewise, it was going on and on for some time. And with that, gaining more and more knowledge only. With that, also, without even knowing, Nibbana was going further and further away. Now I know that Nibbana one cannot get from knowledge. It is not in books. It is practical Dhamma. If I didn't listen to Buddothpado sermons, what would have happened? I would be still going after knowledge. So what I wanted to tell was that, as always, we invite you all to come and listen and contemplate. Listen to Buddothpado sermons. You will, if you are searching for Nibbana and you are searching for a practical way to get rid of suffering, your path is here. You will actually feel the change within. You will definitely feel it. So I'll just say something about my life. So if I say about my life story, actually my childhood, I was raised in the village in 70s, and I had a very happy childhood. I had a lot of cousins. I used to play with them, jumped in rivers, bathed in rivers, run about in paddy fields, climb up trees, and I happily used to help my grandparents My grandfather was a farmer, so I used to help them. So my grandfather especially, he used to read us books when the night time comes. During that time, he read the Jataka stories. So we as children like to listen to him. It was like real. And also he told us to do good deeds, not to do bad deeds, respect elders, otherwise you may end up in hell, and so on. So we didn't have any current those days. So we used to tell stories to each other. Actually, we had a simple and happy lifestyle. So my life changed once we came to the town. First, it was very difficult to adjust. It is a new situation, new school, new friends. I missed my village. Actually, it was a difficult type of a lifestyle. My parents, they were also suffering at that time. We had a lot of difficult times. Anyway, it also helped me to search Dhamma, I think, those days even. So likewise, every one of us have their own stories, isn't it? How they were searching for Dhamma, searching for true Dhamma, mean to get rid of suffering. So in Buddothpado sermons, you will absolutely find the path to freedom from suffering. Buddothpado Aran Mahansa, with his own experiences, reveals the truth which was hidden 2,600 years ago. So actually this is a very rare occurrence to find someone who reveals the pure truth by his own experiences. So first you have to listen. And the true Dhamma, the Satya Jnana part is very, very important in Dhamma. One has to listen with an open mind, because it's like not like normal the day-to-day Dhamma we hear. So you have to study the material that is expressed. Then only slowly but steadily you will be able to recognize the truth by yourself. So this is not a belief. This Dhamma you will experience within yourself. This spiritual transformation within will take you to Nibbana by itself. Actually, it happens automatically. You just have to go on listening to Dhamma. So you don't have to go anywhere. You just have to stay where you are and look into yourself, because Dhamma is there, not outside. You can't find Nibbana from outside. Lord Buddha has said, Salayatana loko loko, Salayatana nirodho, Nibbano, which means the senses creates the world. It's a sensor created world. So when we realize this phrase Salayatana means the 6 senses we have. So we create our own world. We create our own world from these 6 senses, isn't it? Imagine you are blind from birth. The world created by eye will never be created. Imagine you are deaf. The world created by the ear will not be created. So imagine your nose is blocked with a cold. So you won't feel the smell, whether it is a good smell or a bad smell, isn't it? And likewise, if your tongue got burned due to, say, drinking hot tea, you obviously won't taste anything. Imagine, say, you have gone to the dentist to extract a tooth. They inject a local anesthetic. After that, you don't feel anything. You don't even feel the tooth is extracted, isn't it? Likewise, imagine you were given general anesthesia for a surgery. You won't feel anything during the surgery. So it is now possible to anesthetize a part of the body and do the surgery as well under local anesthesia. So what I wanted to emphasize is, now you understand that if that part of the body is numb, you won't feel anything. We have those experiences, isn't it? Even when doing an eye surgery, they do it under local anesthesia. So only the eye will be anesthetized. So now, likewise, you understand that our world created by our senses. So we'll see how the animal world is created. They have their own world, which means their own senses. For example, if we take a worm, it has only one sensor. The worm does not have eyes, ears, or nose, isn't it? But he has body sensor. So with that, it can perceive the environment. So also they can sense sound waves and vibrations, cold and hot, through their skins. So that's why they go under the mud when they are hot outside. they squeeze under the mud. They also respond to pain. So it is the world of a worm. If we take a bat, their senses are different. So their sensory system feels the air. So they navigate through environment. So they also have sensors which helps them to find the prey. So they also have a radar system, so they can navigate and hunt. So that is the world of a bat. So if we talk about a snake, they possess highly specialized sensors. So it allows him to detect the environment through infrared. It's heat. It's like radiation. It's actually very interesting that they can see a thermal body image of the prey even in the complete darkness. So that's the world of the snake. If we take a bee has highly specialized biological sensors. They have antennas. The sensors are in the antennas, legs and body hair. So they can detect smell and taste. They also can detect magnetic fields and UV light. So these sensory hairs can smell 100 times better than humans. So that's the bee's life, bee's world. So if we take a dog sensors are well developed. As we know that their smell is much more than humans. They also have a very sharp hearing and detect far away sounds. If we take a mosquito, it can sense infrared radiation, also help locate and bite people. And they have this specific type of protein found in the tip of the mosquito's antenna. So it also helps it. They also use vision, taste, heat and smell. So why I wanted to highlight this is because then we can understand and we can see the worlds are different. So even when there are 5 people in the same room, they are different, isn't it? Different means their thoughts are different. So if one asks why different people have different thoughts, then the story goes back to the time where the zygote happened. Now, as Aryan Mahansa has said, we know it is a story of one vibration. That one vibration is unique. So it's like a combination of genetic, environmental, and also past factors, which is individual to oneself. So even the science has proven no two human beings are same. Even they have the same parents, go through the same situations, grow up in the same place, they could be different. We have experiences in our own families, isn't it? So, say even if everyone on earth had the exact same education and knowledge, but their opinions would be different based on their personal perceptions, based on their personal perceptives, and perception of the world. Basically, they create the world of their own by their own senses. So, for example, say two people are reading the same book on a topic neither of them familiar with, and they will process the information in different ways and might come to different conclusions. So what I wanted to emphasize is every single one has their own sensor created world. All are thoughts. So also Aryan Mahansa explains that there are billions of vibrations which we cannot see because we don't have those sensors to catch them. Vibrations like 10D, 11D and so on. So likewise, we can't catch the radar system. But there are animals like bats who can catch radar systems. Even a plane flies accordingly to the radar system, though the human eye can't catch it. So Aryan Mahansa says that there are birds who can detect the human aura. So all these senses are actually vibrations. So when we talk about light, if the eye sensor vibrates only, we can detect the light. So imagine somebody's eye does not vibrate to the light, so he cannot detect the light. So the creation of light won't happen. So as we said, all are creations due to vibrations. So all are creations of the vibrations, and you can't say it is there and you can't say it is here either. It is created at the moment. So Aryan Mahansa explains how from that one vibration, how the light, the smell, the sound, the feel and the mind is created. So there are more than 10,000 sermons in the Buddothpado YouTube channel, and you can listen to these sermons, and also you can understand how the illusionary world is created. So if we talk about color blindness, so say a child does not vibrate to red color, so he is colorblind, which means there should be the same vibration to telepathize. The example Aranwansa gives is the tuning fork. Imagine one tuning fork in one room, other tuning fork in other room. So once you vibrate one tuning fork, the other tuning fork will vibrate accordingly. The same thing happens when there is thunder in the sky. The window pane vibrates. So if we go back to the radiant mind, so when does the mind creates? Here, as the vibrations happens in the sensor level, the baby feels something. He sees something, hears something, tastes something, but he cannot identify what is it. So that's why Aryan Mahasa says, if somebody takes the baby to another country, baby will adjust to that situation and will call those people my mother, my father, my sister, and so on. But say a child about 5 years was taken by somebody, obviously the child will know his own parents. He might cry asking for his parents because his mind is already created. So I have my own experience. When I kept my daughter in the nursery, she was crying throughout, because at that time she already recognizes familiar things and people. So as we know, this mind creation is a beautiful story. At Montessori level, the child is introduced mainly to colors and shapes and letters. But we have to tell it repeatedly, isn't it? Otherwise, they can't identify from the first glance. It's like learning a new language. Even for an adult, it's difficult to learn a new language because we rarely use it in day-to-day life, because we use our own native language. Though people communicate through words, languages, animals usually communicate with sounds. They understand their own sounds. Animals communicate through various methods with sounds and signals. They signal when they are in danger. They signal to attract mates, to establish territory, or to find food. You must have noticed a crow. He does not eat alone, isn't it? He always signals to other crows by sound. Their sound is different actually, the way they talk. So likewise, bees, if we take a bee, bees dance. Insects, they release some chemical. Monkeys use various gestures. Some aquatic animals use electric vibrations. Example, the eel. So these signals allows animals to influence the behavior of others, aiding survival and reproduction. What I wanted to highlight here is that not only humans, but all the animals have a communication system, a vibration system. They understand each other. So it does not have to be in words. All are actually different types of vibrations, which as humans we can't identify them because we don't have the sensors to identify them, their vibration. So as Aryan Mahansa says, there are billions of vibrations. So we know that we see only 3D, 3 dimensions, but there are more. There are more as well. So who has developed abhijna or super wisdom can only feel those. So as we have only 5 senses plus the mind, the story goes around it. But what we should know is that all are creations due to speedy vibrations. All are creations at the moment. So this is wisdom. With this wisdom you can't get through knowledge. So the Satya Jnana is very important to know how the thoughts are created. With colors and sounds at the Montessori level mainly. So this keeps going on repeatedly. So it enhances when the child starts to write and read. So more and more knowledge is gained. So if you go back to the radiant mind, it's not yet tainted with defilements, but the glue is already there. So Aryan Maharaj takes the example of the phone. When you give a phone to the baby in the cot, he grabs it. He grabs the phone with both hands. He puts it in his mouth. You must have actually noticed that babies, whatever they take to the hand, they put it in the mouth. So if we put a music in the phone, he listens to it, he smiles to it, he listens to it attentively. Sometimes he sleeps also. So he takes the phone to his hand, he puts it upside down, looks at it, and he enjoys it, enjoys the music playing in it. But what happens when the mother or the father tries to take the phone back? He starts to cry, isn't it? And he grabs it and he holds it. He holds it tightly. So later in life, he does that for the toys as well. So he prefers the brighter colors. And for loud noises, he responds by crying. He is uncomfortable for it. Also, if he is warm or too cold, he starts crying. He can't express it with language because mind is not created. So you must have noticed in these small children. So even when they start going to Montessori, some children, they hold tightly to the parents. That means they are already attached to the parents. So they don't like new surroundings because already they have built up their comfort zone. So likewise, the life story of the baby is slowly building up in his thoughts. Now he identifies the mother, father, even the school teacher, a friend or two, colors, sometimes red, blue, black, all the colors, sometimes the letters, shapes, shape of a cat, dog and all. So likewise, slowly his world is building up, and we say the child is gaining knowledge, but actually the thoughts are building up. It's like little by little data is adding. Also with that, the defilements, which was not there earlier, the desires, the hatred, jealousy, so it starts to appear. Actually, if we see, this all happens automatically, isn't it? All these are like datas, new datas. All are creations, thoughts. So imagine a small child is taken to another country. So he will learn a different language. He will live in a different culture, different lifestyle. So, but we know when the child is small, we can feed him with good data. So we think that he might become a well-behaved, well-mannered person later in life. So it could be the other way as well. But what we have to know is that all this happens in one vibration. It's the story of one vibration. Just like in Angulimala's story, the vibration changes. So just like Ahinsaka became Angulimala, and Angulimala became Arahattero. So as a child grows up, the me, my, mine concept also creates anything which comes to one of the senses, eye sensor, ear sensor, nose sensor, tongue sensor, or skin, and mind. It comes as I see, I hear, I smell, I talk, or I feel, I think. So as long as one feels the chair is out there or the mother is there, you get the existing feeling. Then the duality is created, which means I am here and that is my mother, that is my chair, that is my house, that is my car, my parents, my sister, and so on. They are there and this is me. And with that, the power to the thought gets enhanced. So thoughts are more powerful mean that the value given to the thought is also more powerful. So it goes on and on. So he will take it as real, and actually he will do anything to keep the thing alive, which means the alive feeling. So when we talk about this value, so some value money, some value knowledge, some value parents, some value friendship. So the value also differs. So Lord Buddha has preached Chittena niyati loko, Chittena parikassati. So likewise, we create our own world. Even though we live in the same house, same place, The worlds are different, isn't it? It's a thoughtful world. Aran asked a question. Are you the mind? Are you the body? Who are you? So, if we take it as the body, does the eye see? No. It just works like a camera. It only takes a picture, a photo. That's all. Is there a me there? No. If we take the ear, does the ear hears? No. It's a sensor. Likewise, tongue, nose, and mind are also sensors. So where am I? Am I in the senses? Am I anywhere in the body? So can I stop hunger? Can I stop the pain if I prick it with a needle? No. So obviously I am not there. Imagine we are walking. We walk. When we walk, we feel the hardness of the ground. Is it me? So likewise, thoughts come to the mind. The thoughts comes automatically. So is it me? But automatically you think it's me who thinking, isn't it? Me who has the pain. Me who is in the tree. It automatically comes. Even though you think or not, the me always comes. So if you are not the body or not the mind, then who are you? We have to find out. So me is the aramuna or the stimulus which comes at this moment. It might come through eyes, ears, nose, tongue, skin, or it comes as a thought. That's why Lord Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko. The stimulus is you. You are the world and the world is you. At this moment, I see a cup. So the cup is me at this moment. So if I have any sort of value or attachment or a disattachment towards that cup, you feel it within. It's like you feel the fire within. It's a feel. So that's where me is. So when you don't give a value to that particular stimuli, then Me is not born there. The thought of the cup has no value and the thought has no power. So, for that, you have to know how the cup was created. If the outside world is real to you, then I is also created then and there. So this Dhamma is not in a book. Dhamma is everywhere. Whatever you see, whatever you hear, whatever you smell, whatever you feel, whatever you taste or think, it is me. If you see the cup now, the cup is me. Whatever the stimulus. Whatever the stimulus comes to your five senses, it will be me. Me is created. So if you have no fire or no value to that stimuli, then the power is diminished. So it diminishes little by little. So likewise, you are in the path to end the suffering. So as usual, we invite you all to join and in this Zoom discussions, listen to the sermons. There are more than 10,000 sermons in the YouTube, Buddothpado.lk. Also, you can join the English discussions from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. And you will feel the difference. So we are so grateful to you, Aryan Hansa, for giving this beautiful Dhamma to all of us. Teruan Saranai, Aryan Hansa.
Dhamma.
Tomorrow we can. Yeah,
answer.
yeah. Teruan Saranai.
Therwan Saranay.
Teruan Saranai, everybody.
Namaskar
Teruan
Veva.
Saranai.
Therwan Saranay Dr. Kokita.
Teruwan සරණයි
Teruan
ආරයන්
Saranai,
වහන්සේ.
Dr. Prabha. Teruan
Teruwan
Saranai,
සරණයි
everybody.
everybody.
Tomorrow we can join again. Teruan Saranai. We can discuss again tomorrow. It's okay. Teruan Saranai.
Good afternoon, everybody. Terasana Aranwahansa. Terasana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The Trutham Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 47, second paragraph. Aran Mahanse, good. Now doesn't the thought arise and then disappear immediately? A thought arises and ceases at every moment, doesn't it? Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honourable Sir. Arden Mahanse, then is there a thought that exists at all? Mehenin Mahanse, no, Honourable Sir. Arden Mahanse, now you said that it is the thought that dies, isn't it? Then isn't the body like a tree trunk? Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honourable Sir. Arden Mahanse, then you realize that the body is used by the thought, isn't it? You can also say that the thought uses the body. Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honourable Sir. Arden Mahanse, isn't it the thought that thinks that this is my body? Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honourable Sir. Arden Mahanse, then isn't it only a thought that thinks that this body is me? We think that this body is me. Apart from a thought that thinks that this body is me, truly, is this body mine? Mehenin Mahase, no, this body is not me. Ardan Mahase, now let us see. We cut off a finger. Did I really cut off a finger of mine? After that, I cut off a leg of mine. After that, I cut off both my legs. Now, have I really cut off both legs that belong to me? After that, I cut off one of my arms. Have I cut off an arm that is mine? Next, I cut off both my arms. Have I really cut both arms that belong to me? I thought that this finger was mine, isn't it? Did I have fingers? Did I ever have legs? Did I own arms? Do I have a body? All this is what we think. It's a thought. That is why I ask you, is this body me? In that case, need we cry when a finger is cut off? Should we cry when a leg is chopped off? Should we cry if both legs are chopped off? If somebody chops off both our arms, should we cry? Why shouldn't we cry? Because I don't exist in any of those limbs or fingers. None of them is mine. Mehenin Wahanse, yes, Honourable Sir. Aryan Wahanse, where am I? If we believe that I exist, I will exist. If you think that this body is me, that is you. All these are thoughts. These are only sparks from the sense consciousness, nothing else. The book, the table, the bed, my body, these are all thoughts. It is our mind consciousness that interprets the sparks as a thing. The mind consciousness interprets the spark that comes from the sound stimulus and the image stimulus and interprets it as a table, a book, a bed, etc. The mind consciousness is also known as Manovinyana. It is considered as a memory, but the truth is a memory does not exist either. If we accept the things we experience as true, then the illusion of the self-identity is also created along with that thing. Therwan Sanai, everybody.
Yes, Tirvan Sarna. She asked whether this body is me or whether this I have a body. Or is this body me? Is the self identity? She asked about self identity. So Aryanas explains step by step in order to understand that. But how do we know that this physical body is mine or not? So we have to go back to the process of mechanism of how a thought is generated, thought is created. So there we understand it is a manipulation, manifestation of vibration. So it is a spark, just the sparks, and you get a sense of something is there, then and there you feel your existence, and there it ceases. But we cling on to those thoughts and we think that a person called I am here, that is me. It is this physical body. You see in a mirror that your image, you think that this is you. That is a wrong notion, wrong view. But this is how it starts. The thought says that this is you. So at the beginning, in the kindergarten, the child was introduced this concept. This I am the teacher, and you are just uh, saying his name. Say you are Jagat or you are Nishan. So the mother also does the same thing. This is me, and this is mama, and this is baby. So that is how these thoughts were uh, inculcated into their brain. So, but whatever happens, so we know how the mind works now, how the mind, mechanism of mind. So the mind consciousness gives a sense of some kind of sensation that I am there. So there you feel this is me. So you cling on to your physical body and you think you are there. It is the mind says, it is your mind consciousness says that this is my body. You that is a wrong notion. So this is how the discussion goes on. The Aryanas asks if one part of our body is amputated or cut off, then where are you? Where is that? Where is that part? Then if your both legs are amputated, both legs are cut, so that is how it goes on. So still I am there. You feel I am there. When you touch, you feel only the solidity. So in order to understand this, we have to investigate how the mind consciousness works. It is the mind consciousness says that you are there. That is a spark. That is the charge. So there it starts our conversation. So I invite Sudharma Gamage. Would you like to contribute at the beginning?
Therwan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. First, all of us should pay our homage to Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi for sharing this beautiful message of true Dhamma with the world compassionately. Yes, Mr. Bernard, it's a very beautiful elaboration on the section read by Shani. So it is actually a continuation of yesterday's discussion because here also Aryan Mahansi analyzes how the self view is created from a different perspective. Because actually, if we take all 10,000 sermons or even more than that, if we focus on Gautama Buddha's sermons, we say there are 84,000 Dhamma discourses. So, however, all of them are to lead someone to understand that there is no so-called self. It is an illusion. The self is a myth, misconception, misbelief due to ignorance. And as you very well pointed out, Mr. Bernard, the mind consciousness, illusory mind consciousness is the very reason for us to get entangled in this unreal world. And actually, I would like to draw a few points from yesterday's discussion. It was also about mind consciousness and thought energy. And Dr. Kokila, actually being a great resource for all of us here, always reminds that we need to understand the although there is no person or nothing called Nibbana, if someone feels that somebody is progressing, the diminishing of the power of self-vibration is the only evidence that we can say, because when through this practical path also what happens is not to do it as 4 segments, but to know within ourselves it is to dilute or to get rid of this self-view. So as you pointed out, Mr. Bernard, today, what Aryan Mahanse focuses on is to the question of this nun. He says, okay, so let's try to analyze how this body has become our body or my body. So if we look at it from our own lives, when we were like at the age of just taking the first steps or standing, at that point, actually one common thing is there that until now, no human can see their own face through their own eyes. No, whatever we believe as our image is just the reflection of that falls on the mirror or a camera or something. So at that stage, our immediate family members, somebody gives us the name and then call us by that name, and also take us in front of the mirror and introduce us to us in a way. That's because in this analysis, what Aryan Hanse basically focuses on is to analyze the self view in relation to the body. This body made up of so-called PO8 elements or whatever, this Shuddhastaka or 4 great elements. So until somebody introduces our image, the shape to that child at that early childhood, we never knew that it is us or me or whatever. So from there onwards, gradually, our sensory bases perceive stuff. It is nature. It is nature. Whatever the vibrations, due to the phenomenon of this resonance, these sensory organs perceive stuff. So that is all fine. That is all fine. They happen. But the problem is, as we grow, as due to the certain environmental factors, also now the perception of self is getting stronger and stronger, and all these perceptions become our experiences. We add that possessive adjective, my. So when the figure of the image of this mother appears, that the person becomes my mother, and with that my vibration, self vibration gets stronger, and we attribute value to that, and that is how the defilements also begin to arise and grow gradually. So, but then again, what we perceive through ear also, they become sometimes the voice that we hear, the sounds made by us ourselves at that age becomes my voice. We always said my. So this is another way of like what is Aryan Hanse explaining in this extract is how we get attached to this body, actually body. How does it become my hand, my leg, my feet, so on and so forth. So here, so these actually we didn't have any body parts. I mean, we had certain things, but we didn't label them until somebody, now maybe we felt when we fall down, or at that age when we fell down, somebody came, oh Baba, your leg is hurt, your hand, your finger is cut. So, oh, you have like bumped your head, things like that. So you are, then it is nothing but my again. So this way gradually the self-perception gets stronger, actually forgetting about this inner taints or inner vibration. Now, what this is actually manifest level, the body, how the body becomes my body, I'm trying to elaborate on. And then what happens is, when there is something that happens to any of the body parts, this perceptions get even more powerful when we go to school. Actually, I have the personal experience labeling the body parts both in Sinhala and English. So they are in the picture, we see the body parts that label. So now that my finger, my hand, my hair all get strong. And so when Aryan Mahanse questions here from the Mehenin Mahanse, who thinks the body is me? That is his question. Who thinks the body is me? Actually, what he highlights is it's just a perception. It's just a perception, but ignorantly we have gradually, I mean, over 10-15 years or whatever your age, we have grown up with that wrong understanding or the misconception that there is a person within. So when Aryan Mahanse explains how the thought is created, how this, due to this mechanism of 6 sensory organs, this mind power finally gets, runs through the nervous system and gets which has some impact on this inner vibration. So until this truth, was revealed to us, we never knew. Despite this Dhamma, despite he's sharing this beautiful message compassionately with us, we still live happily, kind of happily in the sense, actually, it's all suffering. Now, since we know the truth, we know that it's suffering. Otherwise, we didn't have time to understand that we are experiencing suffering when every moment the world becomes real to us. So I'll stop at that. And Dr. Kokila, and yes, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan Saranai, I joined a little bit later, I think, but we are just continuing with the talk of this.
Teruvan Saranai. Yeah, is this is the wrong conception, wrong notion? Meaning on say and Aryan on say discusses about. Is this physical body me? is the me is there, is the thought, me and the physical body. Is there any relationship? That is the main point here.
All right, okay. Yeah, the physical body is something, if we actually focuses on that only, the actual because if we like imagine, we think about like one thought like tree or pineapple, same thing with the body. If we just think about leg, it becomes another thought. But when it becomes my leg, it becomes like a different thought, which has more value than just leg, because someone else's leg, my neighbor's leg, won't be my leg. That's how it like goes on and on, because the value is being added all the time when we keep thinking in this self-cornered way, like in that angle. So leg, hand, abdomen or tummy, whatever, head. So we keep thinking about these things, or when we focus on that, if it is my head, well, the value is so much higher. We all understand that. We all really understand that. If there is a tumor in someone else's head, we won't be much bothered, would we? But then if the tumor is in our head, we will be really worried about that. Oh my God, there is a tumor in my head. So the story begins. But this only, we can talk about this only when we focus on that, when we actually have that thought, because we never think about our head unless there's a headache, or unless there's some problem, or you hit the head somewhere, or you see something happening to someone, like someone else's head, or when you are treating someone else's head's wound, or anything like that. In particular, head is a thought, but a stimulus. But when it becomes my head, the whole story changes, the value changes, everything changes. And the burden is so high. Yeah, it is, that is actually the way that it becomes intensified. The burning will get intensified with the thought of me. Actually the sakkaya drushti, or the wrong thought. So we keep understanding it. It's just another thought, just another part of the thoughts that can happen. Because when you see the mirror, we can say this is me in the mirror, or this is my body in the mirror. That is another thought only. If there's no ability of seeing, you won't know what type of body you have. So you will feel it. So when you concentrate on that, imagine a blind person. Blind person can feel your leg. In a sense, blind person can feel that on person's leg. We'll think about that in that way as an example. That person thinks, this is my leg. That's okay, even though he hasn't seen it. So even one faculty is enough for this to keep continuing feeling like that. Even without a great mind, even the worm has kind of like a feel like that. But in humans, it is much more than that, because we have the ability to think clearly with help of all the five senses. So in that sense, even though you can't see, if you're blind also, even if you can't see that whatever the thing, if you touch it and see this is my leg, then again it becomes, yeah, of course your leg, because it becomes your own way of thinking. But if you touch, where is my leg in touch. There's no my leg in touch. So you easily understand there can never be my leg in touch. But here it is. We have a pain when we think about a headache. But when we feel it as my headache or headache in my head or something like that, story is different. You attribute someone else's headache also to your, according to your understanding. Whatever the understanding you have, whatever the thoughts you have, that's all you can understand. If you tell like a 2-year-old child, my head hurts, they will be like looking at you and say, what does that mean? What does that mean? But they will later, when that child is about 5-year-old, if you say, my head hurts, they might actually give you some, like try to pat your head. Oh, mother, is your head hurting? Because they have an understanding now what head hurts mean. So we have like a thought already process about head and ache because we have made them together. So, and when the 5-year-old is trying to understand mother's headache, they will have an idea and they will just pat the mother's head. Oh, mother, do you want me to do something? What can I do for you? Something like that. And this will go on and on. So the main understanding here is that these are also thoughts, isn't it? Is there anyone else who can participate today? I think Surangika is also here.
Yes, Teruvan Sarnai, Dr. Pokila, Teruvan Sarnai, Dhamma Prince, worship Aryan Vahansa. Yes, I think from the two fundamental parts that one can very clearly show that what is here is only a system and a process, and that there is no such thing as I or no such entity as I, is by showing, as you quite rightly pointed out, Dr. Pokita, that this so-called body is also just a thought. The fact that there is a body and the fact that we call it by various names, the limbs, the legs, the arms, and so on, are all concepts again that have been created by just a thought. And the other aspect that through the Dhamma we enunciate is the fact that what Aryan Vahansa often says is that if this body is so-called body is yours, then surely you should be able to control it. And can you control your own body? You can't. And if we think about it, there's so many aspects in the body, human body. If we just take the human body, there is the respiratory system, the blood circulation system, the digestive system, reproductive system, and things like that. So if you just take the blood circulation and the fact that we are breathing in and breathing out all the time, none of this is done with volition. It's an involuntary, automatic kind of system. As long as there is inhalation and exhalation, the other bodily functions, the digestive system and the blood circulation and all that, the nervous system, all that occurs. And yet, in our ignorance, mankind, what they do is they, for some reason, the internal workings, the circulation of the blood and the inhalation, exhalation, they
leave that and they kind of accept that to be, yeah, they are just bodily functions. And they seem to accept that that can happen without anybody intervening in it. But then the external stuff, they want to attribute the I to it, as I think Sudharma mentioned earlier. There is always, it's like, my hands or my tummy or, something, or my body is not, fit enough or something, or I have this ailment, it's, I have a headache, or, as you said, it's the tumor, if it is the tumor that is growing in the brain, and then you say it's oh my God, I've got a tumor, and this and that, and get really worried about it. So this whole attribution of this, and I think one of the real deceiving points is this body consciousness that people don't understand, because they see this physical body and they think that, oh, how can you say that I can see this body? I have had this body from the day I was born, and it has grown in size and so on, and grown in stature, and I go to the gym, I keep myself fit and so on. So there's this entire volitional formation that has been created right from childhood days about it, right from the start. As Sudharma said, from the day the mother or the father took the child in front of the mirror and said, here you are, this is you. You are fair, you have dark hair, and you have brown eyes, and so on. There is this whole identifying with that so-called image. And of course, due to the ignorance, not knowing that the reflection in the mirror is not real, and therefore what is being created inside is the projection, even onto the mirror, is not real. This whole facade, or this whole belief that there is an I, just like the external world is true, this I and the concept of the I, not only that, the body and the image of it is also taken to be true. So that deception continues until one actually understands the true Dhamma, isn't it? So it is only through the true Dhamma that one can break down and realize that there is not just a mind, that there is no mind, and that this body, the so-called body that one has been believing to be oneself, is also a non-entity, and that itself is a concept of the whole mind creation, which accentuates the whole self-perception. It doesn't diminish it, it only accentuates the whole ego and the egoistic feeling by continuing to believe that there is a so-called body. And that's quite separate to the body consciousness. But unless one actually understands the process and how the basic consciousnesses form, will not understand and separate the body and the body consciousness. So it's, I think we are so lucky in that sense, people following the true Dhamma teachings of Aryan Mahanse, to be able to understand the system, understand the process, and not get deceived by this whole thing that the so-called society still continues to think that it's real, and then keep on going on in this believing in a fallacy and then deceiving themselves without seeing the truth. Yes, Dr. Pokila.
Yeah, actually, it's very important thing that you brought out. So the body consciousness, or the tongue, nose, and the skin, they are the beginning of the disease. The problem, because even the small baby, that there's no mind to say that this is my leg or nothing. They just feel something. It's just a feel, just a feel. But even in that, there's a slight glueness in there because of the self vibration. But the problem is when it comes to the mind, when the mind is formed, when it becomes me, or when we understand that there is a person who feels something, you know, even when it is not taught. Just imagine the person is in the jungle, the person is not taught anything, not even a mirror. Still, even without a mirror, even without someone telling that this is your body, this is your head, this is whatever, nothing, still this body consciousness actually deceives you, because the body consciousness, that thing that even the worm has, the body consciousness is felt there's a kind of a person who feels. It's kind of a feel, but it is at the same time there is this perception that someone feels. That's the most difficult part to understand. That is why the thought has intensified, that I feel the pain, I feel the warmth, I feel the cold, I feel the softness, I feel the hardness. That thought is intensified. Or actually, you know, it becomes very evident by each and every sensory perception, because of that feel that we have due to ignorance. So if you stand near a waterfall, the mist of the waterfall will fall on your skin. And even these words carry a burden, because I already have said waterfall mist will touch your skin, and that actually is a fallacy again. That's the problem. We can't really talk anything here. So what actually happens is, there is this body consciousness. What happens there is the fluidity or the wholeness arises. That's all what happens. Fluidity or the wholeness arises. That is what we call as skin or whatever. Just a vibration has arisen. What is that? That can be fluidity or that can be cold. That was only thing that was there. If you actually feel this is amazing to feel. If you actually, even understanding this is amazing, feeling this is more amazing. Because it's very important that it is just that. Just an isolated feel. That vibration is only a product of that skin, or skin, because the skin only has this ability of identifying the fluidity and the cold. But the story is the mist of the waterfall touching my body. That is a story. That story is in the mind. So mind is the film. Film has captions. Film has topics. But actual skin doesn't have any of that. But there is a feel which even worm has, which even, that 1-month-old baby has, or even fetus has. So that is that vibration which is attributed to particular sensory organ. You will encounter the non-vibration, because each time the vibration is taken for granted, or vibration is taken as existing, self vibration comes. This comes means that, like Meatikal Himeve in Sinhala. I'm trying to say that in English. I don't know whether that is correct, but whatever that meaning is, this happens. So if something is felt as happening here, then definitely the self vibration would be there. But then the Dhamma friends who keep understanding this Dhamma, what happens is they clearly get this understanding or practice it beforehand, that it's only a vibration of skin. It's only a vibration of, there's nothing even vibration of skin, actually it's just a vibration. Just a vibration, because skin is something we have put there. But the field doesn't have any of these labels. Field has only the vibratory effect. And that, if that is attributed to the sensory organ, no problem. The self vibration has no place. Then what happens is you don't feel as existent, but the feel will be there. The cold feel will be there. But there's no one feeling. Or the hardness of the flow would be there, but there would be no one feeling. And it would be that even the hardness would be very subtle. That's where they talk about this experience. So it's beautiful and nice to feel. And then it confirms, because this confirmation should happen. Otherwise, this mind is not going to believe something which is said by someone or told by someone. You have to feel it. So when you feel it, you know, wow, this feeling, the existence feel is actually a construct. We need to feel that too. We know it now. We know that the feel of existence is a construct, but we have to feel that too, because when things are not taken for granted or not taken as real, feel of existence will be not there. Then that fraction of second confirms you, okay, this is what happens. So when the things are real, you feel the feel of existence, and when the things are not really real, there's no feel of existence. That's it. Literally, it's like as you have died, because you are not in the mind anymore, because when you die also the mind is not there. So that vibration, actual vibration, that vibration will die slowly, because you keep attributing it to the sensory organs. There's no power. The power is dissipating. Power is disappearing, because power is getting smaller and smaller. And one day you will feel that there is no power. And then you know, when you actually die, there won't be any power to have any rebirth. That's so important. That's so beautiful. Anyone else who want to add something or talk?
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. So it's very beautiful when you see that original feel, and for that to experience that, one should have heard this true message of true Dhamma, isn't it? Actually, I need to clarify this from you. Otherwise, even if the person hasn't seen the waterfall or doesn't know what missed is some feeling that something this comes from an external entity, that subtle feeling is there.
Perception, self-perception is there even for the worm.
Yes.
Even for the fetus, the perception is there in subtle ways. It's very subtle though. It's very subtle. Even though it is subtle, it is there. In the sense, subtle means it's very small. Even it's not like big as a 10-year-old. It's not. When it becomes like someone becomes 50-year-old, it is much worse because there's so many things in that I did this, I did that, I did that. So it's all complicated now. But even a child, the feel itself has that problem. Even so, but it is very subtle. It's very. That's where the importance is. Like the third, the program we have 4 steps. We don't have an experience of eyesight. That means if waterfall is in our mind, actually the perception of waterfall is the only thing that we have, and that is not true. That is made up of that temperature change and the fluidity that happen in this skin. That's just a skin vibration. The skin vibration has brought about waterfall. That skin vibration, this thought has every step in that. Do you get it, Sudama? Actually, that is how we catch this.
Doctor. Yes.
Yeah, otherwise we can't. The worm can't catch it. The baby can't catch it. Nothing. They can't do anything. They are helpless. But when it manifests in a thought, only we can catch this. That's why only humans can achieve Nibbana.
That's right. Yes.
Because thought has all these sections. The feel, the form. So the formless is the feel, and the form, and the actual
sensual.
waterfall.
Sensual.
Yeah. So the actual waterfall is in the sensual world. But when one understands that it's actually in the perception, then it is the form. But then even underneath that is the feel that is only a product of sensory organ. There's no anyone who is feeling this. This one thought with 3 layers is very important, because you don't have to think about anything else. You don't have to actually go back to the baby to get this. You are sorting out it now. Do you get this? Because one of your questions actually made me to think about that.
Yes.
It was asked in a different platform, but that question actually took my attention, because that question is like, do I have to go to the baby's mind to understand that? No, because all these layers are now here now in one thought. The sensual part and the form part and the formless part is all here now. So you resolve now the waterfall, it's all done. Do you get the point?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, very clear. And Dr. Kokila, another thought I have right now, that nowadays are in these Zoom discussions, when the practitioners come up with their experiences, Aryan always says, okay, now they give the experience and ask whether the self was there or soul was there. So the answer is, as long as you believe the self was there, it itself proves that it is the misconception, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah. But the thing is, that question itself is showing that person has more Satyajnana to understand. What is it? What is
Wisdom
it?
of truth.
Yeah,
Wisdom.
yeah. There's more things to understand because that question shows that the experience is not there. If the experience is there, then it is very evident what what will happen, because that it's very evident that what kind of vibration you have, because you just die for a moment. In the sense, it's not actually dying, you shouldn't say that, but it's just, you feel it, and that particular vibration which we attributed to the skin or whatever the organ, after when you, in the last one, like we have eight chittas to go, and then that the realization would be there's no vibration. So it is it's an assumption, so but it is really beautiful to understand the beginning of this, because we need the beginning. The end part is not something I'm discussing today. I'm actually talking about the beginning part, because it is very beautiful to understand this Dhamma. That is the main part. Actually, if we resolve that part, there's nothing much we need to, we keep adding, we keep understanding that more and more. If you see a flashlight, it keeps becoming more and more. The whole world becomes like the light, and you become the light. That's where the actual enlightenment is, actually. So the flash of a torch, which happens in the beginning, is the beginning of the understanding that we have, that what is this beyond the mind, and what is the vibration we have as the sasa, the vibration effect. So yeah, it is, I don't know whether I answered your question. Actually, I think I got derailed. What was the question? Did I answer it?
No, I asked Dr. Kokila, yeah, you answered, because what I asked was, even for a person who has no any idea whatsoever about a waterfall or any external
Yes,
perception.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. So because that is because of the sasa, or even if it is astral, because astral is also, it is also subtle, not like gross thinking. Gross thinking, we know all about gross thinking. I went to see Dunhinda waterfall, and I was there. I was talking to my friends. I ate I can't even remember, something, and I stayed there for half an hour there, and we went to another place. That's the gross thinking pattern we have, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
We used to be that.
Yeah, that's the gross thinking pattern we have with the self, with the thinking pattern. It's all good. We are there. We are like really in that film. It's okay, but it is what happened. But now at least we hear something like saying, yes, that dream is there, but it is actually another dream. Like we dream at night, but this is also another kind of a dream where it is not true. But the only problem is that this Surangika has asked this in a Sinhala forum, where she was asking why we feel so alive when the skin perception is there, yeah, because that's how it is. That's why everyone, even the, you know, even a child would be deceived, because perception always, when the perception, vijnana, that is consciousness, that's what Aranwansi was trying to tell in one of the English ones. When the consciousness comes, consciousness, the skin consciousness itself has the problem, because the consciousness has the feel that it is that feel of existence. But that is where anidassana consciousness happen. I don't know what English word for that, but where the consciousness is there, but there's no person who is feeling it. It is really important to understand that, even as a theory part, because that's what happens. So the consciousness, skin consciousness is difficult to understand, but skin consciousness is very easy to feel, because if you are, because the actual skin consciousness doesn't need the mind consciousness to feel. So skin consciousness is direct, and that direct effect, due to ignorance, it's taken as it's there. The consciousness word itself says that. But when it becomes, when someone knows Dhamma and they feel it, you have to feel this, but that when you feel it, you know, it is actually, if the consciousness is, value is not given, value is transferred to the skin only, then there's no feeling person. It's a very specific feel, because you have to feel it. We can't explain it. But it doesn't stay. That particular moment will not stay, but that will enlighten you about this actual thing that Dhamma says. What Dhamma says is, there is no doer, there is no person who perceives. There's only perceptions, but they are not also true. Even the the skin consciousness. Skin consciousness, there is a perception. Even though there is no mental construct, there is a construct. And that's the rapidity or the speed which brings about that feel. Nothing else. It's very important. Nothing else. If you actually slow down that speed, you won't be able to even feel light, like see. Because it's because of its speed that you see the light, even because of the speed of those cells in the eyes. The skin also the same. There are subtle differences. That's why fluidity and the thickness is there. That's that construct is due to the speed. This is very important. Very, very important. If the speed was not there, actually there's no problem of this cell, but the speed is there already. So we just understand that. We just attribute that to the speed, and that's it. You know that the it's not there. The perceiver will not be there. That's what the anidassana thing is. Anything to add?
Dr. Kokila, when actually that must have been a very smart question, Ms. Suramika's question, body consciousness. It makes sense right now also. I was just contemplating on that. It's a very important explanation, even very good that you brought up it here also. And Dr. Kokila, when Ms. Surangika mentioned about all these body systems, Now, earlier we used to understand that the non-existence of the body through this the conventional mindfulness of body, like analyzing body in 32 repulsive parts, and so something was there, because Aryan Vase now has given the, I mean, original form of mindfulness of body. Like it's again seeing the truth of the thought, but we used to divide the body into 32 parts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's also another way of telling that head actually didn't have a self. The hand itself didn't have a self. So where is the self? That is the journey of finding the self, actually. It's a beautiful another way of finding the self. That you, it was like an explanatory way of telling. Lord Buddha was trying to explain you is, where is this self vibration? Is it inside liver? Is it inside the kidney? Or is it inside the spleen? Or is it inside the bowels? Or is it inside the legs? Is it inside the heart? Is it inside the, where is it? Is it inside the brain? Where is it? Is this vibration anywhere? If this vibration is anywhere, actually it's not anywhere. Does that mean it doesn't exist? No, it does exist until you feel, until you can resonance to it. It's very tricky, this resonance. That's very tricky, because it's very important to understand. I think that's the beauty of Dhamma. Aranwanse has talked, because it becomes scientific. Because before, none of the Dhamma was like that scientific, like, so the science people would like shrug off, they just imagine things and say some stuff. But actually, this becomes so scientific that even the string theory, or even the quantum theory, this all can be explained, how this packet of vibration brings about all these problems. It's so beautiful. So beautiful, actually, I can't even worship anymore. Like, it's that beautiful, that informative. So those the ways of telling Lord Buddha was trying to explain was, do a research. Even Aranwansi says it, do a research. See where you are. And if someone actually keeps doing it, they will understand. It's only the 5 senses that is left then. And the 6. When the mind comes to it, only 6. Because that 6 was not there in that discussion. In those 30, whatever the thing. Those sensory organs did the magic. It's sensory organ created film. The problem is not the film. The problem is the perception we have that it's real. That's the only problem. And when we resolve it here and now, when we resolve that the waterfall thought has that part, that it is taken as real, and this form part, and the feel that you feel that the waterfall is real, is the biggest part. That is the vibratory part. But if we resolve this one thought, then it becomes evident. You don't have to cut all your mangosteen to see the inside. But when this liberation keeps happening again, then this you can more and more, your insights will be different. so it becomes more evident. And it's actually a beautiful way to understand whether the perception, the Vedana or any, what is Vedana?
It is, Dr. Kokila, mindfulness of feeling, isn't it? We can't use pain there. That's the word that comes, feeling, mindfulness of feeling.
In that actually, because
feeling
it actually
or sensation. Oh, I'm just wondering what is to be used in the translation also, Dr. Kokila there.
In that also it can actually Vedananupassana can lead to even it goes towards the Rahat or the Arahant state. So in that we understand that sensation would be a thing. No, when we talk about the 5 things, what are the words we use? Like Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankhara,
They are
Vijnana?
feeling, Dr. Kokila, form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness.
Yeah, then that
We
feel,
can
that,
use sensation as well for feeling. It's either feeling or sensation.
Yeah. So that one also actually is a research to see which sensation actually had me. None of the sensations has me in there. It's really interesting. And it even goes into the depth that I told about the skin sensation, where even that vibration, it has no me there. That's the rapidity of the skin vibration. That's all. That's the importance there. So the any sensation, what is it?
I mean, in that Vedananupassana thing, I think that Aryan Mahan says an example about if you prick the body with a pin, whether you prick your arm or the leg or wherever it is, it's still the same kind of pin prick pain, right? And if you use that analogy, finally, when there is that realization that this is a process and there is that eye perception is diminished, when pain arises, at that point, there is that realization that the pain is not attributed to the eye. Now, that won't happen for a person who doesn't has had no access to the true Dhamma. When the
No,
pain
actually, in this, I'll just add this, Surangika. In that last bit, even without the eye part, even because inside the mind only you have all these eye and everything, but pure the pure feel has no any of these things anyway. In that is the trick comes where it should be understood that it's the vibratory effect is there because of the rapidity of the skin. That sensory organ. It's purely due to the vibratory, the rapidity of the vibrations.
vibration, yeah.
That is the main thing that gives rise to the non-vibration. Because when you are in the mind, you have all these, like skin prick or whatever, the prick and the feet and all that. But actual feel has no any of these descriptions. Actual feel is the skin vibration, isn't it? Do you think I told it okay? Like, do you have any question?
When you say vibration, I mean, what we practically experience is the pain, isn't it? Because even an arahat will experience the pain without the eye attribution.
Yes. Yes, definitely. Yeah. I'm talking about actual, you know, I'm not talking about the arahant who has understood all this, because to get these things you have to feel this at least in one thought, to understand how this happens.
Yeah, I think what is tricky with the body consciousness, Dr. Kokila, is that what has to be understood, and this, I mean, personally, I took a long time to understand it also with this Shuddhashtaka, what you touched on as well. So this, I think it's called 8 patterns of vibration. So all these 8 patterns of vibration are just merely the sensory, or what is perceived through the sensory organs, exactly as you said, due to the sheer speed of the vibration. If the speed doesn't occur, none of those 8 patterns that are discerned through the sensor faculties cannot be experienced. So the difficulty with the body consciousness is that I don't know what the English word is, but the rupa kalapa. So unlike the other sensory organs, the rupa kalapa of the body has less, it seems. No, that part I think is 45 or something less. That is because
I think that's because the mind consciousness is not involved.
Yeah, the body itself, or the skin, has an innate feeling, has an innate sensation towards heat, cold, and solidity.
Yeah, that
So,
solidity and liquidity. That is the main thing that I was trying to say.
Yeah.
If you get it, then you have to have the ability to attribute that to the skin only.
To the vibration, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, rapidity of the skin vibration.
That's right.
That
yes.
Understanding should be there. If the
Understanding
understanding is there, then the non-vibration arises.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it's very important, because there's no mind consciousness involved in pure kind of the skin condition. But in our problem is, we all have all the stories. We are actually we have a story. The story comes first. No, my leg got hurt. That's how it is. The story comes first. The story actually masks, the mind masks all these vibrations. So that's why we actually we haven't felt that, because our mind works fast.
Exactly. It's like this, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? In this world, so-called world, we all like a film. We don't like documentaries, isn't it? So we get drawn to the film, but everybody's like bored to look at the documentary. But actually, the Dhamma shows us the process, the process how the mind works is the documentary, isn't it?
Yeah. Because the if you hit your head on a table, it is like, oh, my head. That's all it comes. So it is masked. The actual the body consciousness is not is mass. It is all it's all mass. So we actually have never experienced this like that. I think we are running into the other Zoom discussions, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it just turned 8. Sorry, whatever the time, it's finished now.
Yes, it's almost 4 o'clock.
Yeah, so we will continue discussing tomorrow. It's really beautiful to to even talk about this Dhamma, which is so fabulous. And we worship Aran Wahanse for exploring these things and explaining these things to us. Thank you, Aran Wahanse, and worship you a lot. Therwan Sarna, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you.
Therwan Sarnai, Aran Wahanse, Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, and all Dhamma friends.
Therwan Sarnai.
May Triple bless you all. Thank you, Arano Hansa, for your noble guidance. We'll talk about the not-self angle today as well. Even though we talk about it every day, there are so many aspects to talk. Now, yesterday we were talking about, in the discussion actually, we were talking about how mind is formed actually in a different angle. We were talking about this, so I thought to talk about it today morning as well. In the sense, how our actions are also a mental image. So I think we touched it yesterday as well. Just imagine a baby will be running, right? Baby can run, baby can walk, baby can fall down, baby can jump. But until baby get a mental picture of that, and baby doesn't know what is happening. Even if baby is eating, baby doesn't know that baby is eating. Even though baby is drinking milk, even which they do from the beginning, baby doesn't know that baby is drinking milk. So when do they get the mental image? So mental image starts when light wave has been given a sound wave. How does that work? So someone has to say, this is running, this is jumping, this is eating, this is drinking, this is milk, this is water. Then only the child will realize that, okay, this is running. That's a mental image. So the first, the baby, the radiant mind baby, is not aware about anything because the radiant mind, the other thoughts have not begun yet. So the walking is actually like that. Walking, running, whatever. The mental image is starting first. And then what happens? Then you actually mentally tie it to the outside action saying, I'm walking. So the I, again, I am walking part also the same as that we said. But I am, where is that coming from? Yeah, even I am, first they get a mental image of I am. How? Because there's this duality all the time. Even in the light, even in the how do you call it? Even in the babies, the radiant mind, this light can become a thing. You can't call it like the chair. You can't call it like the ice cream. You can't call it like the mother. But It can be a thing. So at that level, light is a thing. But where did the I am walking came from? Walking is a mental image. How did the mental image of I am, my come from? So as soon as babies, even though they have a feel that there's someone here, they don't understand that. Once the thought is given, it's actually a mental image. But the same way as walking. Mother has to say, this is you. It is called I. Even in any language. Right? Yeah, any language. So the I, or in Sinhala we call it mama, mage. But in English we call it I, me, mine. So that mental image is actually tied to this body. It's happening mentally. So it is tied to this body. That's how it happens. So, do you understand how the mental images are getting attached, not attached actually, but getting tied to the physical aspect of. So, but the mental image happens first. The light wave and the sound wave come together first. And with repetition, slowly they get to know, okay, this body is me and mine. Me, the body is me, kind of thing. Or it is mine, kind of thing. That's how the attachment happens. So after some time, like imagine you are like in year 10, you fully believe that the body is me or body is mine. Slowly happened though, it didn't happen overnight. With time only that happened. And you have fully realized that that is mother's body and this is my body. Or this is my head and that is mother's head. Or this is my house, that is my friend's house. You have to have an understanding about what house is now. So the house mental image should first happen. Then only this this tagging happens. Everything is tagged. Everything is tagged, and everything this side is mine, kind of my body, my mind. I felt sad. That's how it's said. But this is sad also, it's a mental image. Without a mental image, you can't really have, you can have a life here, but the defilements are not there. Defilements start from mind. As soon as you separate me from everything, the defilements are really, really starting from that onwards. But with the life field was there before. The life field was there before. So the life field is a thing. But we didn't know that. Now as adults, you can understand that. With wisdom, try and see. You can become, if you exit from the mind, that is the fear. So what is the fear? Life field. So existence. If there's existence field, there's a life field. That you should be knowing. In a sense, in the initial experience, you will know actually. That's not true either. It is not there if you are not there. In the sense, if the system is not working, that will not be there. Until the system works, the life will continue, but without the power. So the power, actually the initial power, which you had before the mind was formed, you have to find that as well. Because that had a power, otherwise it won't come to, it won't synchronize to your mother's form. It had power. So what do you think? mind power, which is a mental image. Mental image has a power. You know, someone died. In the sense, when the system stops, when the breathing stops, the sensory organs stop, so there's no mind there after that. So system is like a wood log of wood now, right? So we put it under the earth or put fire on it because there's no life there. There's no life field. There's no life. That's how we call it. Died means there's no life there. So what is this life? That's a life field, right? Yeah. It's a life field. Has extra power. Its power will never stop unless you feel it, unless you know it, unless you know it is coming to zero. This power will never stop. Power will actually keep increasing with the absankarana. That is from the type the moment you're born. Now when you are about 40 years of age, the power is so much. And when you're like 60, it's too much. Like it's getting worse. And when you're about 90, it's really worse because now there's so much data and everything is real and the system is so heavy. Not physical system, the actual mind system is so heavy. So the mind, every stimuli that is true is causing so much heaviness. Especially if you are attached to the earthly things. If your mind is so heavy with the earthly things, lokasanya. Lokasanya means actually this solid stuff that, because remember, mental image happened first and then it got attached to the physicality. So until it is bound to physical aspect of it, this mind is so heavy. So that when you die, definitely the birth is going to be in the either the four hells or it can be human, but it's mostly four hells because the vibration is not matching the humanity now. It's matching the lower realms. So do you understand? So most of the births, most of the humans, the Lord Buddha says the chance is that they will end up in lower realms is really like 99.9. Is a rough estimate what I'm saying. Lord Buddha didn't say the numbers. But what I'm trying to say is how that happens. Because the human vibration, the vibration that telepathized to the mother's womb, has got much worse after attaching to every stimulant, to the early thing. So heavy. But as soon as you start understanding Dhamma, how this is happening, how walking was a mental image, and after some time you started to believe that I am walking, how it was attached to this body, how you say, oh, my brother is walking, and you really feel that it is happening. How did that happen? Walking is a mental image, but do you think that is what is happening? You never know. It's a mental image. But when you understand this, earthly lokasanya, or these perceptions are not a thing. You still know the brother is walking, or I am walking. You can say that also, but it's not a thing. So you get released from that side slowly. You keep understanding that this attachment has happened, but it's not necessarily true. Right? Yeah. Then the heaviness is going to get relaxed. As soon as this, because to become a human also, you needed some kind of earthly thing. That's why you came to a human mother's womb, right? Yeah, because you have a body. If you're already having a structure of a body, that means it has been a thing. The structure has been a thing in the sense the mental image has been attached to the outside. But just imagine how these other beings are happening. How does that happen? So imagine the mind was like not attached in the last thought. If someone knew Dhamma, or even in the dhyanas this can happen, but that is mithya dustika, that's wrong way of going different levels. But just try to understand this is the same phenomena. The mind wave, sorry, the mental image. Mental image is a mind wave, right? So the mind wave actually has no physicality in that. So it's very free. Mind wave is free. But mind wave is still very heavy. Why? There is two vibrations in that, light wave and the sound wave. Sound wave is crude than light wave. Sound wave is heavier than the light wave. Light wave is very light. The speed is so high you don't feel that. So when the sound wave is not true, just imagine you keep understanding that this mind is actually not true. In the sense that sound attached to that light wave is actually becoming irrelevant there. Sound wave becomes irrelevant. Vitakka vichara goes down. Why? Because you know that it is not a thing. That's the radiant mind. Your sound wave is not attached to the light wave. Sound wave is not attached to the light wave means it's a radiant mind. What does that mean? In the sense, it's the light wave actually now very free. If you are in a dhyana kind of thing, then you can feel how light that place is, and you get attracted to that. That's what happens in a dhyana itself. Because when the sound wave is dropped, when the solid wave is dropped, and when you are released from that solidity part of it, the physical part of it, anyway, it's a free kind of free mind. So you feel very light anyway. But what about when the sound wave is released? That's the radiant mind. But still that power is there. What power? The initial power. That's the initial power. Because all the apisankana, all the changes that happen with attachment of sound wave and attachment of gross the touch wave and temperature wave and all that is now gone, then this is the original power that you had. You can feel that. But then you definitely know that that is the speed of light. That's the speed of light. It's not you. You need to get that proper. If you actually get that, this even the initial happiness that you felt when the mind is free, when the sound wave is not a thing. As soon as it's not a thing, you feel so light, right? So happy. But that also doesn't become a thing. Because you fully realize that it is a normal phenomena. It's a light wave. And then that's a very light feeling you get when you realize that. And if you fully get into the Dhamma and understand that it's light, speed of light, it just concentrates. That's all. It just stabilizes. in the sense it's not going to fall anywhere again. It's not going to get attached to a sound wave again. It's not going to get attached to a solid wave again. And until the light wave continue, it will just continue until it wears off. So the challenge is actually understanding this whole thing, and when you keep understanding the power of this body aspect of that part, the bodily, in the sense, earthly things, lokasanya, will come down. Earthly perceptions, in the sense, touch, temperature, taste, smell. And what if it is actually happening? When the mind is not strong, in the sense sound wave is not strong, that's not becoming a thing. What is left is preti, sukha. So the happiness is sufficient. It's not like jumping up and down when you look at an ice cream, not like that. Because this is by not attaching to the thing. In the sense, it's not a thing. So the earthly things are not things. So the touch, temperature, taste, smell, they don't matter. Once they are not a matter, So when the mind wave or the mind is not a thing, it becomes the Brahma Sabha. It's all in the field side though. Nothing related to the body. Body is still there. But it's not a thing. So when the body is not a thing, it's all about the mental image side. And when the sound part of it has no power, anyway, it is kind of Brahma. So it becomes the what is left only is the light wave anyway. And you can feel how concentrated it can become, in the sense how powerful that is. It's actually very powerful now. It's not affected by the bodily aspect or the mind aspect. And first one, mind is still active, vitakka vichara, that is underlying yapping, or the underlying radio, which is active, saying so many things. Even though it is not a thing, it is giving trouble. So that also dies down. Then that's radiant mind. Radiant mind didn't have the mind part of it. The radiant mind means it's on its own, it's happy. And that becomes a normal thing, and slowly it becomes a tranquility. And the tranquility also doesn't become a thing. That is the Nibbana. In this process, there is something also happening. Where your feel side of it keep changing. So akasanya ayatana vinya ayatana, like that, there is feel levels also in them. I mean, in before Lord Buddha's time also they believed these things. But actually that is also in the feel aspect of it. It's the same thing. So do you understand that if you fully understand how the mind is formed, every problem is solved. What problem? Let's say petrol. Physical aspect of it is there, right? If the petrol is actually not there, you have to walk, right? That's a body problem, but does it become a thing? No. So the radiant mind is like a baby, but adult will not become a baby, but it's like a baby, where everything will be felt very genuinely. It's a genuine feel, right? Yeah. Not poisoned by mind, basically. You can call that. Because mind can poison you in a lot of ways. Mind can say a lot of things. Do you understand how the mind is formed, or how the system is formed, how the system is formed to believe that the body is actually real and body is me? So the body is me is a big step as well, if you can understand. That's how it was believed for a lot of years. So all Dharma friends or anyone who is listening, try and understand how this mind is formed. As a little baby, baby is so cute, so good, isn't it? Like they cry, yes, but they didn't have any defilements. They didn't have the hatred. They didn't have the jealousy. They didn't have the mane. What is it? The pride. They didn't have the high ego. They felt alive. Yes. The problem is there. Electricity is there. The power is there. Yes. But they didn't have any of these problems in the mind. But as soon as the mind is formed and attached to the body, you start looking after that as it is me, and everything changes. Everything changes. So that initial baby who felt everything, it's same eagerness to feel, yes, but the self started, kind of self thought started after the mind is formed. Reality started after the mind is formed. Before that also feel was there, and you thought that you are there. That was the whole problem. Even if it is suppressed for 80 kalpas, it is still can appear. So if you keep understanding how this self is formed, surely this will make you to feel like a feather. You're not a feather. You're still heavy down in the ground, but feel like a feather. Yeah. So if you really want to feel free, if you really want to feel happy, if you really want to feel the tranquility, true one, come to Buddothpado Zooms and Buddothpado PeoTV. Or there's also so much Sinhala Buddothpado sessions or the lines or the YouTube or there's a website also. There's wisdom in Asia as well. If you keep understanding this Dhamma, the best ever experience you can have, and the craving for that best feeling also will not be there because you fully understand that when the chair is not there, you are there. That means chair was you. So this whole problem of getting attracted to the feel, getting attracted to the mind, getting attracted to a body is gone. So you don't even get attracted to the light feeling or sukha feeling. So Dhamma friends, make sure you are born as a human. So try and listen to Dhamma and understand it. To have even in a trouble, even when you are dying, it will not change. The tranquility will not change even if you are dying. So thank you very much. Thank you, Aryan Hansa, for your noble guidance. May Triple Gem bless you all.
The Noble Triple Gem bless you and welcome to the Buddothpado 24-hour PeoTV channel where English Dhamma talks are delivered every day. So first of all, I worship our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's feet for his selfless service and sharing this ultimate truth with all the mankind. And it is important to remind that this is the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. Lord Buddha disclosed this cause and effect Dhamma after much effort, having fulfilled his perfections throughout an incalculable number of eons. Ultimately, he attained the Buddhahood and revealed this Dhamma of dependent origination. So, let's look at this philosophy to understand the real nature of the self and the real cause of suffering. So, according to the Buddhist philosophy, the self is nothing but the thought power, the power that arises with each and every thought or each and every stimulus. This power that arises with each stimulus is exactly the power that telepathized into the zygote when the sperm and the ovum got combined to form this unified cell. So where does this power telepathize from? That answers the beautiful question whether there is a rebirth for all beings. So Lord Buddha said, when someone asked whether at the next birth, is it exactly the being of this life that gets the rebirth or a different being? So Lord Buddha's answer was, it is not this living being itself, nor a different being. Always this Dhamma in all levels touches the middle path, the moderate. It's moderate. It doesn't fall into any extreme. It doesn't fall into the two extremes. It is there or it isn't there. So actually what happens is the thought power of the last thought, known as Chutisita, telepathizes into another vibration which has the similar frequency. So to say that if the thought power of the Chutisita last thought is very high, it's so powerful thought, kind of, let's say, there was desire, aversion, or otherwise equanimity. Whatever the nature of the thought, the power is not zero. So that additional power, definitely, it's actually a current, some power. It synchronizes into a similar vibration. So if this power is very high, it might telepathize into a being in the hell. Then if it's somewhat, less than that, it would telepathize into a hungry ghost realm. Then, depending on the power, it would telepathize into the animal realm. We know how many types of beings are there. So complicated. Then, next level, it would telepathize into a human zygote. And if it's even less, the heavens, form realm, and formless realm. If it is zero, if the power, there is no additional power in that thought, that is the end. That is the life story of an arahant. So it is so beautiful, so logical. So whatever the power that telepathizes into the zygote will repeatedly occur every moment, every fraction of a second. It is a natural phenomenon. So what happens after the birth is, as the child matures, is this power definitely goes up with the functioning of the sense faculties. The moment each and every stimulus arises, it generates power. Power in the sense, due to the power that actually telepathized into the zygote. Due to that power telepathized into the zygote, this stimulus generates additional power. Otherwise, when the vibrations come together, naturally some power is generated, that is to keep the life going in the sense the system so function. With that power only the system functions. Now our spiritual teacher beautifully explains this as Chittaropana Balaya. It is due to this thought power or the mind power that the body functions. So another thing that we have to know is that power that telepathized into the zygote does not manifest until the sense faculties begin to function. That is very important to know. That power that telepathized into the zygote remains dormant, remains, it's like hibernation actually, because this power, the thing is, should be activated by a certain stimulus. Otherwise, it's in the dormant level. It is like having the tendency to generate additional power. This samsaric vibration that telepathizes into the zygote has all the power that accumulated throughout the samsaric journey, throughout the cycle of life and death. So it is like, it can be explained through a metaphor. Our spiritual teacher explains this using numerous metaphors that suit the present context. Now, when all the switches of the bulbs and all the household appliances, electrical appliances, are not in the active mode, even though the power supply is there, nobody knows there is a power supply, there is electricity supply. But the moment a switch turns on, switch is turned on, the power becomes active. Whenever you turn on the iron, the power gets manifested or it becomes active. So this power from the previous lives that telepathized into the Pratisandhichitta or this zygote is actually like that electricity supply, which always has the tendency to manifest. So it is this underlying power which is in dormant level that begins to manifest the moment the sense faculties begin to function. So that is why Lord Buddha said, monks, the birth is the birth of the eye. Birth is the birth of the eye. So all Dhamma sermons, or actually the entire Buddhist philosophy, explains the nature of the power and how it would fade or augment, and actually the path towards Nibbana is the way to decrease this power until it becomes zero, so that it would not synchronize into another zygote. So this is actually can be analyzed from different perspectives. So since we talk about all different aspects daily, I thought it's important to understand why we get rebirth and why what happens when someone listens to Dhamma and practice it, the practice it through oneself or see it through oneself, and what would be the plight of a being at the death. What is the death? So let's explore this further. So this vibration that synchronized into the zygote, it actually reflects all attributes, all qualities, all characteristics of a certain being throughout this long cycle of samsaric journey. And it is actually explained in Buddhist philosophy as sastra. Sastra or tains. The translation would be tains. The power which is in the dormant nature or inactive nature. So what happens is, as I reminded before, Lord Buddha specifically said, the birth is the birth of the I. Here the I represents all sense faculties because predominantly or most of the stimuli arises in relation to the I faculty. So that is why Lord Buddha said, birth is the eye of the birth, because now we can understand the prime importance given to the sense faculties. Actually, this answers the question, who are you or who am I? What is this sense of self? How do we feel alive? Or is there actually a self? When Lord Buddha says birth is the birth of the I, everything else actually is a natural process due to the hormone systems of the parents. This reproductive system functions, and then actually a male and a female coming together, this attraction happens due to the hormones. And after the puberty, this hormone system of a human being gets activated. So now we know that the phenomenon of pollination that happens in relation to the trees. So this reproduction is a similar natural process. But the thing is, we get involved due to ignorance. We get the ownership of everything. So actually now it's beautiful. We would say that it is me who chose my partner, who organized the wedding, who organized everything. Actually, it is just a repeated occurrence of perceptions. Sanya, Abhisankarani, we can talk about them in greater detail, and we already do. So please listen to these sermons on regular basis, and if you can actually understand Sinhala, please listen to more the sermons of our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. He explains all concepts in greater detail. There are sermons done by him in English as well. So always it's a bit of a challenge to translate everything into English, but still we try our best to do it for the benefit of the non-Sinhala speaking nations all around the world. So actually, due to ignorance, we get the ownership of the natural process called living. So it is basically a telepathization system that functions on its own. So at this point, what happens is after the so-called birth in the conventional terms, the human baby doesn't have any awareness of the four projections of the sense faculties, but only that tendency to get attached to or tendency to deal with sense faculty experiences is there. The tendency to deal with them, that is that samsaric vibration or that taints or sastrava, which is just a vibration. So the beauty is, it is the same vibration that reoccurs with each stimulus. So that is why each system becomes unique. Just like now the entire world population, when they use mobile phones, they have a unique phone number. However, it is being identified. So, although there are so many mobile numbers, there is no problem whatsoever. The coding system that when you dial a number, it doesn't go to another person. I mean, in conventional world. Similarly, the last thought power telepathizes into the correct system, whether it's a system in the hill, system in the hungry ghost realm, system in the animal realm, human realm, or even a realm above. So this is so beautiful. That is but due to ignorance, we believe that all systems function the same. There are a lot of similarities basically because it's a natural phenomenon. Now, in the plant kingdom, we have classified plants as Mangifera indica, heterochrome. I actually can't remember those botanical names. Coccus nucifera, all those, there are classifications. So one species display similar characteristics. Similarly, humans display similar characteristics, but some plants grow well, some plants, they are, not, they are undergrown actually. Some plants grow really well of the same species. Similarly, there are variations, differences in the human systems also. And when it comes to this thought level, mind power, which is our main topic today, which arises due to the impact of taints, the natural tendency to have attachment, aversion, or equanimity. In other words, the single term, the umbrella term used for these three major defilements is clinging, upadana. This tendency to clinging comes from that sansaric vibration, which is in the dormant form. It is called taints or sastra. When it converts into manifest form, it is called ashrava or defilements. Defilements can be defined, it has a wide range of defilements as attachment, aversion, equanimity, contentment, satisfaction, dissatisfaction, happiness, anger, hatred, jealousy, selfishness, wickedness, all sorts of defilements we can go on and on. So all are manifest forms of sastrava or taints. So there aren't gaps in this philosophy. It beautifully explains every concept, every step of life and a life feel. A life feel is the basic, the most important aspect that we have to realize for liberation. So what happens is, now Lord Buddha says, I is the birth of, the real birth is the birth of the I. It implies the birth is nothing but the sense faculty system. So as I mentioned before, at birth of the conventional world, this human baby does not have any awareness of the world. At least he was born, he was in the mother's womb, nothing. He has no awareness of anything because he doesn't have a mind. Because mind gets developed with the other sense faculties. Other five, mind arises due to the five sense faculties. So it is obvious at birth, at the delivery, child does not have any experience of other sense faculties. So there is no mind as such. So we call that level the radiant mind or pure mind. It's compared to a piece of clean white cloth, which is so meaningful actually. But it is questionable whether it is immaculate. It is so clean because we know that underneath the layer called taints. The taints they are hidden. It's like on the reverse, let's say on the reverse of the cloth, some shade of muddy color is there, but on top of it, it's so white. We can take it that way. But Arahant stage, that underneath yellowish layer is also not there. It's both upside and reverse. It's so clean, so white. So it's a beautiful metaphor. And gradually what happens to this radiant mind is, the sense faculties begin to function on their own. They are all in vibratory nature. So the eye begins to function. If the eye is normal, the eye vibration, it is the same telepathization system now. Just like the last thought power of the previous birth telepathized into the zygote, now here also, at the moment the eye opens, similar vibrations interact. This interaction is a completely natural phenomenon. The interaction of vibrations is a completely natural phenomenon. This interaction and power generation happens due to the impact of that sansaric vibration or taints. The initial level, radiant mind level, there is no much power because no identification as such. So the light arises in the eye, it ceases. Then and there any stimulus arises and ceases. That is the actual birth and death. That is definitely the actual birth and death. The stimulus arises, ceases. So it happens so fast. So fast. So one doesn't notice, even an adult does not notice the ceasing part. It is actually a certain wisdom of understanding or realizing, arising and ceasing of phenomena, but actually the ceasing part, since this arising, ceasing happens so fast, we cannot see. That is due to the inability of the human system, we feel as if things exist. Even this body, it arises, ceases, arises, ceases. But it happens so fast. This arising and ceasing of phenomena happens so fast. So no one can actually see the gaps of bhavanga. That's beautiful. Bhavanga means the gap of two thoughts. The space between two thoughts cannot be captured as it happens so fast. So Lord Buddha gives the example of the lamp. When you light a lamp, you put some oil and you put a wick, small piece of cloth rolled in it, and you just light it. But when after lighting it, we feel as if there is a flame that exists. But what we don't see is that it's always a new drop of oil and the new piece of the wick that burns. So it happens so fast, we see as if a flame exists. The other example is the fire band, kinipenel. If someone rotates a fire band so fast, what we see from a distance is an existing fire ring. But if you slower the pace, you will see the fire band. But the human system is unable to capture that speed, the detect the gaps. It's so fast. So due to that, we see sky is existing. Even this body, when the eye perceives the hand, leg, we feel as if they are existing because we don't see this arising and ceasing nature of stimuli. It should be seen through the wisdom. So, how to gain this wisdom? That is the next question. So, what Lord Buddha recommended is you must initially develop the wisdom of listening, Srutamaya Jnana. For that, you have to go on listening to sermons one after the other. We did 6, 7, or even more than that per day. By now, there are about more than 12,000 sermons. So, in the www.buddothpado-dhamma.com channel. So, it is so important. It is so important to actually, it is so important to understand this phenomenon. Otherwise, we cannot figure out the real nature of the self, alive feeling, and this at least we cannot identify the suffering. Suffering, the definition of suffering in the Buddhist philosophy. We just take them easy, thinking that suffering is this mundane world. Stuff like dying, aging, catching illnesses, separation from loved ones. No, this is not the suffering defined in the Buddhist philosophy. That suffering arises when an external stimulus becomes real. When we don't know that what we associate with are mere thoughts, mere mental constructs, mere the projections of the sense faculties. Because this body sensation, body sensory inputs gives us a feeling of solid, liquid, airy entities. But the body faculty only captures hardness, softness, temperature, coldness, sharpness, very limited stimuli. So they give us a feeling of existence of entities. So we need to do a lot of work with the body consciousness. Body consciousness actually, although we feel we are sleeping in the bed, the body consciousness is just feeling the softness. Rest of it is the film, the thoughts, the fact that I'm sleeping in the bed and it's there, it's here in this room, All are thoughts. What we actually feel is the softness of the cushion or the blanket. So similarly, when you drink tea, what you feel is the hotness or the coldness, or at the same time the taste, some taste, bitterness or sweetness, whatever the taste, just a taste. Even sweetness, bitterness are known later. Only the feeling is the taste only. But rest of it, now I made the cup of tea, I have added milk, I have added little bit of sugar, I have added caramel. All these are thoughts. What is felt is merely the taste. Similarly, the nose. For the nose, it's only a small smell. But now see how these sense faculty projections merge. We feel I'm drinking a hot tea which is so sweet and which smells good. So when these sense faculty and you feel the liquid nature of it and lot of billions of thoughts, stimuli come together. However, when these sense faculty experience merge, it gives a sense of existence, that existence sense, existence feel, with the sanya arises. It may happen with the single sense faculty too, when the first starts with the light and the sound, light perception, sound perception. Since the light occurs in the eye repeatedly, first child may get the sense of existence of light without any identification. The thing is, when that sense of existence, feeling of existence, or the perception of existence perception, if the sanya arises, the self-perception too is inevitable, because it's like the two sides of the same coin. So when the existence perception of light, sound, heat, smell or taste, that feel level perceptions arise, the self-perception, the felt and the actually the one who feels arises. Felt part is there, then one who feels is here. That is how this duality arises. In Buddhist philosophy, it is explained as internal, external, which is purely a creation of the mind. So first we have to challenge, we have to fully realize the non-existence of the duality, non-duality. Here they are.
No, only the sense faculty experiences are there. There's nothing but only the sense faculty experiences. So it's so beautiful to explore this truth. Buddhist philosophy is nothing but seeking or exploring the self, exploring rather than the self. Self is non-existent, but it's how we feel as if there is a self. That is the research. That is the noble research to be done when one fully realizes that there is no self. You will be liberated from this deadly cycle of life and death, this fierce cycle of life and death. So that should be the destination of the path. Actually, our spiritual teacher always reminds a certain line, a certain saying, මාත් එක්ක මම ගමනක් යනවා මාව දාලා මම යන්නට යනවා. The biggest challenge any sentient being has is the sense of self. So in this Dhamma journey also, Dhamma path also, we started with the self, strong self-will, because it's me who looks for Dhamma. It's me who listens to Dhamma. This is pure ignorance. But gradually, when we become strong in the wisdom of truth or this Satya Jnana, what happens is we feel that there is no self. So we shed the notion of self. We shed the notion of self. It happens, shedding happens naturally. It's a natural phenomenon. The self will be left behind gradually, and that is the perfect liberation. That is the complete liberation. So this does not happen by force. You don't have to let go of anything. You can't give up anything by force. This letting go happens with realization of the truth, the real nature of the stimuli, that they are just mental constructs. Now, even the light, the basic perceptions light, unless someone introduced it as light, it would be just a feel only, feeling of the sense faculty. Actually, that's the original mechanism. That is the original mechanism. But when someone introduced it as light arises with the name. The moment the eye perceives the vibrations interact, the name light comes. So this name gets entangled with the shape of light, because it's just a shape. So after that, whenever the eye perceives that stimulus, the light, it comes as light. So now just imagine you are visiting a country. So you meet people. When you meet them for the first time, actually they are just human shapes. Human shapes is also previously learned data. So somebody introduces them to you. Oh, he's Del, Dan, whatever. So next time when the eye perceives that shape of light, it's at once it's Del. There's, I'm again no thinking or no contemplation. At once I perceives the shape and identification happens. So that is the nature of the mature mind. That's what Lord Buddha beautifully explained with the metaphor of milk and ghee. Although the ghee is made up of milk, ghee can never be converted to milk. So when the perception of that human shape arises, that Dan or Simon, the name at once gets entangled. Although it happens in 2 rounds, it happens so fast. So we cannot see the gaps, no gaps. This happens instantaneously. So it is not with Simon, not with Dan, with all entities. Not just eye perceptions, ear perceptions. At once, when the sound arises, if someone had introduced it as the sound of the aeroplane, we hear the sound of the aeroplane. We don't feel any gap there because it happens, this entanglement of name and form happens so fast since it has occurred previously. It is the telepathization system. So gradually the world mind, actually the world of thoughts gets generated. Stimulus after stimulus arise. That is the nature of mind creation. So actually at the newborn's mind, we told, actually we can't call it a mind even. Mind is this collective sense faculty experiences that synchronize, that spark together. That's the mind. So this, now I explained, let's say apple tree. So I perceive the shape and at once the recognition, because previous data telepathizes, data vibrations telepathize and apple tree is identified. So it happens, let's say, from a very quite, a distance, but still you feel the hardness or softness of it. Smell, taste. When the apple tree is identified, arises as a stimulus, and the moment we accept it as if existing, the self exists on the other side. That's the duality. So this, now the apple tree, let's take the same example. The thought power, now say 10 people perceives the same apple tree, but we believe it's the same. No, somebody jumps up and down seeing the apple tree. the thought power is so high because that is determined by that underlying taints, that excitation level is determined by the underlying taints. So that is why Lord Buddha beautifully explained that birth is the birth of the eye, birth is the birth of the ear, birth is the birth of the nose, birth is the birth of the tongue, birth is the birth of the body. Because in each stimulus, all sense faculty experiences are reflected. Now, if you say chocolate, the mental image arises. So they are the taste, smell, the texture, the sound in relation to this particular stimulus. Are present in that single stimulus. Its taste, its smell, its texture, but we don't see that, but all of them are mental constructs. So ignorance is this mental construct. Actually, it's the mind only, but the feeling, what we believe is chocolate is there. No, the birth happens in the mind. Chocolate is in the mind only. Otherwise, if you touch, some softness will be there. Smell, just a smell. Taste, just a taste. The chocolate is just a sound. So when you put all of them together, not actually someone putting, when naturally or when all of them arise, what happens is the thick perception of an existing chocolate bar is felt, and on the other side, the self who experiences that arises. So this is the story of self-perception. Actually, this happens, this tendency to get attached to the projections of the sense faculties happen due to sasrava, that or the taints, that vibration that telepathized into the zygote with all properties of the previous systems. I mean, any being is a system of sense faculties. So this effort is to explore this power, the nature of power, and to feel that reduction of power with Dhamma, and ultimately to experience the zero power. This zero power, zero mind power, does not mean you are dead. That is the supreme awareness stage, because everything happens without ignorance, without a little bit of ignorance. Eating chocolate, seeing the nature of chocolate, how the chocolate arises in the mind. So it's definitely, when you know this entire philosophy, naturally the power will be reduced, because now you know how the illusion is created by the mind consciousness. Actually, mind consciousness is the illusion itself, because it's, and so this taints mind consciousness and the sense faculties function, and actually there is no self, but we know, due to our lack of knowledge, lack of awareness of this philosophy, actually the truth, we get the ownership of everything, maintaining a strong self. So it is our duty to explore this further and liberate from this suffering. So gradually we have come to the end of the day's Dhamma talk. May the Noble Triple Gem bless you. Theruvan Saranai, Aryan Master. We always worship you, and we worship Lord Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. See you tomorrow at the same time.
The meaning is no being, no living being, nothing existed. Is freedom of mind. So okay, everybody, Teruvan Saranai today. Tomorrow we can join again. It's okay.
Namaskar veo.
Teruvan Saranai.
Terwan Surnai Yang Maha.
Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Teruvan Saranai.
Everybody.
Teruvan Saranai.
Everyone, so everybody. Mehenin Mahanse, pardon me, Aryan Mahanse, if you sit down and consciously make an effort to do the samatha meditation, then doesn't one form a concept of a self-identity there? Aryan Mahanse, yes. When you think, that means you use thoughts. The thought forms a concept of self. Any thought means it is you. Mehenin Mahanse, Honorable Sir, I feel that in samatha or in concentration meditation, it is easier to see the thought that comes to our mind than seeing a thought
while we do our daily work. Aran Wahanse, no, there is no difference between the day-to-day living and meditation. When you go on living your normal life with the awareness about the pure truth, you automatically become one with the truth. You realize the pure truth. Mehenin Wahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aran Wahanse, when Ananda Thero became an Arahat, a fully awakened one, he was not in any of the four postures that the Samatha meditators are instructed to use. Don't you have only four bodily positions in which to do the concentration meditation? On the day Anandathero realized Nibbana, he had just finished his walking meditation and he was just about to keep his head on the pillow to sleep when he became enlightened. Anandathero attained the state of Arahat, a fully awakened one. That posture in which he achieved enlightenment was not any of the four postures given for a meditator. Mehenin Wahanse, yes, Aran Wahanse. Aran Wahanse, then how did Anandathero realize Nirvana? There is no particular posture for the Vidarshana meditation. When you experience anything like seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and thoughts from your mind, you have to be mindful that it is only a thought. You have to be aware that the outside you see and the inside you feel is an illusion, and that even the thought is a lie. This is seeing the pure truth in everything we experience, the method to eradicate ignorance and to break the cycle of rebirth. Another reason why we cannot assign a posture of the body for the meditation is because is there a mind? If you think that you can release yourself from the mind, where is the mind? If the mind does not exist anywhere, is there a position in which we can find the mind? No, we cannot assign a position. Mehenin Wahanse, I understand Aryan Wahanse. Another question I have is that when I receive a thought in my mind, I would like to be aware that it is a thought that came from the past, that this thought did not come at this present moment but from the past. I find it difficult to maintain that awareness at all times. Aryan Wahanse, but why do you want to do that? If you think that you have had a past, that you existed in the past, that will only strengthen your concept of self, your concept of me. That is called drishtiya. It is a false view that you existed now and that you existed in the past. Mehenin Wahanse, true Honorable Sir. Aryan Wahanse, the truth is that there is nothing as a past. At the beginning of the teaching of the Dhamma, we speak about things made up of the four elements. But as the teaching progresses towards the end of the teaching, we use sutras to explain to you how these states of four elements don't exist. Words too are all alive. Even though we talk about the past, there is no such thing. Even now we can use words, but you have to have a deep and clear understanding about the Dhamma when you speak. From what I gather, you believe that the parts exist. Therවන් Sarnai, everybody.
Therwan Saranai Aryan answer. We pay homage to Aryan answer and Therwan Saranai, all the Dhamma friend. all over our friends. So today also we are discussing about meditation. So basically the main Invansi or the Nan asked about concentration meditation. We discussed this yesterday also, but this is a continuation. So here, as far as concentration meditation is concerned, it needs postures. They basically uh, name four postures, and they also there is a person who is practicing or doing meditation, and the next thing is they focus. Their main idea is to focus on something and keep on concentration. And all these things are based on their principle, that is on law of action and effect. So this is not Buddhism. In Buddhism, we always emphasize cause and effect philosophy. So the Mehenin asks whether she can get any kind of progress by this. So she kept asking how this concentration meditation helps to develop the form of concept, the self identity, and if there is any way of diminishing or dissolve this self identity. So the Arinanse explains that self identity it also a concept. So here in Buddhism we always speak, always explain, to explain all Dhamma friends and other folk to investigate, explore, and understand that there is no self, there is no existence. Non-soul Dhamma is emphasized. So in Buddhism, basically we use 5 aggregates to understand how our faculties work, with form, feelings, perceptions, formation, and mental construct, or how thoughts are. All these are formed with the help of mind consciousness. So ultimately, you feel because of the rapidness, the swiftness, the fast, speedy movement of this vibration. Feel something is outside there, and I am here. The existence is there. That feeling is there. That feel is there. That's right. But that is only in one thought. Then it diminishes there itself. Then another thought will arise. There also it happens. The same thing happens. So there is no any person who is living for a long time. No one is there. But the faculties keep on functioning. Therefore, the people tend to believe the wrong notion that I am, my existence is there, I am there, I am, always the thing, I am here, my existence is there, and I am experiencing outside. This is the wrong notion. This is where the Dhamma starts, and this is non-existence. Non-soul Dhamma is emphasized always. So she asked whether there are postures to meditate this Vidarshana Bhavana or insight Bhavana in Buddhism. So the Aryanas explains that there is no particular posture. You can do meditation anywhere, anytime, wherever you are, whenever you need. For example, when you ride a bicycle or ride a vehicle, or when you are cooking, even when you are bathing, or when you are studying, whatever you do, it can be a part and parcel of your day-to-day life. So it is easier to do. The principle is given, the law is, the philosophy is given, that the world is an illusion. Your existence is also illusion. So depend on that, we start doing practicing meditation. So why do we practice vidarshana or insight meditation? To get rid of suffering. So who suffers? Someone is suffering. Someone is suffering. So someone, we want to investigate whether there is someone who is experiencing suffering, the continuous suffering. Actually, there is no one is suffering. We have a belief, a concept that we are suffering. So in order to understand, we always point out that how the mind works, how a thought is generated. So when you realize this, you automatically feel that meditation also easier. So it is easy to do. So concentration, meditation totally emphasizes that there is no one, there is no body, no existence. Non-soul Dhamma is always explained here. Teruvan Saranai. Can anybody contribute? Yes, we see Shani, Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard.
Yeah, Ms. Surangika also has joined. Teruvan Saranai, Surangika.
Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard, and Teruvan Saranai to all Dhamma friends, and I pay homage to Buddothpado and Mahansa. Just joined about 5 minutes ago. Is it still on meditation and concentration meditation, isn't it, Mr. Bernard?
Yes, that's right. The continuation. Yeah, same thing.
I mean, we talked about it yesterday as well, quite extensively. And I think the last bit that you were speaking of, the importance in Aryan Mahansa's teachings is that he has unveiled the core Buddhist teachings of the Buddha, which has been, as we all know, been hidden for the last 2,500 years. And bringing it to the forefront. Long has it been hidden under the guise of various traditions, whether it is Theravada or Mahayana or different sectors of Buddhism. But in these traditional Buddhist teachings, due to the influences of other practices from other countries, this whole meditation concept has been promulgated. And the foremost type of meditation, as you said, is that concentration meditation that people have a tendency to practice, thinking it is the Buddha's teaching. But what people don't realize, and Aryan Mahansa has mentioned this so many times, is that meditation was around at the point when Siddhartha Gautama went in search of the truth. There were so many people, including the teachers, Alara Kalama, Uddaka Ramaputta, and so on. And it is, in fact, to those teachers that Siddhartha Gautama first went in search of truth and decided to try out those forms of meditation, isn't it? And so he very keenly practiced those types of meditation and attained various jhanas. In fact, we have heard from the books as well that he has that he attained even the highest jhanas. But in doing so, he realized that once you get out of those states of tranquility and you adopt a normal posture and you get about your daily activities, the defilements are still prevalent. The defilements that are crowding one's mind, desire, ill will, all kinds of skeptical doubt, various types of things keeps crowding one's mind, and there is no relief. So through this practice, despite moving from one teacher to the other, he realized that it was the same form of basically concentration meditation that was being practiced. Those teachers also were in search of the truth, but unfortunately they were also unable to find what was the core reason for the suffering that mankind was experiencing, which is why the Gautama went in search of the truth, and in that point of liberation understood that it was the mind that was the cause of the suffering, and discovered and promulgated the law of cause and effect, as you said, and not the action and effect Dhamma that was action and effect law that was existing in that time as well. So the beauty of the Vidarshana teaching, coming back to Varen Wahanse's unveiling of the pure truth and the pure Dhamma, is that I think we discussed it yesterday as well, understanding how this mind works, understanding, and this is being now put into the practical program, which is being practiced all over different temples and monasteries in Sri Lanka as well, that in order to understand the mind, there is a program where we've broken it up into different stages, where first we talk about this so-called external reality that has been believed to be true, which is the fundamental tenet of being caught up in this samsaric cycle, that one believes that there are objects and that there's a world outside, and that external world has been taken to be a reality. So one has to break that down and understand how these mind objects occur, how through the vibration, the so-called light and sound, touch, taste and smell consciousnesses combine to form what is called the mind consciousness. And these objects, labels, brands and names that have been given to various objects, persons and so on, are nothing but labels and names given by the mind and the mind consciousness alone. Without the mind consciousness naming the so-called sensation that arises when vibration manifests a particular kind of sensory perception, there won't be any object. There won't be a mother. There won't be a chair. There won't be a world. There won't be my favorite car. There won't be a job. There won't be my, favorite people around me and my children and so on. All these concepts have been coined over the years, and with these names and places, we have created the so-called world, which we then believe to be true. And with that, the duality is formed, and the self-perception also arises on this side. And from that whole sense of duality gets created, the sense of existence gets created, and with that sense of existence, I would even say that the sense of existence and the self-perception are almost two sides of the same coin. When that world becomes real, and then the world with this mother, father, children, car, house, all these things become real, and one feels those things exist. With that existence itself, it's a spin-off, an evolution of that is the whole concept of self or ego, which comes about. And the more one believes through ignorance that illusion is true, not knowing it is an illusion, more one believes that external world is true, that this sense of self-existence that the person is feeling is true, then the ignorance is there, the suffering is there, and that power that underlies that so-called vibration which is the starting point of this whole process, keeps on getting powerful, keeps on getting strong. And it is that current or the undercurrent that one then actually is the self perception and the egoistic kind of feeling that one that is there, which is the thing that again gets caused through ignorance. So the Vidarshana teachings, through understanding the true Dhamma philosophy, shines a light on this so-called illusion, how this illusion is formed, and then points out how these so-called mind objects are a fallacy, and that there is nothing in those of substance, and this whole self-perception itself is a fallacy. There was never a self here, and that it is only a misconception. And to understand that, one has to break down the whole process in which the sensory perceptions combine to form this so-called external world, and discover through the penetrative insight that this world itself is not true. And that is the first stage of that practical program that one embarks on. And once that external world is realized to be not true, it is just a thought. And then one turns to the thought and understands that the thought itself is only made up of combinations of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell, and so on. So there is nothing of substance there as well. It is a vibration that has happened, that is telepathizing at that moment to cause various impressions to occur, and therefore that there is no substance in that thought as well. And when one realizes that there is still the activity, there is still the walking, the daily activities that has to be gotten about. So the activities are there, but the realization occurs that despite the activities, there is no self-doing. The doer is non-existent. And with that realization comes the whole awakening, or embarking on the path to awakening, which brings out that inner transformation and paves the way to nirvana. So that was a short summary, Mr. Bernard. Maybe someone else can add to that as well. Thiruvan Sannai.
Tedwan Sarnai, thank you for sharing those valuable ideas. So anyone else to share? Or so we are basically speaking about the concentration meditation and how insight meditation helps the sufferer to get rid of suffering, and ultimately the sufferer will understand there is no sufferer. The sufferer himself will get diminished. So there is no existence. This is non-soul Dhamma. So how this concentration meditation and insight meditation helps a person to get rid of suffering, at the same time to eradicate his ignorance and to break the cycle of birth. This is the main idea, the basic idea we are speaking today.
Thiruvan Saranai. First of all, pay our homage at Aryan Hanse's feet. And Thiruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. So as Mr. Angika explained, yes, before listening to True Dhamma, these Buddothpado Dhamma discourses, we were all following this concentration meditation, because actually there was a belief that we should start with samatha bhavana or concentration meditation. In a way, there is a point that even Aryan Hanse mentions that if you have a kind of scattering mind, because monkey mind, some kind of taming or to have some control over it, it's important. And there are some phrases also coming as Samatha Vidarshana Ugandan. Probably Dr. Kokila will be able to explain on that also, because they were complementing each other kind of thing when it comes to, I think, mindfulness. So, however, as I understand from these sermons also, the difference basically is in concentration meditation also, that we experience kind of tranquility. We experience kind of diminishing of defilements at that very moment, actually, while during the concentration meditation, the period of kind of we are when we are in the meditative absorption, of course we experience perfect relaxation and liberation from thought. But the thing is, the person who experiences that tranquility, the person who experience that relaxation is there. So we cannot kind of get rid of this sense of self. It is temporary. That freedom or that liberation from the suffering is so temporary. When it with this insight meditation, what happens is we still actually kind of develop some concentration, some samadhi here also. But this samadhi, this meditative absorption it's not temporary. When we kind of get the wisdom or gradually develops this awakening, or that, what do you call this, some awareness of how thoughts occur and how these six sensory organs creates this illusion of non-existent world, then and there, as if a person who knows the strategies behind the magic, how this illusion is created, we naturally, gradually develop some sort of tranquility. That tranquility is actually that comes with the gradual diminishing of defilements. That is, in other words, we do not attribute value to the thoughts that occur, or the self perception is getting diminished. That once we realize, as Miss Surangika explained, that there is no substance in thought, we definitely uh, kind of experience some tranquility which emerges from within us. Very recently, in one of Aryan Mahanse's sermons, there was a beautiful example to understand this awakening, and how how the awakening grows. This is how he explains. If we look at the sky that entire space is like that awareness, and the clouds are like thoughts. This awareness is there, but when the thoughts occur and they move away, they fade away, but this awareness does not get into the cloud. It's some kind of some bigger, the broad thing, the subtle thing. So I have kind of, if I draw an example from in the morning meditation today, I was trying to, because I had an issue in understanding the mind consciousness. So when I got the thought to walk like a puppet, the body started to move. So first, when the mental image of walking occurs, at once the body comes to work and the movement starts. Then the ear uh, ear consciousness feels some sound, and the mind recognizes that it is the sound of the rain. And at that very moment, another thought occurred, of that was one of I remembered one of my friends, and it is a thought. So I realized, and then again the sound of the rain occurs. Then again I felt the hardness of the floor, and then again the thought of that friend. But ignorantly, in previous occasions, I used to believe that there is a persistent thought in the background, and in uh, that layer mind consciousness was felt like something continuous, because it's the same thought, no, that the memory of that friend. So today I actually personally experienced that mind consciousness, that thought of the friend also. It also arise and cease. The thought of the friend arises, cease, then the sound of the rain, then it ceases, then the hardness of the ground or whatever, then it ceases, then again that same thought may come and go. So what I was trying to explain is, when we understand this personally, when we experience this, that we do not attribute any value to those thoughts, and gradually the sense of self will also dissolve. And then when this gets clearer and clearer, and when it becomes more and more self-evident, even the nuanced or very subtle, when when we feel actually even the subtle burnings, I should say, because sometimes there are noticeable things, sometimes certain things are just they go unnoticed. So when these things are also gets clearer and clearer, we gradually develops samadhi, or some concentration which prevails right throughout the day. This Dhamma becomes our life. That's what Aryan Hanse explains in these sermons as this. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Yes.
So you have to be very careful here.
Yes.
So because if there is no self, then it will be only the sound of the rain that would be there. So if you actually so you have to be very careful in interpreting what you understand. So what you understand is something different to what you experience. So you have to be very careful in interpretation when you say, I experience, because when I hear the story, the experience itself could have been different if you were not there, because you were watching this. You were like actually paying attention to what was happening. It's slightly different when we talk about the experience. It's slightly different because if you see that imagine for the sound of rain, if you actually was able to go through that particular stimulus, you could have understood this, but you missed that because you were paying attention to each thought. That's not how it works, because if you keep doing that, there would be a self who is watching the every thought, because then it will be still kind of in the mind. So you have to be very, very careful here. So this so imagine that because I don't know, have you ever thought about these 4 steps? So in the first step we talk about, so that is the insight meditation steps that we know, and there is nothing about concentration here. This is about understanding what is happening. So what happened was, we have no experience of outside. We only experience our mind consciousness. And in that mind consciousness, is rain true? Is there anything called rain? Have we ever experienced rain? If you are experiencing rain, you are inside your mind. Just understand that.
Yes. We can't take them as 4 separate steps, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
No,
Then
that's
and
not the
there
point
is,
I'm telling. That's not the point I'm highlighting here. It's a different point I'm trying to highlight, but not sure whether I'm capable. I'm trying to highlight that we have never experienced rain. That's only a mind consciousness. So if you are experiencing a rain, it's still mind consciousness. It is still mind consciousness. So it will be still the second step. So you have to realize that the importance of the second step. The second step is none of them are true. So then you won't find rain there. Like, kind of.
Yes.
But I can't really say that, because actually in the vice versa, like in just in one stimulus, I'm telling, because otherwise you will find rain anyway. But if you still find the rain, it will be still the mind consciousness. If you have to realize that if you're still finding a thought about a friend, it's still in the mind consciousness, because otherwise it's only a like a vibration of one sensory organ. Whether it's the ear, in the sound of the rain, it is the ear.
Yes.
So you didn't go that far because you were concentrating on the mind. So how do you put that? If you are to go beyond mind, is that how I say that? If you are to go beyond mind, you have to understand that the mind is not true, or mind is actually like there's no rain there.
Yes. Rain is
If you
also
still hear rain, you are still inside the mind, in the sense you are still in mind consciousness. There's no liberation from mind consciousness then. So this is very tricky, and yes, we keep understanding stuff when we do these things, which is true, but don't limit it. Don't limit it to the calmness you experience when you try to do these things. Don't limit yourself, because if you limit yourself, you will be satisfied with what you know already, what you feel already. You'll be like, yeah, this is it. But then you will be still in the mind. You come back to mind anyway, even if you feel this for like once. But it's very important to feel it, because if you go beyond the mind only, you will understand what your vibration is, what your status of sasava is, whether it's high or low, whatever. But how you need to sense it, you need to feel it. You won't feel it if you limit yourself to inside the mind consciousness. I don't know.
It's clear, Dr. Kokila. Thank you very much. Yes, you always explain and you always help us to, clarify these problems and issues we face. It's clear there is nothing as a thought also, because what you are trying to say is that we never experience a rain, we never eat pineapple, we never eat mango. All our thoughts, isn't it? That and awareness should be there, whatever we do.
Yeah, so if you keep concentrating on, okay, this one thought came, another thought came, another one happened, another one happened, another one happened, then there will be someone who is doing that.
Doing that, yes.
That this is how not it is. This can't lead to a absence of that, because there will be someone who is doing this throughout. So that won't be the experience and no self experience. There won't be a no self experience. You have to turn it around. To turn it around, we have to get to the point where there's that understanding that there is no rain.
Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah.
I think Sudharma, that particular point that she was trying to practice, you know, how we say, and Aryan Mansi also says that, you know, if you're getting confused, we go back to that first step, isn't it? And make sure that we got that first step right. The external world is not a reality. So when Sudharma said she had the misconception or notion that there was always one prevailing thought in the background, and that was what she had been thinking all this
That
time.
part is really good. That part is really good. That's what
Practice
I'm
by
trying
what
to
she
say
did,
is,
yeah,
should not limit yourself to that.
yes, of course, yes.
Because if you put limitations, that's so beautiful. I understood that. Yeah, there's so more to understand. So more to feel. So I'm just giving you because Aryan Wahanse has given like a massive amount of stuff to. There's so much challenge here. So when we take a small challenge, it's so good. You know, if we understand something, yeah, there's no one thought at one particular time, which was told by Lord Buddha to Angulimala. Like that. Like, yeah, we get the point. But what I'm trying to say is, if we limit ourselves to anything like that, then it is not going to, because that is actually another thought, another understanding which happened, which she didn't pick up. She didn't pick it up because the one who was actually watching this was there. So we have to be careful in doing that. It happens in concentration meditation too. There's always someone trying to, do stuff inside the concentration meditation.
Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Theruvan Saranai, Miss Surangika. I am compelled to leave and I will listen to the discussion on YouTube later. Theruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai, Sudharma. Yeah, so that was what I was trying to say, and correctly you said, Suranka, yes, it is really beautiful to keep understanding stuff like that. But actually, these 4 steps are very specific and can't be changed. But if you keep changing them, the actual output may not be the same too, because that's why we discourage everyone, like someone who has listened to them for about 4 years, 3-4 years, we discourage them from thinking too much while doing the walking meditation. But that's again a barrier. It's a barrier. It's a big barrier, because you will never go beyond the second one. You can't. So it is very important to understand that we have never experienced rain, we have never experienced pineapple, we have never experienced anything actually. So actions based on our thoughts are actually baseless. So we keep understanding that. That's actually the part of the second step of the 4 steps in the Advances meditation program. It's the second step. It's said easily, but it's a bit difficult to grasp, because it's a wide area, because none of the thoughts or no thought is true. It's all there, but we use them. Even an arahant will keep using them. They will be talking, they will be doing stuff, they will be thinking, but none of them are actually true. They are just constructs. So then only we will understand that the mind consciousness, how we are trapped in mind consciousness, it's very important. Anyone else to add any thoughts?
Yes, Dr. Kokila Thedwansana, it's such a vast area, isn't it? And I mean, we can spend days just on one aspect
Yes.
in order to clarify and clarify. And I'm not sure whether you had the opportunity to listen to Varan Mahanse's discourse this morning, the 5 a.m. one. Again, a beautiful rendition of the entire True Dharma philosophy in a matter of 45 minutes or so, I think, including that aspect that you touched on, the Shashava tense and how we have to attack, I mean, not or from an active sense, but go to that core of the suffering, the cause, and understand that whole self-perception and how that comes about, and how through understanding this true Dhamma that one gradually weakens that whole sense of underlying power that we give to this ill-conceived egoistic perception. So I think in that also he said it so many times that these labels that we have attached, example, rain and river and pineapple and all these things are just words that, but by attaching, by putting them into words, we have attached value to it. We have given them life, isn't it? And through those words, we are finding, or mankind in its ignorance is finding a life or a sensory kind of feeling, experiencing almost that lively feeling through the value attached to words, through ignorance, isn't it?
Yeah, and for a beginner, it is okay for someone to keep thinking about these 4 steps. It's okay, but for a person who has listened to Dhamma for a long time, it is not kind of okay, because unless it has become another habit, because it will just let the person to believe that the experiences are in thinking, like in yeah, it's can't be inside the mind consciousness. You can't feel your, like, you know, the self vibration, or the sasava, or whatever the power we have, that which not we have. The whole words are so much bias. It's really difficult to use the words. That power which actually is the reason for us to be talking like this today. Like, that's why there is so many organisms, the animals, the whatever the form, the 31 realms. So the humans are just one part of it. So that the reason behind that is not only a thought, but there is a current behind that. How that current is arising is because this, not because of the thought, not because of the thought of rain, because that is taken as real. So that sense of being real is the sense of being me. Sense of, so if there is a thing, you would be automatically, it would be it's a kind of the same thing, like 2 sides of a coin, because you can't differentiate them, you can't really tore them apart, but they are the same kind of. So that is the thing. So it's not actually the problem is not the rain, it's not the pineapple, it's actually taking them as real due to ignorance. And listening to Dhamma, this ignorance goes, like, slowly diminishes, but it will be there until you have this self vibration.
Yes, and I mean, you touched on a very fine point, because it totally depends on the person one talks to, because at the very beginner stage, like you mentioned to Sudharma, there is no such thing as rain, there is no such thing as pineapple. And if some mother comes on into the Zoom program and says, oh, you know, my child did this and my child is sick and so on. And then Aryan Mahansa will ask, where is the so-called child? And how did the child become real to you? Is there such a thing called child? Is there such a thing called house or husband or whatever? So at that stage, one deals with that. But then the final point that you raised just now, Dr. Kokila, is, and I think you raised it this morning as well in the other Zoom, is that it's okay to have rain, it's okay to have emotion. It's not the emotion itself that is the problem, it's the feeling underlying that that dissipates or ceases to have power when one understands the true Dhamma, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's a very fine thing that one can only explain to a person on the path who has sufficiently progressed on the path, who is able to at that point understand that very refined point, isn't it?
Yeah, and the noble friend keep telling us every day, 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 7 o'clock. He is actually trying to tell us that and remind us. He has been telling us for like almost 5 years, and it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. He has been telling the same thing, but it comes in different times. It's surfaces because it's the human mind. It's very difficult to, if you keep telling the same thing, people actually might, collapse or get bored, or like, the actual self will not like to hear these things every day. So it's time to time, Aryan Mahansa actually reminds us there's a challenge. And we have to remind ourselves there's a challenge. It's a challenge, but it's a challenge that everyone can take, because we understand this. Not everyone can even listen to these things. Not everyone can even, let alone understanding, even just to listen, like it's difficult because it talks about Shunyata Patis, something like that, like, about non-existence.
Yes,
Yes, it talks about non-existence. So it's not easy because it's not a topic that we have talked for a long time. We have talked about existence. We have talked about how karma works, and we have talked about how we do bad things happen, good things happen. So we have talked about karma for a long time. It is our passion. It is what we know. It is in our kind of core. But this, the non-existence, is not the core, not the topic, or not the easy thing. We have heard in Lord Buddha's time that once one beautiful sermon Lord Buddha did, some of the monks were like not tolerating it, were kind of vomiting. Like, we have heard stories like that. So what happens is, it is too much sometimes for some, but still there are some good number who actually haven't given up and keep listening and keep trying to understand which is the greatest thing in the world. What is this non-existence? So they keep trying to understand. So they are great. I mean, we are great in that aspect, isn't it? So we have, it is a good thing. And but we shouldn't stop there. We shouldn't be like, oh yeah, I understand Dhamma. Yeah, we shouldn't stop there. So the challenge is to feel it too. But the problem is, if you take it as a challenge, the challenge is gone, because everyone takes the challenge as like, I am going to be a millionaire, like that kind of challenge. But this is like slightly different, because for this you have to let go. It becomes quite catchy, So it is catchy. So but with the help of the noble friend, I think it is it's not difficult to be deceived by, a lot of mothers say, a lot of, like everyone says, we feel light, we feel happy, we feel very good about this. It is okay, it is really good, because we can't be burning really hard and trying to understand Dhamma. So everyone listening to this Dhamma will feel that, and it is normal. But then you have to have the insight that there is like non-self experience, which will be very important. And to feel that, you have to understand, you have to let go of all these importance. It's not the thoughts, because when we tell let go, they feel like, oh yeah, I have to forget all the thoughts. No, not that. That's not the point. That's nothing like that. We are trying to let everyone understand there is no actual thing to forget. Like there's nothing to hang on to, or to hate. There's nothing. Is there anything? So we keep understanding that. More you feel it, more you understand it, more you feel it. It is like Satyajnana and Krutyajnana. It is all together actually. So we'll see whether anyone can have an input. Aran Wahanse is also there. I don't know whether he is in a position to talk. Is there anyone who would like to input anything, like talk about something?
Yes, Dr. Kokla Tirun Sarnai. So, what we have been experiencing is defilements, attachment and detachment. So we always keep in hold in these two bags and carry them wherever we go. So they are our
That's because there
inseparable.
is a thing to attach or detach. That's the problem. Yeah.
So then our inseparable companion has been mind consciousness. We can't get rid of that. That habit is there. So wherever, whenever
No,
we
we
try
don't
to,
get rid of that. So we have to be careful in words.
yeah.
We are
We
not
have to
getting rid of mind
understand.
consciousness. We are understanding the mind
Yeah.
consciousness, and the value will be gone. That's all what is happening. We don't get rid of the mind consciousness. We can't actually get rid of any
Get rid
consciousness,
of
because
that is a function.
yeah, consciousness will be there until you breathe, until the life is there. The consciousness will be there. That is what is actually life is. Having a consciousness is the life. So that will be there. But what we understand is there's no doer, no actual value to any of these things.
That's right.
So the attachment and the detachment, what you're trying to say, is there because there is a thing. Otherwise, if there's a thing, yes, you have mild attachment or strong attachment, whatever. If there is a thing, there is a problem.
Feel, no? Feel, like feel is defilements also. So, I don't know what's that feel? It's like it's awareness, awareness. Yeah. It's not, we are not using the word is awareness. It's normally awareness is something there. But what's that feel? Happiness, feeling. It's super awareness. Why we are talking about everything is there. Everything is there. But no inside pain. No. Not coming pains. So the thought is not problem, no problem. So normally thoughts are coming. It's okay. But thought haven't a value, no? It's understanding. It's tranquility is there because it's no value, meaning is no current is there. Otherwise, same, defilements also. What you think? Okay. It's a feel. It's an experience. No? It's not a thinking.
Yes, sir.
Everybody can experience it. What is this experience? Nibbana. Nibbana, what is that Nibbana? It's no power, it's neutral. So no defilements. No. That's why. No disattached or attachment. But what is fine. Normally, so everything is happening. A secret is there. Many secrets. No, it's not a secret. It's experience. No. Yeah. People want experience. People won't know the truth first. Secondly, people want to experience it. Nibbana is a tranquility. How is that experience? Is very important. Non-vibration experience is very important. That one is a Nibbana. Nibbana is only the words, but feel is inside pain. No pain, anything. It's not pain. No any vibration is okay. Same. No? Thoughts are normally, yeah. Everything is normally happening, but not inside any yeah, what's that word is used? It's a pain. No? It's a feel. No.
I don't know, sir.
It's okay. No?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can explain that. Defilements experience. With failing the defilements, you can experience it. No?
Yeah, it is important to feel it. Even transiently, it is very important to feel it so that you know the difference and you know what is actually going to be reduced in this path. Otherwise, you won't know what vibration we are talking about. What is going to go away. And I heard Arana says morning sermon, which was fabulous. Actually, Arana sir, this all the sermons, recent sermons in morning has been so good, so beautiful, amazing. Actually, Arana sir, it's worship you for that. It's really beautiful. And I actually invite everyone to listen to these sermons.
Yeah, Dr. Yeah, but it's a Sinhala language that Dhamma discusses. No.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I
so
know.
I won't give this English language. It's
Yeah,
not easy.
we can, Narayana. So we can. It's just that the. I mean, I feel it. I can.
Yeah,
do,
it's okay. You can do that.
Try.
Everybody won't do this because I won't support because it's very worth the whole world. What is this pain? We are talking about no long period. Deyak nono dukkha, deyak nono sapata, deyak nono adhanak, deyak nono igina. Is important last one. These few days ago, I explained this. I'm trying to explain this. How is studying English? It's it's very, I think, very difficult to explain this experience. English language. I was studying that.
Yes, sir.
If you want to do that, you want to try it.
I think you are excelling in that as well, Arana. So you're doing really well.
It's okay. Give me a few period. It's okay. I want to explain this. No, I'm not hurry. It's okay. I'll keep going. I'm doing that. It's okay.
Yeah.
But I know Surageka and the Saroja also here is very nice. And the Kokila, because this experience is very important. Uh, mm, so many guys now now have these experiences. It's good. Sometimes Kokila also is surprised. What is this? New what is called?
I know
Unbelievable.
Saroja
It's okay.
for a long
Yeah,
time.
yeah, she's long time. It's nice, no? Come
She's
again.
not here today, but
Yeah,
yeah.
it's okay. Yeah, but it's very nice. Come back.
Yes,
Good.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've
Nice.
heard these voices for a long time, Aranas.
Yeah. Because we want that type of friends, Dhamma friends. Because long period and practicing, no? It's experiences. It's very important, the experience. Because newcomers mean we won't explain this. We won't we won't give this message newcomers, especially because we have that experience. So, but newcomers, no,
Yes.
they have an experience. That's why they are getting this knowledge, especially. But it's not knowledge; it's happening. One, it's Nibbana. It's today also open. It's you can experience it. Yeah, that's ending the suffering. It's ending the sadness and becoming a fairy. It's very nice. This tranquility is the final effect. It's very nice. Final effect is tranquility. It's cool mind, the peace of mind.
Yes.
It's interesting. It's not death of birth. It's very nice. It's very nice. Nice to telling others. Yeah, you can experience this. Where's the death? Where's the birth? It's your mind. What is this? Someone is thinking I'm I have someone is thinking he have death. He is worried. No,
Yes.
but his understand is a thought. No worry, no. Only the briefing. The last briefing. The exercising here is suffering. How nice this.
Yes.
We can tell this smile, but I don't know who is getting this.
I think everyone will get it, Aranas.
Yeah, it's okay. Understand. But it's not easy. Someone won't
No, it is not
understand.
easy.
Yeah. Someone won't understand. The people won't understand the truth. Otherwise, what is the truth is here? What's happened is here? What's this mind? So people won't
I
know,
think Aranas,
especially. Yeah.
understanding is not the challenge. I think the feeling it is the challenge. So
Yeah.
because the Aranas can't do it for anyone. So it should happen.
Yeah. It's not only the knowledge. It's internal transformation is happening. It's very nice. It's it is a it is a truth. That is why you can experience. That's why if I see open eye, just yeah, come and see. Mm. Otherwise, where we are here and now, no, everything is happened this present moment. But this one thought is this present moment. It is not real now. It's you see this? It's very nice.
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, I think time is gone.
Yes, Aranas. Therwan Sarnai Aranatsa
Yeah,
Namaskar.
Teruvan Sarnai everybody. Yeah, Teruvan Sarnai. Teruvan Saraswati. Yeah. Teruvan Sarnai. Tomorrow we can read the train and we can discuss tomorrow. Teruvan Sarnai.
Teruvan Sarnai. Teruvan Sarnai.
Teruvan Sarnai.
Teruvan Sarnai Aranatsa. Teruvan Sarnai everybody.
Buddothpado, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way. The Sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Ariyayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, O noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle bolts.
Zoom discussion today. Is Shani presenting a part of the book, Shani? Or is she, has she not joined it? So we'll start discussing the, Shani, can you hear me?
Yes.
Shall we start reading the book part?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody. Let's continue the book reading. The True Dhamma Have Awakened, Volume 1, page number 37. Aryan Mahanse, the one who has realized the pure truth. Where are you speaking from, Mihinin Mahanse? Mihinin Mahanse, an ordained Buddhist nun. I am from Hodana, Paragas Tota. Aryan Mahanse, please speak. Mihinin Mahanse, Aryan Mahanse, I feel that meditation is necessary, but I know that we cannot achieve enlightenment or realize the pure truth only by meditation. I feel that we need to apply meditation to our day-to-day practical life too. Aryan Mahanse, yes, that is correct. Meditation and your day-to-day living should not be considered as two separate things. In this path to realizing the pure truth, you cannot find meditation as a separate thing. Mihinin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, we look at meditation as a separate thing because of the Samatha Bhavana, also known as concentration meditation. Samatha means tranquility, a state of mind in which the meditator is able to feel calm, tranquil, peace, and happiness. Even during the time of the Buddha, there was samatha, meditation. In our ordinary world, when we talk about meditation, what we mean is to sit cross-legged, keeping the hands on your lap and do the concentration meditation, also known as Samatha Bhavana. When you listen to ordinary Buddhist sermons, when they mention the word meditation, what they mean is this concentration meditation. The problem with the Samatha meditators is that they meditate with the concept of a self-identity. They think that there is a person who meditates in Sattara Iriya, which means meditating in the four body postures, that is sitting, standing, walking, and lying down. What the Buddha teaches us in the Vidarshana meditation is to see the pure truth in whichever position we are in. That is to see or to be aware that there is no outside, nor is there an inside. Everything we experience as coming from outside is actually only a thought, and that the thought is also a lie. We have to be aware about it while we are seated, standing, walking, or lying down. In the teachings of Paticca also known as the dependent origination, the Buddha explains how we all create our own rebirth and suffering due to ignorance about the pure truth. Vidarshana meditation allows us break the cycle of suffering and rebirth
and realize the pure truth. Vidarshana meditation can be done in any position you are in. You need not assign a separate time to practice this meditation. Whenever you receive a thought, if you maintain an awareness and be mindful that what you see outside does not exist, it is only a thought, and that the thought too does not exist, this is called Sati Sampajanana. This awareness with the understanding of the pure truth is wisdom. It is wisdom that takes you on the path to realize the pure truth. With wisdom, when you realize the pure truth, you are automatically able to maintain Samma Satya. When you have Samma Satya, you are able to see the illusion of every thought you receive and not get affected by it. Wisdom is an awareness beyond the illusion of vijnana or mind consciousness. The wisdom beyond the mind is known as Lokottara Bhumi or the supra-mundane plane. Therefore, sign recording.
Teruvan Sarnai, Aryan Answer, Teruvan Sarnai, all Dhamma friends all around the world. We all welcome you to this forum today. Yes, today as Shani read the portion of this book, so here she mentioned the word meditation. The Menin Wanse or the ordained Buddhist nun asked Aryan Wanse, our noble friend, about the meditation. She thinks that she asks whether meditation is necessary or we cannot achieve enlightenment. And here we heard the two words meditation and enlightenment. Enlightenment is very important to keep in your mind. We will explain it later. So the most of the people all around the world think that if you want to purify your mind, if you want freedom of your mind, just sit cross-legged and you can meditate on something, keep on concentration on something, and then you can achieve this freedom or liberation of our mind. But that has not yet happened in this world, because here the person who meditate is there and he is not concentration everything that his faculties brings to mind, but he keeps one central idea, not to take any perceptions, without taking suppressing or repressing the perceptions. That is his aim, that is his sole intention, not to take perception. That is his intention, that is the thing he wants to do. Now here we find the meditator is there, and his purpose is not to take, not to absorb, not to receive, experience any perceptions. So, and ultimately their hope is to achieve enlightenment. So here in Buddhism, these two thoughts are considered wrong. This is not the right way to achieve freedom of mind. So the way to this is called what this nun asked is about samatha bhavana or concentration meditation. They concentrate something. Whenever you heard the word concentrate, so there is an action and there is a doer also. Someone is doing something. Someone is the meditator. Meditator is, what does he do? He is not taking perception and try to get rid of or refrain or suppress these perceptions, which brings into his mind consciousness. But when time passes, he feels that his state of mind will filled with calmness, tranquil, peace, and happiness. But that will last, that will prevail only for a shorter time. When he get up or when he stop his meditation, then again he will be in the same world where he was. So this was not successful so far, even though in Lord Buddha's time this was very popular. This was very popular. So only Lord Buddha said, before you doing meditation, meditation is doing something practical. Before reaching this practical thing, what you have to do is to understand why do you want to meditate on something. We want to meditate on something to get rid of something. What do you want to get rid of? What do you want? That is the suffering. So we suffer, the people suffer. Why do people suffer? Because they are living in an illusion. What is this illusion? All the faculties that bring you perceptions. These perceptions are not true. So they always think that there is a paddy field, there is the sky, that's the rain, that's the well. They think, they do not see, they label something, they assign a name, they tag a name to the particular thing. So this is how the mind works. So we always emphasize, we always explain how the mind works. How the mind consciousness ultimately bring the thing into your mind, and when then and there how the existent feeling also arises, and the power that brings that charge that you are there, and that thought is over, then another will take
Your line is not clear, Mr.
take
Bernard.
into that place. So it goes on and on and on. So living my existence was can't we explain always. So before illusion, we can't meditate. First we have to understand. So illusion, if you don't solve, because there's torrential rain here. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's okay. Now we can hear.
Yeah.
The last part,
Outside.
yeah, was unclear, but that's fine. Now it's clear.
Yeah. The people suffer due to this illusion. The illusion is always there, but they can't get rid of that. Just like darkness. Darkness spreads every nook and corner at night, you see. So you don't find any light if you are in a dark, thickest jungle. So in the same manner, whatever you feel, whatever experience, you experience only an illusion. So if you don't understand this, we can't meditate. What are we going to practice? Practice is the meditation part. So if you don't practice, you don't reach the liberation of mind. So before that, what we have to do is to understand the right vision. What is the right vision? What is samadhi? Samadhi is the world is an illusion, and you are also an illusion. There is no doer, and this is just what we feel is just manifestation of vibration. So if you don't understand this particular concept, you can't do something there. Why? You are in an illusion, and you are practicing something illusory things. Again, a temporary solution might be there, but it won't prevail for long. It don't prevail. So therefore, what we have to do is to understand what this particular meditation. The meditation is vidarshana bhava. We call in Sinhala vidarshana bhava. That is insight meditation. Insight meditation. But insight, you think, you awake your wisdom. And what is this wisdom? The world is an illusion. If you don't understand the illusion, so how are you going to practice and reach liberation of mind? So, therefore, it is better to understand what the real Buddhism is. So here, the today the people are deceived by the concept bhavana or the meditation that was practiced by Hindus. Hinduism also introduced some kind of meditation. That is samatha bhavana. So in Buddhism, in pure Dhamma, in real Buddhism, you don't find this samatha. You get you hear what you practice is insight meditation. So insight meditation brings you to prepare you to understand the world clearly, the clear picture. You are living in an illusion and you are dreaming and you are a dreamer and there is no person called I. Existence also a false view, our own notion. So without understanding this, you can't do the meditation. So people just start from meditation. So meditation comes later. So meditation, before meditation, what we have to do is to understand what is the right philosophy. The right philosophy is the world is an illusion. So if you don't solve that problem, you can't reach the practice part. You can't practice it. That one, Saranai. So Dr. Kokila, have you got anything to add?
Yeah,
Saranai.
actually, I would like to add few things. One thing is actually concentration meditation is like a long-term practice in the world. Insight meditation is actually coming up now. At this moment, it is getting slowly into the population, and I have to add that insight meditation actually has concentration part there. It appears because once we understand that there is no so-called reality, there's nothing. It is the illusory kind of the mind, the illusory nature of even the consciousnesses. Then there's nothing much for you to actually lose the concentration. So easily the concentration would be there. So there's no need for you to do the concentration meditation separately. Actually, when you keep understanding that the illusory nature, anyway, the concentration would be part and parcel of this part, because it becomes easier. Because when there are so many things in the life which we take as real, then your concentration is anyway like you're flustered. You can't concentrate on one thing anyway. But here we are not trying to maintain concentration meditation, but insight meditation will have it at the same time. So it will be a part and parcel of both. And the other thing I would like to add is we have to know the truth, as Mr. Bernard correctly mentioned. We have to know the truth. Otherwise, whatever the meditation we are trying to do, even the 4 steps that Aran Mahansi has advised, or Satara Satipatthana taught by Lord Buddha, even if you try to do them as a meditation, you won't be able to actually understand that or actually feel it. The best word is that actually to feel this non-existence, you need to actually understand Dhamma very well. That is why we have Zoom discussions. That is why we keep discussing these things. We keep discussing these things as much as we can so that everyone benefit from that, and so the doubts will be gone, and we try to understand what is the meaning of dependent origination. What does that mean? So dependent origination is a must. That is actually what is Dhamma means. When Lord Buddha, someone asked from Lord Buddha, what is Dhamma? But that was the answer. Dependent origination is the Dhamma. What is the meaning of dependent origination? It is how this illusory nature is produced. That is what Lord Buddha explained, how this illusory nature is produced. So it is very important to know how this happened. Otherwise, it will be a magic to us anyway. Magic will be a magic until we get to know how the magic is done. So that's what Lord Buddha said. That's what Lord Buddha actually explained, and that's what Aryan Vanse is trying to explain to us too. That this illusory nature of the mind, illusory nature of the other senses, how the rapidity or the speed occurrence of the vibration in the senses brings us like a sense of alive, like alive feel or sense of existence. It's a sense of existence. How did this happen? That is what is actually the dependent origination is. So it's very important, and we need to know that how it is met. I think we might have to talk about that one day, like explain it fully. I don't know whether it is the time for that today, because when we start, because it takes a long time to discuss how dependent origination is. I think we have done that before. Initially in these discussions, we have done that before, so we can keep discussing again and again, because it's very important, and how this illusory nature has arisen. It's not, no one has done this. It's not, it's just a production of the senses, and the senses are actually a production of the self vibration, which telepathized into any other the set that we talk about. So someone else can add to this, I think. Teruvan Sannai. Do you want to add something, Sarangika? Or could you?
Teruvan Sannai, Dr. Kokila, and Teruvan Sannai, Dhamma friends. Yes, I think we have discussed, I think, on many an occasion, isn't it, the Paticcasamuppada and the dependent origination aspect of it. But one of the recent things that, and a common misconception in society is about the, what do you say, one after the other? Is it linear or discrete? Isn't it? You kind of think that the components of the Paticcasamuppada rise one after the other. That is a common misconception. So then they think, so first vibration occurs, and then first there is ignorance, then there is mental formation. After that, the senses happen, and then form and name occurs, and so on. And Aryan Mahanse has taken great pains to point out that you cannot, if everything is happening and occurring in one spark, how can it even be possible to have these things in that sequential kind of fashion? If an object occurs to us like a chair, although we understand and we break it down to understand how the chair got formed, by understanding the Pubbenivasanusati Jnana, or the phenomena of the past minds, when in reality, what we see is we straight away see the chair. So, the light doesn't come separately, the sound doesn't come separately, the chair comes, the value of the chair, if the chair is of value to you, the value of the chair, the fact that you are there, the feeling that the chair exists, all that is in one shot, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? So how can one then separate that Paticcasamuppada, or the components occurring one after the other? It's impossible. And I think Aryan Mansi recently also said, how can you differentiate that, because it is happening in such a flash that it is simply impossible from the human senses, or I suppose any sensor whatsoever, due to the speed of vibration, that we absolutely, there is no way of to distinguish one element from the other. It simply does not happen. And in that sense, understanding that by itself, it brings a lot of clarity to the insight meditation and the whole thing that we have to do, as Mr. Bernard pointed out earlier, in understanding the workings of the mind and the mind object, how it forms, what are the components of it, that this is all, as you said, Dr. Kokila, the manifestation of the vibration because of its sheer speed, isn't it? If not for the speed, there is no manifestation. With that understanding and the clarity of that understanding comes the awakening, and comes the realization that this so-called world that we have thought to be real is not real. And the most important message of all is that there wasn't a soul here. The whole soul concept comes about only because of believing a world to be real, when that itself is an illusion. And that aspect of concentration meditation that we were speaking earlier about is also the problem with that is that there is always an object, isn't it? Some kind of nimitta that is focused on in order to gain some kind of tranquility by people sitting for concentration meditation, whereas the Buddha himself propounded a non-soul Dhamma, which means that how can there be an object if there is no thing at all? The object itself is a fallacy, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, and I think we can add to that beautiful discussion, we can add actually the most, like Aryan Mansi said yesterday or day before, the most difficult part is to feel this as well. That's I think the challenge. But I think everyone has taken that challenge from Aryan Mansi, because he has challenged. So he's challenging every day. He's reminding every one of us every day that you have to feel that this vibration is actually is just a mere vibration of the sensory organ, nothing that you are feeling it. So it is something for us to feel it. So in order to do that, in order to understand this, in order to feel this, the initial how this happens, or the dependent origination, understanding how this happened, understanding how this magic happened, is the path. I mean, the key, or the secret, I would say. Keep understanding how this happened, because sometimes it looks very easy, sometimes it looks very difficult, but this is a challenge that humans took. and it's only taken by, this challenge can't be taken by anyone else. It's only human nature that could realize these things. So, and we all are in that challenge now, and I think it is very important to understand Dhamma and then realize how this self vibration has persisted, such like in one vibration, like one stimulus, sorry, in one stimulus, how this is happening, how because non-vibration has been there already, and it there's no chance for non-vibration because of the vibration, the illusory nature, and the we always feel everything as real. The only vibration can persist. So it's really interesting actually, but the challenge is there, and I think everyone has understood that there is a challenge, and everyone is actually really doing a great job in taking this not as a lecture, not as like another, like a course, or not like a sermon itself, because this should be felt, and that is what is called sandittika, or what this has to be felt by someone, this has to be experienced by someone, so that that person would never doubt about the dependent origination again, will not doubt about the illusory nature of this self vibration, or any vibration in that sense, isn't it? Anyone else who want to add something?
Yes, Dr. Gokul, that was interesting. And the other factor is in Indonesia, they have
Your line is not
something
clear,
called
Mr. Bernard.
meditation, and there is a meditation, and they have a target, an aim. The final target is to
Mr.
enlighten.
Bernard, can you hear me?
Yeah, what they call it meditation is, there is a meditation. So here in Buddhism, is it clear? Is it clear?
No, clear.
Clear.
No, clear. I didn't hear the first part. Now it is clear.
To walk in areas in signal.
Okay,
Yeah.
now I can.
In it, they believe that there, when they reach enlightenment, they will become puzzle of universe, and remain there for uh, not having any purpose. So how this differ when Buddhism is compared?
Yeah, actually, it's a
Buddhism. Do we have a special method of doing this? Yes, Dharan sir.
actually in concentration meditation, and the concept of enlightenment in that is there would be someone who is actually not feeling anything in that particular moment, but the problem here is this is not permanent, or this is not even when the person comes out of meditation, that person will know by experience that all the problems that they feel, the burning, this suffering would be there. And we know that it is like the self vibration has persists even in the enlightenment, that what they called as enlightenment. How it differs from Buddhism is actually starting from again the dependent origination, because dependent origination has nothing to do with just concentration meditation, even though we have like heard about it. So that doesn't necessarily mean that we know dependent origination, but understanding dependent origination will be the only path to the real Buddhism. So that is where the trick is, because understanding that self vibration is there only when the stimulus is real, or in a different way, I would like to put in a different way, that if we take the stimulus as real, there is always the self vibration. This is like I think the Surangika that they also told that Pali part, that if this is their if this is here this will be there. So that what that means is, if there is a if there is a reality to any of the stimulus, if any part of the stimulus, if you feel that it is existing, definitely the self vibration will be existing. But otherwise, there is nothing actually persisting as a self vibration. If you don't know this reality, that how this happens, that ethically maybe that part, if we don't understand that, I don't think there's any kind of truth in whatever sitting down meditation is. There's no use, because we don't understand what's happening, because we will be under the impression that there is someone yes, and the experience with a long time, there's still the chance of having that vibration happening. So the main important part of Paticcasamuppada, or the dependent origination, is that word that we were talking, this, if this happens, this happens. Or if you have a better way of telling that in English, let me know, because I just made it now. So if we know that if this happens, then it is at the same time the other way around. If this doesn't happen, this doesn't happen. So field of existence is actually just a illusory nature of the rapid vibration. There is a rapid vibration which is happening in the sensory organs, yes, but that's the only thing that is happening and nothing else. Then only we can see that, okay, if that was the only thing, then we understand that may ethically may no way, that part comes. because there's nothing, the self vibration is not there. You can't telepathize to self vibration if there is, if the vibration is not taken as real. Then, so this truth, if that is not there from the beginning, it's useless. You can't cultivate that in the middle. You have to start from the beginning. What is the beginning? Is a Satyajnana, or the knowing the truth from the beginning is the most important part. If you miss that part, whatever the tranquility you get from other ways, which are temporary, it will be useless. But if you know the truth, what we try to explain, then there's no problem, because you know how the illusory nature happened, and how the illusory nature gave rise to this self vibration. Then, of course, you keep understanding this slowly and very progressively. You will keep understanding that, because every day we have discussions, we have like sermons, we have like we try to actually, like think about that yoniso manasikara, deep thinking about these things. What is the meaning of light? Is there a light, or is it, what is there? It's because every aspect of a field is felt as with like a feel that it is happening here. But what actually happens is, it is not happening to a self. It is not happening to a person. It is not happening to anyone in that context. So understanding this is difficult, but still, if you keep understanding how this works, how sankhara or formations work. If it is mental formations, it is mind consciousness. But if it is just formations, it will be the light consciousness, or the eye consciousness, or the ear consciousness. So any formation is just a formation only, because of the like the rapidity of the vibrations, and that's it. Whatever the consciousness is not a thing, is not real. That is the most important part, because a lot of us understand that the chair is not existing, but there's a bit more part of it to feel it too. So the mind consciousness, or the eye consciousness, or any consciousness in that context, because we have only 6 senses. I think that is lucky, because if we had about like a lot of like number of other senses, we would be having to contemplate all of that. But we have only 6 senses. So we all have to understand that whatever the input we have here is not an input. Actually, we feel it as an input. That is the actual illusory nature. We feel it as something happening from outside. It's actually not happening from outside. It's happening from is it happening from inside? No, it's not even happening from inside. There's nothing like that. But the illusory nature actually gives us a feeling that it is happening like that. So keep understanding this truth makes us it will give you concentration, because the mind has no agitation. Mind will not be restless, because we know it is not true. So the when you keep understanding that this illusion, the concentration part will be a part and parcel of this path. It's nothing, we don't have to actually do it. It's nothing, it's not something to be practiced. Some people might say, no, it helps in the initial bit. That is, if someone is really trying to listen to a Dhamma sermon and can't concentrate, maybe that that kind of mind might get some benefit from concentration. I'm not sure, maybe. And yeah, because some people can't even have the ability to sit down and listen to something, or sit down and think about something, or think deeply, because this is not randomly thinking, it's a very deep thinking, so that you understand what is happening in one stimulus, because one stimulus seems very simple, chair. So, but that's the stimulus we feel, but it has a few more layers, like there are so many layers to understand. Is there anyone to add anything anymore? I don't know whether I actually completed the answer, but the Mr. Bernard's question, but I think there is 100% there is a difference. Like there's no
that gave us a clear picture of what Buddha. Same time, now here we always feel the feel of existence. So then when we understand the illusion, so then we become a kind of a state of mind, non-self existence. With understand the illusion, you become a state of mind called supreme wisdom. You reach the supreme wisdom, not enlightenment as in Buddhism, as in Hinduism. They always insist on, they enforce, they always like to describe their meditation last progress is enlightenment. Here Buddhism, enlightenment is not encouraged. So here we get supreme wisdom, where non-self vibration is experienced. The person is experiencing non-self vibrant state of mind is there always. So there we feel all the faculties usually they work. You feel some kind of happiness, sadness, and other emotions also. There we can call it non-existential happiness or non-existential sadness, sorrow, like that. So we have never heard that kind of thing in any religion, any religious practices, meditation, as like Buddhism. So this is where the Buddhism is very important, because the person is not there and the world is not there. I am. You don't find I, a person called I, no existence there. The feeling of existence is no more, because we understand what this illusion is, what this world is, what this thought is, what is the final production of the mental formation, mind consciousness. So then we feel non-vibration. So that is the state we reach. The non-vibration cannot attract vibration. So that person always experience tranquility, peace, happiness, and so on. Isn't that so?
Yeah, and the other part is that that person will be able to appear as normal. They will do the same, like similar.
At the same time, yes, that's right.
They will be in this, like a person will be cleaning the garden, similarly to another normal person. But the difference is this is felt in all the postures, available to a human. And difference is that they are not anymore in that film. They are awakened from the film. So imagine there is an actor who is acting in a film. Imagine someone is acting in Avatar, so it's like any film. So the actor always know that he's acting, because there would be the crew, the director, the everyone will be around them, and a lot of other actors would be there, and they know that they're acting. But the problem arises when he comes home. He thinks he's not acting and he's in the real life. But what happens with this truth is you are awakened from so-called this real life too, because you know the illusory nature. You know that you have awakened from this dream or the actual film. So you would be doing the same things as before, but still you wouldn't be a part of it. You wouldn't be a part of it, and the basic message is there wouldn't be suffering, because there's no one to suffer here. I think that is the most important part. So because this understanding, or this supreme wisdom, what you said, initially a person listening to this Dhamma will transiently feel this for a moment, but then becoming that supreme wisdom can take time. But still, if someone has felt it transiently, he or she will definitely know that it is definitely illusory, because then no one needs to keep reminding him or her that it is illusory, because he already know that it is illusory. It can be very transient, or very like a very fraction of a second, but it will give you some kind of light to the understanding. But then becoming that supreme wisdom will take time. It doesn't matter. But the thing is, this supreme wisdom, you will be acting normal and will be trying to give this Dhamma to everyone, so that the other person's suffering will be gone too. Because that is the only thing that we can do to help every other human being to get rid of the suffering. Because suffering is there when you are there. When you are not there, there is no suffering. Where is the beholder of the suffering? There's no one to claim the suffering. So the suffering will be not there too. So it's really interesting, really nice. I think someone can join the discussion now. I don't know, Ansi was also there, but
Therwan Saranai Kokila. Therwan Saranai Aryan Mahaja, can I add something for this discussion? Yes. Yeah. I heard we are talking about every day about the differences between concentration meditation and the Vidarshana meditation. So it is why it is really important to understand about this, because anyone can understand that when we are attached, craving arises, and then from craving comes suffering. Then people try to be free from that suffering, and then begin to do the concentration or samatha meditation or mindfulness. I believe that is the outer layer of this understanding of this Dhamma. That is the outer layer of this, the word for that state. But what harder to understand is this: the world that we are experiencing as a external outer world is actually a projection of our own cognitive illusion. So for someone who truly understands this Dhamma, there is no need to go in a jungle or for a special place or a special posture to do this meditation for a long period in a sitting position or somewhere. Why it is? Because from within us, once we are realized there is nothing of real value to hanging or to greedy from outer world, when the mind doesn't want no longer chase external objects, the path for defilements to arise become weaker and weaker when we realize the true Dhamma. That means that there is no external world, that is the illusory world. But concentration meditation allow person to find a good place to rebirth, like heaven or Brahma realms. They are find a place and they have a place, and they have a place, external and internal, both they have. But who realize and understand this Dhamma mean, who is detached from both external and internal world. They don't seek heaven or Brahma realms or heaven or nothing to go, nothing, no place for them, because they understand I believe 31 layers is the mind, are existing in this mind. This is the real difference between concentration meditation and inside the vipassana meditation, inside meditation or vipassana meditation. So concentration meditation usually need a single object to focus on. But someone who realized this Dhamma, who doing vidarshana meditation, they are free from both external and internal world. Also, it can happen only any time. That meditation can happen anytime, any place, anywhere. As example, when we are walking, when we are talking, when we are hearing, and then when we are touching something, it can happen any time, anywhere, in any posture. The vipassana meditation, that state is from that meditation that's happened across all four posture. Once someone reach that state, no need a place, no need posture to do that meditation. That is the difference of concentration meditation and vidarshana meditation. But in some point, I believe through this vidarshana meditation, samatha meditation also occur automatically within us. Both are joined together in this path.
Yes. Thank you for contributing those very, very important ideas. So then, what we have another problem here. So does Buddhism always emphasize only meditation to reach this supreme wisdom and get rid of cycle of birth? Or we have heard that Darchira and Angulimala also reach the supreme wisdom. So how did this happen? Can anyone contribute?
Can I contribute some idea?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Did.
If we take, if we focus on the Angulimala's Rahatan Wahanse's story, um, actually he killed lots of peoples. Then how he became to the Arihat state of Arihat. So we can understand. He could understand about the what is the external world, whether there is existing outside world or inside world. That is the point. I believe he could understood about this Dhamma to release from the suffering. Without understanding about our five senses, what is uh, uh, the world is creating through our five senses, we unable to get rid of, we unable to come out from that cage.
Yeah, actually, but in that case, there are different aspects of Dhamma. That there is only one stimulus at one time, and there's no the if someone is in the mind, definitely the space and time, like that's a reality. Like you feel that it is real, but that is the problem. Like we feel that when you go back thinking, I am the one who killed everyone, I'm the one who ate the breakfast today morning. So there's a way of thinking, and that thinking pattern is arising because of the feel of continuity in this mind, and that is what actually I think is another thing that Swamin Wahanse understood, Angulimala Swamin Wahanse understood, because he had the mind that he did everything in the past and he couldn't get rid of that mindset. But then Lord Buddha tried to reiterate that there is one stimulus at a time, and if that is real, only the self vibration arises, otherwise nothing. There's no self who is persisting. And that was a very important message to him, because his point, because there are so many points that people suffer, like a mother would suffer thinking about the kids, father would suffer thinking that he has to he has to bring money to the house, president would suffer thinking that he has to look after the whole country. Likewise, Angulimala, Venerable Angulimala was suffering thinking, I did so many stuff to people. I killed people. So that's kind of one thought that kept bothering him. That one particular thought, that's the one stimulus. I killed people. So that stimulus, that one stimulus, when is bothering him. So that what Lord Buddha, because this Dhamma is actually applied to different people in a different way. So to Kisagotami, it is applied in a different way. To Patachara, it is applied in a different way. To a king, it is applied in another different way. Like a king was several princes were like looking for a woman, and then Lord Buddha said, why are you looking for someone else? Why are you not looking, trying to look for yourselves? Like that. So he used the perfect time and perfect thing. Actually, Aranwansay does that a lot of the time. Like he understand the weak point because we have weaker points. We have the kind of sometimes we might feel, yeah, we are not attached to the chair, but we have like a very powerful point where we are attached to. So the noble friend understands that and actually releases that, and that is actually a very great part of the noble friend, because only noble friend will understand what the other person is entangled to, like one particular way of thinking. So Lord Buddha actually released him by reminding him, no, Angulimala, it is not like that. In this mind, this particular moment, you haven't killed anyone. You haven't. This is just another new moment. So that particular message actually went through Angulimala. So he was like, I think must have been mesmerized, like really took it really beautifully, and he could understand the everything about Dhamma then start to pour, because his one attachment, the one particular problem is solved, then it becomes easier. That's why we invite all the like whoever listening to Dhamma to ask. We ask them to come to the Zoom discussions and speak to Aran Wahanse, that because of that. Because you may think that you have understood something. You may think that, yeah, I know this. Like most of the time we feel like, yeah, I know that. Yeah, I already know that part. Yeah, I have heard it like 10 times now. But there is always something that you have missed if you don't feel it. So then, even if you feel it momentarily, like transiently, still there's like a long way to go. So that is what the importance of the noble friend. I think we are running into the other Zoom again. No, we have 7 minutes more. Yeah. We have 7 minutes more. Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, this is a very, very, truly profound Dhamma, because Angulimala was someone who had killed many people, no? But once he saw the Dhamma, the reality of how these senses are working, the illusory world, he faced his suffering head on, and then he got free from suffering. Then actually, that's why we are invited to everyone to come and see this Dhamma, to get free from suffering. This is, we can get, that is the big point. We can think about through Angulimala's Rahatan Wanse's story. He didn't just stop. He didn't killing physically. He deeply understood that the thought means I kill.
This Dhamma is. Yesterday also I told this.
Mm-hmm.
This Chakku Nichanga Nichambanti is a Buddha's word. Yeah. This eye is real or no? It's not real.
No, not
so after
real.
Buddha asked the monk, is anybody here? No. The answer is the monk. This is the Dhamma. Nobody's here. So I think your discussion is going to Savinyana. Someone is here. Why are you not talking about nobody's here?
Yes, sir.
The Dhamma is there. Nobody's here. Everything is happening without you. That's the practical experience. But you, all of them, are not talking about that. Because nobody is here. Who is the suffering? Who have suffering? Nobody is here. Who have suffering? Who have this sadness? No one is here. The meaning is a field. That's the tranquility. System is working. Nobody is here. Every time a spark is happening, it's like a current. It's not savignanaka. What's the word is English? It's savignanaka. Current is not a living being. It's a non-living being. So that's the experience. So that's systematically everything's happening. Senses also creating. Senses effect is not real. No, senses effect. No. Everything is not real. Is you looking is real? No. Is you hearing something? There's a crow? No. Sound is a sound. What is this? Sense creations. It's not real. It's your senses. It's not real. I think very important this reminding. Nobody is here. Someone understood this Dhamma finally. What's the experience? Nobody is here now. Doer is not here. Everything is happening. Who is doing? No one doing. System is working. That's all. No? It's very important.
One Sarnai. So we finally we have come to the end of our today's forum. So what we have to do is to understand the illusion. What is this world? Where am I there? You
It's an illusion.
understand it, your existence.
Illusion is
Is there
someone don't know the truth. That's the illusion.
truth? Yeah, that's
Someone
right.
don't know the truth. That's the illusion.
True.
It's avidya, no?
That's true.
Yeah, someone know the truth. He know nobody is here. Someone don't know the truth. He don't know how is happening this. How is this alive feel is coming? How is this existent feel is coming? He don't know. No, but normally people don't know. So that's why they are in illusion. Misconception. No. That's the misconception.
Yes.
Every religion is a programming, no. It's Hindus and Christians and Muslims and Buddha also religion. What's the religion? Meaning is after death, where are you going? But Buddha not told this. Buddha told this present moment only everything is happening. This present moment is someone understood is nothing anything here. So where are you going? Who is going? Nobody's here now. Someone understood this Dhamma. Who's going circle of birth? So nobody's here. What's the meaning is this? This someone is thinking he is real. That's the power. Like a wave. That's the power. It's a wave. That's the power. It's a thinking power. How is this power is coming? How is these thoughts are coming? This power, how is how is it rising? How is this power finally found? So I always tell in this. Finally, this power come in the thought. We are using the thought. We are thinking. That's a thinking power. Every thought have a power. Because every thought you are using is existent fee. But someone is no, this thought is not real. There is no power. Simple this. Dhamma is very simple. So how is this thought is not real is coming? You want to understand how is this thought is coming. That's the yata bhutam pajanat. It's a Buddha's word. Samudaya is a Buddha's word. Udayapanyana is a Buddha's word. Everything is same. It's a mechanism. It's your eye creations, your sense creations. It's not real. We ask the different end, they ask the power. Negative and positive, somewhere the touching, then there's the power. They link, there's the power. Buddha's word is this. It's a spark. What is this spark? Spark is the power. Vibration is that one. That one is the vibration. You know, eye is vibration. Ear is a vibration. Every sensor, vibration is creation. That's a cause and effect dhamma. Vibration given the light. Vibration given the sound. If it is a sound and light, cause is vibration. That's why power generating system is here. It's not savinyanaka. It's not living being. It's system. It's a power generating system. It's only the power generating system. What is this thoughts? It's power, no? What is this? Everything is this. It's your thinking power. How is this? It's a mind power, no? Yeah. Electric power, magnetic power, mind power. What is this? It's a science. That is a Buddha told. Vidya Udapadi. It's right vision. It's nothingness. Chakkung Udapadi. What is this eye? Is looking the truth. Is the Chakkung Udapadi. Right vision, eye is creating. That's the Dhamma. Jnana Udapadi is the wisdom eye. Vidya Udapadi is a science eye. Scientist eye. Huge science. Physics, chemistry, biology, everything is one science. It's a vibration science. As huge science, it's a wisdom science. No any other science here. Where's the chemistry? Chemistry is vibration together and missing, and new one is coming. It's the chemistry. What is this vibration? It's speed. That's the physics. No physics or chemistry is one. What is biology? Is same. One science is here. No any other science. Someone know this system. That's the wisdom science. That's a huge science. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. It's a science. That's how is cycle of birth is creating is system. How is your memory creating? Not anywhere memory. It's a system. It's a telepathy system. It's a same wave, same vibrations. Where's the memory? No memory is here. It's a spark only. No time is here. One spark is here. Where's the time? No time is here. What is this science? It's failed. Material science is failed. No, it's a fail. You want material evidence. But this one can't get in the material because material is not real, is illusion. You won't get in the evidence material, but material is not real. Evidence is not real. Everything is wrong. New generation, new scientists are going wrong. They don't know where are they going. They can destroy material. They can destroy. I always talk, So, 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 so missile can destroy the material. Missile can't destroy this vibration system. The meaning is missile can destroy the material. Missiles can destroy the material, but what is that? What's that, Mike? This missile can destroy the material, but missile can't destroy the cycle of birth. Missile can kill in the people, but missile can't stop in the cycle of birth. But this dumb is truth. Someone know this truth is your power generating is over. This what is the missiles? Is bomb blast? What's happened? That atom bomb is a destroy. It's a power. There's a power more than power. What is the huge more than power? What is huge power is here? Is nothingness. Is the huge power. Is the Buddha's explaining. His cycle of birth is going. Is a vibration system. It's a waves. I was telling this. That's a system. Non-vibration is the base of this power generating system. It's non-vibration. It's the end of this world. You are in the world. You are thinking the world. Whereas the vibration is your thoughts. It's your everything. Material, everything. But non-vibration. No words, no thoughts, no materials. Because vibration is the everything. Light or sound or anything. Electric power, magnetic power, mind power, everything is vibrations. This non-vibration is the end of this world. You are in the world. What is this Buddha's explain? So no being, no living being, nothing existed. It's non-vibration. It's very nice. Very, very nice this time. It's very important. Yeah, it's okay. Tomorrow we can discuss again. I'm hearing everything. I'm in silence. Because we won't give the chance to you to is wisdom. What is that wisdom inside? Is inside meditation? What is that inside meditation? Is you want going deep, meanings finding. So that's a chance. So I'm looking everything. I'm hearing. It's okay. No problem. I won't give the right vision and right message. It's very nice. It's okay. Tomorrow we can join again. And Dr. Kokila and the Dr. Ravi and the Saroja, the Suranka, and my friends. Very nice. Our Bernard also. Nice film is going. It's okay, no problem. It's okay, okay. Everything is worth. It's okay. Then sana everybody tomorrow we can discuss again. Yes.
Terima
Sana.
kasih. Pada namaskar.
Yeah. Thanks.
Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to open your eyes. Open your eyes. It's time for Nibbana, for Nibbana. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Awake humans, be awakened humans. It's your liberation that comes through. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. The last breath will be so peaceful, so peaceful. With Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Wake up, wake up, wake up to the truth. Buddothpado, Buddothpado.
Pages from the Buddothpado, Buddothpado Volume 1 to start the session today. Teruvan Saranai.
Everybody. Let's continue the book reading. The True Dharma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 34, third paragraph. Then we ask you, now where are you? Are you the body? No. Then aren't you the mind consciousness? Yes, you are. Then there is no point of this body, is there? Then, is there a life form in this mind consciousness? A living thing? Now, this is the point where we all get stuck. Upasikawa, there is no life in the mind consciousness. Aryan Mahanse, when you look at sound and color and realize that they do not exist, then the mind consciousness ceases to exist. Because without sound and color, the mind consciousness ceases to exist. When the mind consciousness ceases, nothing is alive.
and you realize that your self-identity is an illusion. All your thoughts cease to exist. All concepts get destroyed. Even the concept of earth get destroyed. Only the empty universal space remains. Upasikawa, only the universal space remains. Aran Mahanse, the mind consciousness does not own people. It does not own anything. The mind consciousness only thinks. Upasikawa, it is only a thought. Aran Mahanse, is there any person in a sound? Is there a thing in a color? When you realize that there cannot be a living feeling in a sound and in a color, and you stop believing in them, your self-identity ceases to be. Anand Mohanty, isn't it amazing that you are able to hear this truth? You are very fortunate to hear this sermon. Upasikawa, yes, I have done a lot of merit to hear this sermon. Anand Mohanty, once you realize the pure truth, you will not cry when your husband dies. You will not cry when your son dies. We hear a lot of stories during the time of Buddha, where the noble ladies received similar news. During the time of the Buddha, there was a story about a lady from a noble family who was giving alms to disciples of Buddha. She received a message from the war ground saying that her husband and all her children were killed. She read the message and without any remorse tucked the piece of paper on the belt on her waist and continued to serve food to the disciples, saying that she got news that she lost her husband and all her children on the battlefield. She had already realized the pure truth, therefore she did not get disturbed by this sad news. Upasikawa, there is no point in feeling sad. R.M. Mahanse, now where is the husband that you thought you had with you all this time? He is only a thought. The shape of the spouse, his body, the coldness of the warmth, the feeling to the touch, they are only thoughts. Upasikawa, everything is a thought. R.N. Mahanse, it is only a thought when there is no self. What else could there be? Upasikawa, that is true, Honorable Sir. R.N. Mahanse, is this me? Once you reach home, you will start thinking, is this body me? The Buddha said, Rupang Attano Samanupassati. Rupa Vata Nan Samanon Passati. We think that our body is mine. It has life. That too is only a thought. Upasikawa, I understood Aryan Mahanse. Aryan Mahanse, the Buddha said that we believe that this body is mine. It is me and it is alive. There is no such thing. That is called Sakkaya Dittiya. It is a false view that I exist. A drushti. It means false view. Upasikawa, Teruvan Saranai Ornavats. A lot of merit to R.M. Hanse, Teruvan Saranai, may the blessings of the Noble Triple be upon Teruvan Saranai.
Tirvansana, everyone. we'll start to have a discussion today. I think Aranhasi will join later. So I think the discussion that we read, can you start the discussion, Sudharma? Is there?
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Yes, I can start. What she focused on was, it's a continuation of yesterday's discussion. Yesterday, actually, we were focusing on 10 fetters and how we gradually get rid of these defilements as we understand the truth. Truth is actually, as today's section also focusing on this Bandula Mallika's, I think that Queen Bandula Mallika's story, where how when she received the sad message of the death of her husband and some children, still how she was not shaken, because she by that time has liberated from the thought. She has realized the emptiness of the thought. So as every day, in every sermon, what Aryan Hanse repeatedly mentions is understanding the true nature of this thought. There is the nothingness of the thought is the science, or the actually the secret of liberating from the world. So this part actually deal also is connected to awakening to the moment. So awakening to the moment is also nothing but seeing the true nature of the six sensory faculties, and how when the sensory faculties perceive an external kind of perceives something, how ignorantly people feel that it is something that is, which exists out there that we see. But when we know the real scenario, how it is just a vibration, it is due to the occurrence of vibrations of similar frequencies, some manifestation of these vibrations occur, and with that this continuous sparking happens, and we feel as if something existing. With this feeling of existing, some power, actually with this sparking, some power is also generated, and that with that power grows into this mind power or chittaropana bala, and it connects with the nervous system, and so we feel as if we see something out there. So when we understand that it is just an illusion, it is just the rising of the five aggregates, nothing but the five aggregates, form, feeling, perception, mental formation, and consciousness. There onwards, one does not get deceived by this manifestation of the five aggregates, or these sensory faculties, sensory inputs. And then again, it helps. Actually, that is what Aryan Mahansi mentions as nothingness, also emptiness in the thought. With that, one liberates from the thought, and there he or she experiences the emptiness of the world. Otherwise, that the the world, actually the stuff made up of four great elements, although they are also just non-existent, they are also vibrations, but still here nothingness is not demolishing everything around. You may have the same life, you may have the same surroundings, same environment, same kind of stuff, but still that burning, since you know that they are just thoughts, nothing but your thoughts, that burning will not happen. So, Dr. Kokila,
I think Sudharma.
yes, Dr. Kokila, actually,
So shall
yeah,
we concentrate a bit more about what because Shani was trying to say something about the like what is it called, Manovinyane? Is it the mind consciousness? Yeah. So the mind consciousness is the most trickiest part here. So we'll talk about a little bit like that about this. So here, what happens is, it is not the thought that is the problematic thing. So thought will be there, and it is not the actual the light. It is not the problem. The light is not the problem. The sound is not the problem. The smell is not the problem. Actually, what is the problem is the thought that they are there, that they are real. So that is what is important here, because mind consciousness is where the thoughts, you feel the thoughts are real. That is where you feel the alive feeling. So this should be taken very clearly, otherwise you will think that the thought is a problem. Thought is not a problem. Light is not the problem, sound is not the problem, the smell is not the problem, the taste is not the problem, the touch is not the problem. The problem here is not knowing that they are real. No, that's the wrong way. I think I put it in a, I don't know whether I put it in a correct way. So not knowing is the ignorance, not knowing that it is not real. So that it is not actually there. So this manifestation is like a part of a film where you put a headset on and then you can see a lot of things. So likewise, our life from like even now, like surrounded by stuff, like stuff, and then you can hear things, you can see things, you can feel things. Thoughts will be coming. But what happens with Dhamma is that the notion, the thought that these are all real is the thing that will vanish. So the drushti, or the concept that these are real, is the one would be shattered. Nothing will happen to the actual thoughts or the data. So we need to take this very clear, because when we understand that they are not real, thoughts will continue to come. Light will continue to happen. Sound will continue to happen. The touch, smell, taste will continue to happen. It will continue to happen until there's one last thought, because in that talk, there was a talk about how when there is no stimulus, how that system ceases to work, because the system ceases to work when there is no thoughts, and thoughts are not happening when the actual sensory organs are not working. So what happens here is actually identified in a thinking world. So we think about the birth, we think about the death, we think about the life, we think about everything. But this thinking world is not real. This is very difficult in the initial bit, but then with repetition, this becomes very clear. And then what happens when someone understands Dhamma is this burden that we have. Burden is actually because that we have taken them as very serious. When we take things serious, when we take actually not, the word serious is not actually good here. When we take things as available, no,
Real, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Real.
yeah, when take
actual stuff.
Yeah, whatever that word, yeah, real. When we take things as real, what happens is we feel real too. This is what this happens when this happens, is that cause and effect thing that we talk about every day. So what is the cause and effect? If this happens, this happens. So what is happening? If you feel anything real, if the sensory organs are, whatever the sensory organ outcome is taken as real or felt as real, definitely the self vibration would be there. So this is the understanding of how the self arises. This is very important so that someone understand how self arises. If not, we don't understand how knowing that chair is a mirage, how am I going to be diminishing? How am I going to understand that there is no I? This is where the most important part. What is the important part? The important part is understanding that when there is a thing, there is always a self, because this happens only in one stimulus. So when the stimulus is taken as real, definitely there will be the self vibration. So this is happening as the telepathy effect. So you keep getting this fact again and again and again and again. One day, what happens is one particular moment, one stimulus will not be felt as real, and then you will not be felt. So if this happens, this happens, but if this doesn't happen, this doesn't happen. Can you remember the Sinhala part of it? Can someone tell the Sinhala part for that? Idang, can't remember the actual.
Yeah. Dr. Kokila, meaning you meant the Pali version or the Sinhala
Pali version.
The Pali is imasming sati idang hoti, imasuppada idang uppajjati. I can't remember the rest, sorry.
That one.
Okay.
So actually we are talking about that one because that is the cause and effect. So if you don't get this properly, you don't get the rest of it. So we need to pay attention to this. So why are we listening to this Dhamma? Why are we listening about a chair? Why are we trying to understand what happens to the chair, or whether chair is not there or is there chair? Why are we talking about a chair? And suddenly it comes to the light. It is only in one stimulus we talk about this. And in that stimulus, if the stimulus is taken for granted or taken as real, definitely the telepathization is happening to the self vibration. But if it's not real at one particular moment, if the stimulus is not real or not felt as real, then you will not feel the self vibration. Then we call it non-self vibration. There's no non-self vibration. Actually, there's nothing called non-self vibration. It's just another perception where you get because there's no self vibration there. It's just an emptiness you feel. That is the emptiness we talk about, not the emptiness of the world, not the emptiness of the anything else. You're not talking about emptiness of anything else. I think I tried.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, that's very clear. That's what actually I was trying to ask. This emptiness, we get confused at the very beginning because when we hear that it is the emptiness that you experience when you liberate from the thought, it's not clear. I mean, one may not understand at once. And Dr. Kokila, then again, even when we understand the wisdom of truth, understand the concept, and when we actually practice the Kamatahan also, what happens is stimuli will occur as usual, but that stimulation will not be as strong as before, isn't it, Dr.? Would you like to explain it further?
Yeah, what happens when you hear Dhamma or this truth about how self vibration is appearing in each stimulus. It's such a relief to know that there's no actual self there. It's just something which is arising. Something, there is a cause, and you understand, okay, then it means when the causes are not there, the effect is not there. That's such a relief to know that. And that itself brings you so much happiness, just to know this. And then we keep understanding that, okay, the stimulus, if the stimulus is felt as real, definitely we are there. Then we try to understand why the stimulus is then not there. Why are we talking about the stimulus and why it is actually not there? Then we understand how perceptions work, how vibrations work, how this the whole the sensory world works, how the thought will capture the whole thing, how we have this film in this thinking world. It's a thinking world. So we are inside a thinking world. We need to come out of that thinking world, but we are inside a thinking world. Even if we are inside a thinking world, the burning will actually definitely reduce as soon as we start to hear this Dhamma, because it's such a relief to know that there is no actually self. It's only there because there is a cause, and when the cause is not there, actually the self is not there. It's such a good thing. So then we keep listening to Dhamma and we try to understand why the stimulus is not real. And we keep understanding that. And one day, when you keep listening to this Dhamma, you will definitely understand that even the light is not real. The light is a production of the eye. Light is just the vibration, like a speedy vibration of the eye. But we felt it as real. And we understand that the sound is the speedy vibration of the ear. We keep understanding this because to us, the sound sounded so real. The lights seemed to be so real. Let alone the beach, let alone the forest. Just the simple light. We feel that it is so real. Let alone the birds sound, let alone the vehicle sound. We feel that the sound is real. How about the other stuff? So we keep understanding this, and more we listen to Dhamma, we keep understanding more and more about this real beauty of the world, how we are actually, how we were beaten by this magic, how we were blinded by the magic, how we were led into like a bubble of thinking. It's like walking in a dream. It's like walking in a like inside a film. But no, we didn't feel like that, because when we are actually feeling that, we don't feel it as a dream. We feel it as real. This is my brother. This is my sister. These are my sons. These are my daughters. This is my husband. This is my wife. This is my parents. These are my parents. And this is my house. And this is my country. And this is my world. The sky is mine. And this part of the land, it is mine. So we keep thinking like that. I mean, it's such a shame to know that we were cheated by our own consciousness. It's such a beautiful thing to know that how these things worked, how these things led to our suffering. Well, Lord Buddha has once said, there is happiness in such a way, but if there is a happiness in some way, I would not be telling this Dhamma. Because in one way or other, it's only suffering. You might feel happy for a bit, but that is actually, again, is a suffering, because we don't have to describe that far, because we know enough about suffering, isn't it? We don't have to say much about that. So we were led in such a way. What happens when we hear Dhamma? We keep understanding this slowly and slowly. We keep understanding how we believed that the light is real, how we believe that the sound is real, how we believe that what we feel in the skin is real, how we believe that what we feel in the tongue is real, how we believe that what we feel in the nose is real, and how we believe, this is the most difficult part, how we believe that the thoughts are real. That's the most difficult part, because we feel that it is mine, it's my private thoughts, my mind, it's mine, don't take my thoughts. They are my personal things. Other stuff we might be able to understand, but the the thoughts, it's very difficult to understand, because you feel it is such a personal thing, so we can't really come into that understanding that is actually not real. So we keep understanding this because Venerable noble friend Aranhanse actually keep telling us. He never stopped telling us. He kept telling us in about 8 to 10 Zoom discussions. He kept telling us. Everyone else kept telling us. Whoever who can tell this kept telling us. No, wake up. There's something to wake up from the dream. Please wake up from the dream. We are. Sometimes it's difficult to wake up. It's very difficult, but it's okay. You have to have some courage to, actually wake up. One day you will wake up. How would you wake up? You would feel a moment which is not real. One stimulus which is not real. You will completely feel it because there you're not thinking. It just happened because you have been mastering this for a long time. You have mastered this. What have you mastered? You have mastered that it's only a thinking process, and then we have mastered that whatever the perceptions in that thinking process is not true. And then we have mastered that whatever the sensory organ perceptions, they are not true either. They are just rapid vibrations of the sensory organs only. Yes, we have mastered this. And then one particular moment you will feel it. It is so important that you not miss that, because that particular moment will teach you, then you don't feel the feel of existence in that. But the stimulus, whatever the sound, whatever the light, whatever the feel, it will be there. But just the feel of existence will not be there. So that is what I wanted to explain, and that is what is going to happen to everyone. We may not have patience for this because our mind doesn't have any patience. Mind doesn't know that. Mind only knows how to chase things. Mind only knows how to believe things. Mind only knows how to imagine things. Mind only knows to be proud of things, or be happy about things, or be sad about these things. Anything. Yeah, but that is mind. But mind is not true. So when you keep understanding this, whatever the emotions, are they important? Well, not really. It's just part of the game. It's just a part of the game. So if there is no self, what's the importance of the emotions? There's no doer. There's no person who is actually sensing this. So the importance of the emotions, importance of the sensual world diminishes every day. It diminishes. Dhamma becomes part of you. Is there anything to add?
It's very clear, Dr. Kokila. Sorry. Very clear, Dr. Kokila. Actually, how can one believe when we look at a certain section of our living room or whatever, the other part is not existing? We can't believe that at once, no. But the illusory nature of mind consciousness is that we tend to believe that although right now I'm in the living room, the kitchen is there and everything else, bedrooms are there, but only through this true knowledge or wisdom of truth only, we come to actually self-realizations gradually that we live only for that particular moment.
Yeah, but Sudharma, you have to
Yes.
remember,
Yeah.
even for someone who has attained, like even Lord Buddha or Arahant will know that the next room is the kitchen. That is not the problem, because the feel of existence is not there. So it's very subtle. These things are very subtle because it is the actual the knowledge, the data, everything will be there. Nothing has happened. It's the same thing. It's just that the telepathization to the self vibration will not happen, because the Rahatan Vansya has become the non-self vibration. Yes, Saroja, what were you trying to add, Saroja?
Therwan Saranai, හැමෝටම everyone, and Therwan Saranai ආරයන් වහන්සේ. Yeah, when you were talking about the Dhamma, when we realize the Dhamma, it's always within us. You said it always working inside of us, because everyone is hanging with the outward, that they are thinking the color world is existing in outside, and the sound world is existing outside, and the taste world, and the our worlds, which is creating through our five senses. Everyone is who didn't realize the Dhamma, who doesn't know this Dhamma, then they are hanging with the outward because of our five senses. They can't understand how it's working, and then how it's stimulating. This pattern they can't recognize. Because of that, I think we are in an illusory world. Once we realize the Dhamma, we are starting to wake up. Means starting, we realize how our senses is working in this moment, how we can hear. I believe like that way. I'm apologize, and if something wrong when we are talking in English, so please apologize. And we try to explain with you our experience about this Dhamma, to give this world. So until we are hanging with the world, we don't wake up for this moment, I believe. You can explain more if I'm wrong.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Thank you. I think we were talking in that direction. So, is there anything to actually describe, or Saroja, do you want me to tell
Yeah,
anything?
describe further, yeah.
Oh, about which part?
After waking, after we realizing the Dhamma, how it's work from our inside.
Yeah, actually, I think it's important. Once the importance of actually realizing or actually feeling the no self feel, that's the beginning kind of to understand that the doubts will be gone. That's very important, because we have doubts about Dhamma all the time, even though we hear there's no someone. We just, so when we try to imagine things, there's always doubts because we can imagine anything. If I try to imagine about America, if I haven't gone to America, and I might imagine something and I'll always have some doubts about that. And always I will try to think about ways to reach America. You know, I'll be thinking, is it this way or is it that way? Or is it better to go by, like, should I fly or should I go in a ship? Or, you know, there are so many various questions. But what happens is, if you actually feel this for a moment, that there's no self, then the question part stops. Those three fetters are actually because of that, because the doubts cease, and we don't kind of we understand what is being said and how this is happening. And you might feel it again, and this keep happening until you realize that it is the normal thing. So there's always what Lord Buddha said, that if someone has an idea about this, that person will definitely become the non-self vibration. It's not a non-self vibration, non-vibration, sorry. Yeah, become the non-vibration, because you just for one stimulus you might feel it initially, but then slowly, with the help of the noble friend, you will keep understanding how this ignorance works. So it is very important to follow the noble friend to the end, because we can get trapped everywhere in a lot of steps. So someone like Haran Wahanse is very important for someone who is actually trying to understand Dhammas, because in every step I think the ignorance is also different, because the way you look into things become different, because what you feel really is different too. Because if someone is actually going in this path, you feel like awakened from the dream, but then you kind of get attached to that. So the noble friend will definitely tap you and say, wake up from that dream too. You know, like, it's such a beautiful Dhamma. This Dhamma, I think everyone should hear it. Everyone should try to understand it. And every one of us should try our best to tell it to someone. Isn't it? Anyone can add something to this discussion?
Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah.
I think what you said at the end was quite important, and particularly when one is traversing the path, when we talk about the three realms, the sensual realm, the form and the formless realm, until one is still languishing in the sensual realm, the pruthaggjana, or the people on probably the beginning stage of the path, everything that happens, because the external world to a certain is at the beginning very real, and then with the understanding of the true Dhamma, that importance and the belief that it is real gradually starts diminishing. but still, because that feeling is quite tangible, one kind of realizes that there is still more to go, more to progress, more understanding of the Dhamma is required, so on and so forth. And therefore, the motivation, the tendency to keep on listening to the Dhamma, to discuss the Dhamma, and so on, is still very much prevalent, because one can feel the suffering, isn't it? One can feel the burning sensation the moment something happens with a loved one or some incident at the workplace and so on. But as there is progress further from the sensual world to the form and the formless realm, that is where, as you quite rightly pointed out, the tangible feeling of kind of languishing in a particular spot and kind of goes away, because it becomes more refined. There is that innate calmness and tranquility that starts emerging as one ceases to be trapped in the sensual realm. And then the pitfalls are many, but the pitfalls are very hard to kind of discover, isn't it? And that's where the importance of the noble spiritual teacher is, because one may think that, oh, you know, I've kind of now I've understood what has to be understood, and I'm feeling very happy and calm, and this must be it, kind of thing.
No, actually, there's a bit of thing that that should be added to there. Like, there is no whatsoever, there is no confusion there, because there are very specific, distinct points. So, if someone has felt the vibration, and that is the vibration which will die down. So, it is very, very clear what is to happen. What is so that's the important, I think, important thing, that there's no guessing game here. It's not a guessing thing. So yeah, I can just add that. I don't think I can tell more about that, but I'm very, very like can say, like it is. So that's how the Ananda Swami Wahanse, Venerable Ananda, is aware that it didn't happen. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's no confusion about that usually. I mean, very rarely we hear, very rarely there are stories like in Lord Buddha's time that there was a very one man in Wahanse who didn't know that it happened. So there are very remote areas where they talk about that, but usually if someone is fully aware about the path, it's clear. Just wanted to add that.
Yeah, but there is still a tendency, Dr. Kokila, to probably not understand or distinguish the difference, because that is why the Buddha said for those who have reached even the state of anagamihood, that, you know, even a little bit of dirt is still dirt, and that the right effort is still required.
Oh yeah. So the what happens there is, I think I get your point now. You can feel like a sense of satisfaction. Yes, it is there, but definitely it's not due to ignorance that it happens. I mean, it's not due to, how can I put
Actually,
like
I think it's ignorance right along the way, isn't it?
Yeah, it is ignorance. So there is like like kind of lingering, I would say, lingering
Yeah,
in
that's right.
in kind of one status. It is a possibility. Yeah, I get your point. It's a possibility, but definitely I don't think it is the thing that they won't misunderstand that they have achieved something. They would be just happy with what they have, that's what is going to happen, I think. I don't think they will misunderstand or overestimate. I don't think it's going to happen. I think what is going to happen is they just be, like okay with it because they already feel very good.
And the other point I just wanted to raise was to Sudharma's question earlier about when she said that, a person believes that when one is in the hall, that the kitchen is still there. And what you said that, even arahats still know that there is the next monastery so many miles away and so on. At that point, that Pali term nasanna sanni, Dr. Kokila, so that means that there is a perception, but the perception lacks the current or the egoistic self-perception, and therefore doesn't carry the weight of a vibration, isn't it?
I don't know how you actually connected
the
them.
Nasanni thing, because it says it's not there. You can't say that there is no perception either. You can't say that there is a perception, and you can't say that there is no perception. I think that is the meaning of that.
Surangika, it is wrong. Surangika, it is about the self vibration that is. So in this part, it is about the self vibration, not about anything else. So we have to be careful in interpreting it in another different way, because we are not talking about the samatha or the what is it called, the concentration meditation.
Yeah, I don't know what's that question, but I know the Arahata stage is there's a perception, but it's
That's what
smooth. Yeah,
that's what I
there's a
wanted to
perception.
explain.
There's a perception because normally everything is happening, no? But nothingness is
Yes,
there.
Saranasa. That's what I was
Then
trying to
yeah,
add.
yeah.
The whatever the word that she said in Pali, that is not about actually about the chair. In the sense, I don't know whether I'm trying to put it in correct way. It is about not feeling the self vibration in this path. Someone who is already in the path correctly, it's about the self vibration. But in concentration meditation, this can be different, complete in a different aspect. So as Aran once said, everything is there, but what is diminishing is the self vibration. So what is happening is absence of self vibration, and that is actually I think Aran once can add to that. I don't know whether did Surangika get the point? I don't know.
Yes, Dr. Gokula, what I was trying to say was Nasanni means, and Aryan Mahansi has explained this also to us so many times, that there is a perception, but the perception lacks the vibration, as you pointed out. There is no vibration like Pruthakjana, lay people, but you can't say that there is no perception either.
Yeah. But I'm trying to say there's a difference between the self vibration and the sensory organ vibration. So that's what I was going to highlight. I don't know whether you got the point. because sensory organ vibrations would be there anyway.
Yes, that's right. I mean, because the organs function right till, yeah, that continues to function anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, of course. I think
Isn't
what
it?
Sudharma was trying to clarify was that feeling of existence, isn't it, Sudharma? If you're on the call.
No, I don't think she's there at the moment.
I think she has left. Yes.
Yeah, I think Aranwanse can add something to our discussion today, because we are actually in the end part of it. I think we are going to run. No, we have about 11 minutes. So Aranwanse can add something to our discussion. It would be great. Don't know whether Aranwanse is in a position to talk.
Yeah, it's okay. Kokila, what you say? Yeah.
No, Aranwanse.
What's the question? Yeah. I've not heard that.
No, it was actually discussion about
I've not heard that. I don't know what's the question. Perception is the question? Is Arahata stage, there's a perception or no? That's the question? What is that question? Turanka, what's that question?
Sudharma asked the question at the beginning about when a layperson is in the, say, for example, in the kitchen, they will think there is something out in the garden, for example, because of ignorance. And then Dr. Kokila was explaining that, saying that even arahats still get that perception, still understand. Isn't that, Dr. Kokila, that, like that day we explained, R.N. Mahansa, that the Buddha said in the next monastery, Venerable Anuruddha, I have to go and see Venerable Anuruddha in the next monastery, so that thought still comes to the Buddha, but that doesn't mean there is ignorance.
Everything is normally happening. Thoughts also, everything. This mind sensor is working now. Everything is happening. There's nothing any change, but inside transformation is an inside. Pain is not there, but it's normally system is working. Thoughts also there, but not pain, not inside pain, not any vibration inside. But normally everything is normally there. That is why we explain that everything is happy or sad or everything is there, but no sad. What's the sad? But happy is there, but nothing any pain, any how is that? Happy is there, but nothing any inside
feel of existence.
Reactions inside. Nothing any pain. What the word is that? Is I always told this Sinhala words, Dhamma discourses, deyak nona satutak, deyak nona dukak, deyak nona adara, deyak nona gina. What is the meaning? Is avadiya, is awakened the moment. Is what is that awaken? Is you are not in the dream. So dream is gone. Dream is going, film is going, but you are not in there. It's okay.
Yes.
Everything is normally there, like a film. But nobody is there. This experience is very important. That's why perception is there. This perception is no value. No any value, this perception. This sanya sukuma is a Buddha's word, is gana sanya sukuma. What is the meaning is that? What's the meaning is that? Sukuma, sanya, is sanya not any, how is this? Not any highlighting. Sanya is there, but no any signals, any highlights. It's sukuma sanya. This normally where there's a meaning is you can see, but normally it's like a camera. Not any body is there because not inside any pain. Who's telling this? Suranka, do you understand what I say?
Yes, Saran Mahansa, it doesn't carry any kind of vibration or existent field or any kind of
Because
subtle.
nobody is there. Because who are you? You are not body, you are not a mind. Who are you? You are only the pain, no? You are the value, no? You are only the current. No.
Yes, Saran.
There's no current. That's why there is no you. First, you want to understood what you are. Who are you? You are not you are not any sensor. Who are you? It's a power. That's why defilements is you. Because defilements are fading. There is not anybody. What's that experience is? There's a none. How is it telling that? It's not anybody is there. If someone is there, how is a Buddha's word is a Chetu Vimukti is a liberation of mind. What is that experience? Is we single discourses we explain this Uddipane. There is no Uddipana. What's the English word? Is that? Raga Patisangvedi what is this? Rasa Patisangvedi, Raga Patisangvedi is the Buddha's word. You can feel the taste, but you don't want it. That's the meaning.
Yeah, there is no attachment to that.
Not attachment there. It's okay.
There is taste without attachment. There is smell without attachment.
Because that's the experience. Nobody's there. System is working like a robot. It's okay, no?
It is excitation or stimulation not occur in that situation, Aryan. The Uddipana means not
excitation.
Yeah.
When we are exciting, that there is Uddipana, it means am is there. The Atma, soul is there, I think. Hello.
Yeah, actually, it's excitation is a good word. Actually,
when we feel something, if I am there, then I be excited to that situation.
Saroja, no?
Yes, Ariana answer.
Yeah, Saroja, do you understand what I say?
Yes, Ariana answer. Because there is happy, but no one in that happiness. It doesn't belong to someone, and sadness there can be happen, but it's not belongs to us once we realize Dhamma, because there is no person to get that happiness and also and then sadness, happiness occurring because of the someone or something. If there is value to someone or something, it fading out, and then it is inside transformation happens and occurring, I believe. I think
that's a awaken, no? That's awaken to mom. Awaken. We are talking that's a dream is gone. You are awakened.
There is a dream.
You are not in the dream. It's okay.
There is a dream, but we can see chairs or anything, and then we can touch the floor. It doesn't disappear once we realize the Dhamma. It's always here, but it doesn't take to our inside. What we called the. It doesn't take into us. I don't know the word.
It's okay. It's no value like that.
No value.
No interest like that.
When we get a feeling of
that's a tranquility. That's a tranquility. No, that's a tranquility. Everything can be happen. It's okay. No problem. Why? Nobody's here. Nobody's there. That is why. Someone is there.
Nothing to take from that experience.
Okay.
Nothing to take from that.
Nothing to take. It's okay, Kokila. No, it's okay.
Yes, Aranas.
Yeah, it's okay. That's the experience. That's the experience. It's okay. But it's want to be still. That's what Anuruddha Thero is told. This is not a still. It's not a still there. So that one is Anuruddha's word. So it's not a still. So Adhigata Samadhi is a Titiya. Titiya is meaning is still there. So it's a
It is always there.
always
It
there.
is always
Internal
there.
transformation is happen. Always there. That tranquility is what's happened is no problem. What's happened is okay. Why? It's nobody's here. It's like a film, like a robot.
I think
Yeah,
Aranhansa,
yeah.
Surangika's question, I think stemming from another direction. I think Surangika was trying to ask about the Akasanyatana Vijnana and that thing, and then there's few other things. I think she was meaning about that those 5 things, and
It's okay. Akasanyatana, Vijnanangayatana, Akinyatana, Nasana, Nasanyatana. It's okay. It's Arupa. It's okay. Yeah,
and those things, what I was trying to tell her and answer in that
yeah,
question,
yeah.
that they are not actually in someone who is actually not in concentration meditation, but someone who is in insight meditation, then it is different, because it is actually about the
Different because
self vibration,
yeah.
the slow fading of self vibration is the thing that is happening.
Yeah, I think, can I add something to this?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. In concentration meditation, Aryan Hansa, who didn't realize Dhamma, but they are doing concentration meditation through, they are focusing on the nose point, and then they are focusing on the breath. But there is a person, and then they have a nose and they have a breath, and they are hanging to outside and inside both, I believe. If I'm wrong, Aryan Hansi can make it correct.
Saroja,
Yeah.
the concentration meditation, they don't know the truth.
Yes.
They don't know Buddha's Dhamma discourses. They don't know the Buddha's explain what's the Dhamma. What's Dhamma is nobody's here. They are thinking that concentration meditation guys, if a Hindu guys especially, they are thinking they are in universe, no galaxy or anywhere. So they are in there. They are, it's nothingness, this feel is there. So they are in nothingness. It's a sanya, it's a perception.
They are hanging on with the sanya.
Yeah.
They're hanging
Because
with the sanya,
the vision is there. The vision is there.
They can feel very calmness for until they doing meditation only. But others, when they are not in meditation, they can.
The inside
There is
meditation
no
is
calmness,
understand.
innate calmness. There is not occur, I think, within them.
Yeah, the others religions. So we are especially talking about the Hindus. It's okay. They are talking about nothingness stage, but they are in nothingness stage. They are talking like that. They are in. They don't know. Nobody's here. They are not talking like that. They are talking. They are in universe. They are linked the universe. They are in universe. So stage is there. What is there? They are talking like that. But it's non-vibration. That's a vibration. It's okay. But non-vibration not like that. Buddha is other way. It's opposite way. Because nobody is here. It's a system is working. So that one is that's a powerful I feel became a powerful stage. Hindus are talking like this. It's a powerful stage. They are powerful in universe like that. It's energy. They are talking, no? That type of they are talking. But the Buddha's stage is understand one is what is this happening here? What's happening here? That's understand is a thoughts. Thought. There's normally someone don't know this truth. That they are what's the happening normally what's happened normally thoughts existed feel is there. They are thinking everything is real. Everything is real. So that what's the word is chair is real. It's okay, that's a normal.
That means
Chair is real.
they have a color world, sound world.
They have everything. It's okay, that's the existent field. It's existent perception also that. But understand, it's a sound and firm. Chair is no anywhere. Chair is not anywhere. It's okay. Chair is a thought. Thought is not real. It's a consciousness. It's given this. It's an illusion. No, it's not real. It's okay. It's a sound and firm. It's a thought. But normally, chair is real. That's the power. That's that's how is defilement Cravey, how is coming? It's a power, no? He want more than powerful chair. It's a more than beautiful chair. Oh, that's the power is there. What's this? He wants something. Something you want. There's a power. Why you are not why people not why people want still here? Why people don't like death? They don't want death. They want still not. Why? It's a power. It's a thought. It's given this power. It's thinking power, existent power. But nothing is here. Existent power is how is coming. It's not coming. Power is not coming. The power is the waves. Vibe, no? It's a vibe. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. How is a vibe? Just like a it's a TV. It's a waves like that, no? It's a telephone number also waves. Vibe, no? Vibe, no? It's vibe. It's okay. Sound also vibes. It's okay. Light also vibes. It's okay. Solidity, liquidity, everything is vibes. It's a vibrations. It's okay. Waves. We are talking. What's the word is you using? It's a only we are given message. This is a power. That is why Madhya Sutra Buddha told there's a power. Somewhere different end, there's a power. No different end, there's no power. So that's why vibration given this power. But finally, this thought is not real. Power is not coming. It's understand one. That's why this inside meditation is understand one. Sankitte Nibbita. What is this? Nibbanam Paramansukha. How is coming? Is a power is gone. Fire is over. No? Power is gone. It's a neutral. It's a neutral. That's why this power is the vibe, is a sasana. No? Power is a sasana. That's why your last brief is happened, but you don't want death. You want to still hear. That's the power. How much you are strongly thinking, how much you powerfully thinking you want to still. That's why you are coming again. That's why circle of birth is here. This is a power. It's like a TV channel, like a Sirasa, like a Dharana, like that. Where's the circuit? Where's the wave is? You can see the Sirasa. That's a wave. The meaning is that's a telepathy, no? It's a telepathy. We are talking, no? Same vibe, no? That's happened, no? Can you explain this? Yeah, Saroja, are you free?
Yes, Aryanasa.
Yeah.
I it comes to my mind now. It's when you Aryanasa say the vibration. That vibration is one thing, but it comes through 5 ways. We are experiencing in 5 ways as through eye, ear, nose, mouth. Is that? Yeah. Is that right, Ariana? Say, I mean, the one vibe. We are talking about one thing, about the vibration, the energy. It comes through 5 ways we are experiencing. I mean, the eye consciousness, mind, ear consciousness, sound consciousness, and the taste consciousness. Those are one thing. I feel. I don't know how to explain that actually. Kokila, Miss Kokila, do you have any idea about this?
Well, they are just vibrations. So we can say they are vibrations, and they are. So, but the thing is, when they are taken as real, then the problematic vibration, which is the self vibration, is there. That is, I think, what happens, because when the other vibrations become real, the self vibration is telepathizing anyway. When this is real, the whatever the vibration is real, whether it is the sound vibration, whether it is the light vibration, whether it is whatever the vibration, when they become real only, it telepathizes to the self vibration. That is why the nirvana is a possibility, because this happens by stimulus to stimulus. So when the stimulus, whatever the vibration is not taken as real, then the non-existence surfaces, non-existence arises. That is what opens up the path. I think we are running into the 4 o'clock Zoom again.
Yeah, it's okay, Kokila. We can discuss this tomorrow. Saroja, are you free this time, no?
Yes, Ariana.
Yeah, it's very good. It's very nice.
Actually,
No, Kokila.
I was
Kokila is very
joining.
good. No, this time I think very nice. Because UK and the Australia and the areas are relaxed time is now. No? The UK side is the morning time. Australia side is the night time. No?
Yeah,
I
it
think
is.
it's good. It's better. Yeah, it's better. It's okay. Tomorrow we can discuss. It's okay. My friends, Saroja and the Kokila and the Sulanka and everybody. It's okay. Tervasana, everybody. Tomorrow we can discuss again.
Namaskar.
Tervasana. Tervasana.
Good morning, everybody. All my friends. So let's start our morning Dhamma discourse. Now, let's observe something very carefully. Like now, you can notice thoughts appear. These thoughts, they feel like clear, true, real. it doesn't feel like something that is not real, something that is made, but instead they feel like something that truly exists, objects, things outside. Well, that's how we saw the world. That was our perception this whole time. We created these thoughts. We used those thoughts to see outside world, things, objects out there. That was the way we used to see the way we observe the world, the way we interpret the world. So it feels obvious. It feels as the reality. It feels like something that exists. But today, we'll dive deeper. Is it really what it seems to be? Can we really find these thoughts outside as they feel like, as they make us believe they are here, solid? Can we really find it? Let's take a simple example and observe, is a thought solid thing like as they seem? Let's take a simple example, a table. When you hear the name a table, suddenly you get an image of the table. And you almost feel that hardness of a table, things that used to make table, everything in this simple sound. You just only heard the sound, but can you notice you get everything related to it? So this table, it feels one thing, solid, object, three-dimensional. But let's break this thought down. What is there then? Color. This sound called table, and the smell and the texture. And if you have tasted its taste, these are the only ways we can experience, this human body can experience this world. These are the only ways human see this world, nothing less or nothing more. So, right back to this thought. So when we say a table, apart from these sense content, there's nothing else to make it believe as if it's existing. These are the only ways we can check whether this table is there. So this thought table is a combination of these five sense contents. But the thing is, even though we feel as if these sense contents are one thing, like an object, like this table, these are actually separate contents. But somehow this mind ignored that and has combined them together and showed us this illusion of as if they are a single one thing. But if you can properly observe, you can notice these are separate sense contents, not one object as it seems. These sense contents, they combine and then create this thought of a table. So now the thought of the table has been constructed, created. So this thought is not reality itself. Thought is created, built with the help of sensor contacts, with the combination of sensor contacts. Without sensor contact, there is no thought. So thought is not the reality. Thought is something that has been constructed with the help of each sensor contact. But these thoughts, even though these thoughts are combination of sensor contacts, these fragments, still they feel real, isn't it? So why it feels real? Now comes the key illusion. One thing, it's the speed. We are trapped in a rapid speed. Because of this speed, because it happens so fast, we are unable to see these separate moments. So our mind merge them and show us it as a continuous movement flow. So there are multiple sense contacts, but shown as one experience. Combine them as one. This mind hides the path and shows only this final object. So we don't see it as a separate sensor content fragments. Instead, somehow this mind has created an object using those sensor content. But this object only exists in our mind. It's not in the reality. And nobody does it. Nobody creates it. It's naturally happened. That's how this human system, this body is supposed to work. So there's no one to blame. That's how this human body works. But the truth is, these thoughts, they're not real. They are fragments, combinations of sensor contents. Even though they seem like one thing, because of this illusion done by this mind. So it feels solid, real, real. Feels obvious. This is an exact object, but just some sensor content. Just try to observe it yourself. Try to see it yourself. Can you really find a table when you try to touch it, when you try to taste it? Or is it you getting some texture, some smell, some colors, but somehow you ignorantly combine all of these and call it as a table? Look how we have ignored this truth. Look how we have believed this illusion. This is the fake nature. Not fake as in nothing, but fake as in appearing as something solid when it is constructed, not physically but mentally. Let's say we touch a table and we feel hardness, but that's how this human skin feels it. But for another animal, it might be soft. We never know. It might be a different. We just felt some kind of hardness. Basically, it's a vibration. If you notice it, when you touch that surface, there's these signals going through this skin, through this body. So that's the way human skin feels hardness, but it might not be hard. For someone else, it might be something uncomfortable. We never know. But we think, we ignorantly think, this is the reality. This is the truth. This is the exact thing everyone else feels. Even the animals, everything. That's the ignorance. That's not the truth. Maybe someone else would not even feel a thing when they touch a table. So then, how can we say table is solid? For that person, table is not solid. heart. So which one is true? As you can see, this whole paper, it depends on our sense of faculties. Each thought is depend on sense of contact. How this sense of contact can perceive things. So it is different from person to person. So if the world is same, then everyone should feel in the same way. But as you can see, if the sense of contact is different, then the world that person has created, thoughts that person has created change, which means the world is also changing for that person. So if the world is real, if the thoughts are real, if the outside everything is real, it should be same for everyone, but it's not. It depends on the sense of context. It depends on each person's senses and the thoughts. These thoughts decide the world. So even though these thoughts appeared as something solid, something real, it is constructed, and this thought completely depends on the sense of context, our senses, the ability, the way they work. These thoughts depend on that. So it's not the same for everyone. Even though we believe this is the exact word, this is the exact thought, this is the exact paper, chair, everything. We never know. Is that the same way others feel? So these thoughts are not solid as they seem. They are constructed, and that depends on sense of context. But somehow still we feel these thoughts as real because that's the way we look at the world throughout our life. So it's normal to feel in that way because that we got used to it. Now it feels as reality. It comes naturally because we are used to it. Because of that, thoughts gain power each and every day. We believe thoughts. Now there are power for these thoughts. Thoughts feels independent. This table feels independent, like it exists on its own. Don't you? You can observe it yourself. You feel this table is one solid object exists on its own. You can react to it, you can like it, you can dislike it, you can feel it, you can cling to it. Why? Because it feels real. But if you can closely observe, what feels real is just a combination of sense of contents. There's nothing else than these sense of contents there. What we perceive as stable, it's just some colors, some texture, smell and taste. That's it. Nothing else. but ignorantly somehow we have given it the power. It has its own life. It has feels like a solid single object, but it's a creation of this mind. Combining those sense of contact, this mind has created this 3D solid object, not from outside, but from our own mind itself. This mind's image of this table is the one that powers this illusion, make us believe it as a solid thing. Mind created this thought. This thought has its own power. This illusion has its own power. And somehow we ignorantly believe this constructed mental formation, this thought, as real, as the truth. Look how blindly we believe this illusion. So try to get out of it. Try to observe it yourself. Try to see every object and try to observe whether is it really a solid 3D object as it seems to be, or is it we are creating it from our mind, this solid feeling, this real feeling, is it given from the mind? This mind perception, try to observe it, the way mind interprets these sense of content, try to observe it. And somehow ignorantly, we use these constructed thoughts to interpret those sense of contents again. We are running in a cycle. We use those sense of contents to create thought, and now we are using that same thought to interpret sense of content. And ignorantly, somehow, we believe these thoughts are truth, real thing, not something constructed, not something built, not something not real. Look how we are going round and round in the same illusion created by this mind. Just don't take it as a knowledge, but try to use this knowledge and observe this yourself. Use this knowledge and try to penetrate through these thoughts by yourself. Try to see a chair, try to see a book, try to see a table, try to see a cup. Observe it yourself. Are they real as they really seem so? Are they just combination of these sense concepts? Not real. So how can we use a thought to interpret things? When thoughts are not even real. How can thoughts tell what's outside when even the thoughts are not a real thing? So let's move to the next one. Thoughts appears again and again. Each time similar combinations which gives this continuous feeling of happiness. similarity, an existent feeling for these thoughts. Just that it feels familiar, no, continuous, or sustainable. But this stability, it comes from the repetition. These formations or these thoughts, they are used repeatedly. These mental formations were used repeatedly again and again to interpret the sense contacts. So no, it feels stable. It feels like the fixed truth. It feels as the reality. So when we keep seeing a color, a shape, just like a chair, this thought of chair comes automatically, even though it's not the chair. We used it as a chair, not once, not twice, repeatedly over the time, all through these years. Now it feels obvious. When we immediately see, the thought comes as a chair. Now this image becomes the chair itself. It's not, that's why we don't see it as an image, a sense of contact. We see it as instantly a chair because that's how we used to it. That's how we got used to this illusion, these thoughts, to interpret in this way. So now it comes even more fast, natural, because that's the way we interpret things using thoughts. And somehow we ignorantly believe these thoughts are something real that is existing, not as something that was created, constructed with the combination of sense content. So let's move back to these repeated thoughts. So how these thoughts repeat every time. Because as we know, thoughts are momentary moments. They appear and disappear. So how these thoughts appear again. So let's take the same example. Once the thought of this table is made, when any moment when we see one of those sense contacts used to make this thought, let's say a vision, we see some colors and some, we make it a shape from this mind. And this shape, it's similar to that vision thing used to make the thought of a table. So immediately it resonates with that previous thought. That previous thought doesn't come to this moment, but it resonates with the frequency of that thought and recreate that thought at this moment from this mind. So either vision or a taste or a smell or a sound occurred that resonate, that triggers the previous thought and create something similar thought at this moment. So now the thought is recreated. something similar to that previous thought. That previous thought, it appeared and disappeared. But this thought, it was recreated at this moment. But it is similar frequently to the previous one. That's why it feels like the same thought, but it's not. Each and every moment, thoughts are recreating, rebuilding at this moment. But something similar to that previous thought, something matches with that previous thoughts. It happens exactly the way that tuning fork works, that mechanism. When one was triggered, the other, that with the same frequency, also start to vibrate. Likewise, thoughts also appears when one thing, just only one component, vision, sound, taste, smell, either one get triggered, it activates that thought used to me with those, but now it doesn't come as something simple, just only a sound, not just only a sound, not just only a vision, but it comes with the whole package, whole thought. So that's why when we see an image, we immediately get it as a table, a chair, a book, not as a color, not as a sound, not as a smell, not as a taste, but as a thought, as an object, as a chair. That's how thoughts appears. So when it happened repeatedly, when each and every time we see, we get the thought of a chair, it comes automatically then because we used it. It becomes habitual. It becomes natural. So now it comes easily than others. So when the thoughts are repeated, keep repeating, it becomes more powerful, more strong, more feels as if the reality. So this repetition, it does more. It strengthens these thoughts, this frequency, these patterns, and make it easier to activate even more. So it comes faster, which make it feels like stronger, clearer as the reality. So it feels more true, even though it's the same process, but now way more stronger. So now the world feels real. So now expand this, not just the single one thought, each and every thought, all thoughts, which means many repeated patterns. So together all of those thoughts create this stable world, this illusion, a consistent experience. It feels like this is the reality, this is the truth. But each and every component in this is built through repetition. So when you say this construction of thought was first created and how this thought repeating, constructing, resonating, and repeating again throughout the life, and how powerful it is, and how this thought creates this illusion, this fake reality. You start to see through this illusion. What we believe as real is actually not real, but something constructed. You start to see it yourself, not because someone said, not because of the knowledge, but by experiencing yourself, you start to see this. Then something starts to change. Your thoughts start to feel slight because you know they are something constant. So they stop solid. Instead, they start to become less solid, less absolute, less feels as if real, reality. With that, with that deep understanding, slowly the grip start to weaken, not by force, but by seeing the truth yourself. With this deep understanding, it comes. When the grip weakens, the thought, the weight of those thoughts starts to loosen, and you start to see yourself, experience it yourself. And once you get the confirmation within yourself, these thoughts are not real, then obviously you won't attach something that's not real. So the grip loosens, weakens, and the fire, the burden that you had for thought that's suffering you for these thoughts slowly start to loosen. You notice it yourself. You can't turn it off like a switch at once, but it takes time. Like how the way this illusion was created was slowly got stronger day by day, month by month, year by year in its life. Same way it will lose it, lose its grip, loosen this strength of this illusion. So it's not happening by force, but only by deep understanding of this truth, truth of these thoughts, truth of this illusion, how these thoughts feel real, how these thoughts make us believe this world is reality, how everything feels real, how fake these thoughts are. The only thing you have to penetrate, to understand this formation, these thoughts, this reality. You can observe it yourself. When a thought appears, it feels clean, real. It's not even known as a thought. You can't even see it as a thought. You see it as an object, a thing, something real that is existing on its own. But when you use this sum and look at closely, it's not a chair, it's a thought, a mental formation, a mental construction. It is built from fragments, from sensor contacts, embodied colors, sounds, sensations coming together, forming something that feels solid, that feels real. And then this, this thought resonates and appears again and again